Bracy join us today for this meeting and to give us feedback and input about what his vision of our attorneys are. And I'm going to start with Teresa, who you did the contracted, you and Mike did the contracted services. So if you will just paint your vision for Dr. Bracy and then have him do the same, what are your thoughts about what we needed in a contracted service provider? So
Okay,
Teresa.
sure. So, and I did this based on some previous conversations that we had about what we thought we might want internal versus contracted position. And one of the things that came up was
That's great. Push the button.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is this?
So we're on YouTube. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know.
That's okay.
Okay, I'm going to start over.
Should I start over too?
So, I didn't realize we were being recorded. I came up with the items that I listed for contracted services based on some previous discussions that we had that we thought we might want in-person counsel versus contracted. So for contracted, I had issues relating to personnel matters, which could be staff discipline, dismissal, grievances, discrimination, harassment, investigation of incidents and claims, and respond to EEOC charges. We also talked about issues related to special education, and this would be to review compliance with all federal and state laws governing the education of our exceptional children, and upon request, the attorney would attend IEP meetings. Then just some general things like consult as needed on legal matters, represent, negotiate on behalf of the board in legal matters, because most of that would be done by our internal counsel, be available upon short notice. And then kind of the all-encompassing other duties as assigned. And this is as they may arise or as needed or in the absence of our general counsel that we would have internal. So that was kind of what we had discussed early on about the potential for contracted services.
Ms. Grant, would you repeat personnel? You had several pieces of that.
I had staff discipline and dismissal, grievances, discrimination and harassment, investigation of incidents and claims, and then represent the board before the EEOC.
Thank you.
I was just going to ask Ms. Grant. So is that in-house or contracted?
This is for contracted services.
That's for contracted. Okay.
Right. So if there's things that you, after they do internal, if there's something you want to shift, but when we were first thinking through the process, these were the two main areas we thought of for contracted services, and then also in absence of our in-house counsel, they may have to serve in that regard. So hear about in person, and then we can decide if we need to shift anything around.
I've talked to several colleagues across the state, and many of them use that exact model. They have an in-house to do the day-to-day. They're part of the cabinet. Part of them report to the board. Part of them report to the superintendent. The superintendent is involved in their evaluation. And they went to that model because, to be very honest, because of budgetary concerns. They were spending so much money with all contracted, and with their in-house counsel, they're salaried, paid as a cabinet member, and they still outsource specialized services such as EC, some personnel investigations to their contracted person, and it seems to work for them.
So, Dr. Bracy, you're seeing these two areas as the primary ones for contracted services. Is that pretty consistent with your vision?
With what Ms. Grant said? Yes, absolutely it is, Dr. Smith.
So if Ms. Grant, if you're Ms. Grant, if Ms. Sessoms would talk for a minute about your vision for in-house services, and she served on the committee with Mr. Johnson, so you're representing his point as well.
Well, I would just say, as I stated earlier, that we did at one time have in-house counsel. She served as our EC compliance officer, and that was, saved us a tremendous amount of money in terms of the shortfall between what we're experiencing now with the number of students who are being identified. She was able to keep numbers down, not, and I want to say, that's not to say that the school system was not serving children whose needs, who had needs that should be met, but was making sure that students were receiving the level of services that they required. We also, and that there may be some overlap here, we talked about the benefits of having a local attorney who could handle fines and forfeitures. And with a person who's in-house, they could be working directly with our finance officer to make sure that was being handled. Also, with all of the real estate and construction that we have going on, being able to provide in-house assistance with our facility services so that we're not having to go outside and pay additional fees for someone to help us with those pieces. And then that they would provide counsel to the superintendent and administration, especially in the areas of discipline, student discipline, HR, and policy. The pros to in-house would be their salaried positions, as you said, Dr. Bracy. That's something that you can budget for year after year. And second of all, within that budget, we found that when we did have in-house counsel, we were able to keep those legal fees down as they related to EC. And then the employee piece, being hired as an employee, they are subject to following and adhering all school board policy and would be evaluated by the superintendent.
Ms. Sussman, could I ask a question about, and Dr. Bracy, about the in-house? I'm assuming they would need support staff.
Yes.
With being an attorney and the many things that have to be drawn up, drafts and those type things. Do you know how much of a support staff it will require? And I mean, I like the idea of having legal staff on the cabinet that y'all can
Yes.
bounce things off of. But at the same time, it's not just the attorney expense, it's also
It's
support
paralegal.
staff.
Yeah, his paralegal or clerical assistants. You're exactly right. So that would be needed as well. Yes.
Now, don't get me wrong, I know it's not all about saving money, because I truly believe in legal services, you get what you pay for. And so what we pay for legal services will also save us. You brought up the point about EC, how much money they could probably save on identification and those type things. It will probably benefit.
Well, and one other thing I want to say about the EC piece is that they also, that person acting as a compliance officer kept us out of court. And so the legal fees that were saved in that aspect more than paid for her position. I did ask Ken Sue about paralegals and the need for that, and he said that if we hire an experienced person, someone who has experience with education law, the need for a paralegal becomes moot because they're not having to research. So,
You know, I talked to a colleague about this a few weeks ago, and he said that their in-house attorney has an administrative assistant and a paralegal. So, and as you think about, it's been said you would like a local. Just define local. Does it mean in the county? Does it mean a certain number of miles away?
I would say within the county.
Gotcha.
When we first talked about it, Dr. Bracy, we were talking about someone familiar with the district courts who could know whose buttons to push and how to access. For example, we had a fines and forfeiture, I guess the first or second year we were on the board, of $600,000. And our current attorney at that time really had to push hard, and it went to court, and he had to defend that. Well, he knew how to maneuver the law and the system to get that rightly in our purse. And that's the kind of thing we were talking about, someone local who would know how to access the district courts and access our fines and forfeitures.
Understood.
Madam Chair, may I add one thing? I forgot, it was on my list. On the in-house, this person could also be used to handle all of our public records requests. So not just facilitating the requests, but making sure that they were reviewed and any redactions necessary could happen.
In your research, most of the systems that were using the in-house, they did have a blended model. They had in-house and outside counsel, correct? Okay.
And that, back to the administrative assistant and the paralegal,
Yes.
that would essentially double the cost. Are there positions, and I know you're brand new, and I'm asking a question that you have no reason to answer at this point, but if you could think about restructuring the central office, would you think that there would be an administrative assistant that you could repurpose to serve this person?
I think there's a good chance that we could do that. It's very, very possible.
I won't hold you to that, just thinking how you like to structure things for financial health. I just assume that you would have those skills.
Yes, ma'am.
In case you're wondering, I'm taking notes, that's why I'm hesitating. Ms. Sessoms, another issue that I have, or question that I have, we would need office space. And again, I would turn to Dr. Bracy and ask if you could foresee or have some notion that there might be office space available for an in-house person.
We could find them somewhere to work. Absolutely. We'll find them office space in the district. Yes, ma'am.
So I will ask the two committees, what is your timeline for getting this done and having these proposals sent to Ms. Weckeser so that she can type them up and get them sent out?
Well, I would need to know specifically what Dr. Bracy's vision is for both in-house and contracted, so that we could then get that RFP put together.
So would a sensible proposal be that you would both give Dr. Bracy the drafts that you have and you just mark them up and maybe circulate them via email to the committee, and then we would have your thoughts in writing, and from those thoughts we then put together the RFPs that Michelle would type up and send out and circulate? Does that make sense, that you all would do that? And then,
Yes, ma'am.
and if you do it electronically, then he can just, Michelle wouldn't have to redo a lot of typing over. She would just take your edits. Does that make sense?
Dr. Smith, could you put a timeline on that?
Yes, I was thinking that you all have these basically ready to send out. So if you want to send them out at the end of this day, and then Dr. Bracy, we could say by Monday you would have looked over them and put your thoughts to paper. So by Monday we would be ready to give them to Michelle. Does that make sense?
I've already, I sent mine to Dr. Bracy. I actually sent it to all members of the board.
What you emailed today?
Yes, and I already typed up an RFP. I used another county, was nice enough to send one that I could mimic, so obviously someone needs to review it because I don't do legalese so well, but anyway, it's ready for you to mark up, so she should have minimal changes to
Okay.
do other than what you want to do after someone with legal expertise lays their eyes on it.
Yes. And those were the paper copies I just handed to you. Yes, uh-huh.
I'll look at it. Certainly will.
But you have them electronically that you could send?
I've just handed those to him. So
Perfect.
he can mark them.
Perfect. So by Monday, if you will send us your thoughts, and then we'll just do the final edits, and we'll be ready to send these out. The next issue is to whom, and we were informally discussing this earlier, so I'd really like your thoughts about the extent of how we send these out.
I'm sorry, Dr. Smith.
Just asking for all of your
Okay.
opinions about to whom to send the RFPs. And your thoughts, let's start with the beginning. Do you think we need to send both the in-house and contracted services to all attorneys so that we're not selecting who we want to be in-house and selecting who we want to be contracted? We send both proposals.
I think that's a good plan, and the particular RFP that I'd put together has some weighting, so weighting based on experience, pricing, that type thing. So if y'all would look that over, see if you agree with the way it's weighted, in case you want to make changes for that. But yeah, absolutely, I think we need to send both to everybody.
I would also imagine that the School Board Association would be a big help to us as well.
Absolutely. So we will send the proposals, both proposals, the School Boards Association, after you send your review. If you will send that to all of us, I will be responsible for sending it to the School Boards Association. But let's talk about now to whom we send the RFPs.
Well, certainly, certainly all of our local attorneys, all of our Johnson County attorneys. And as Dr. Bracy said, the School Boards Association could provide us with a list as well, at least in the Triangle area.
Sure.
We might want to focus on that.
And I believe Ms. Schaefer at the School Board Association has a listserv of all school attorneys in the state. But I will give her a call to talk to her about this process as well. That's okay, Madam Chair.
Excellent. And there are attorneys who are not currently school board attorneys who are not on her list, such as the one that I gathered from Campbell. I asked them for a list of references, and one in particular, they said she had lots of education experience, so maybe reaching out to the law schools, not for first-year lawyers, but they keep in touch with their attorneys, so I will reach out to several law schools, and Campbell being the first one that I've already done. Any other ideas?
And we can rethink that too and get that information to you, Dr. Smith, on Monday, along with Dr. Bracy's information. So that's a good question of who to send it to, and I'm sure we got a large source of information of attorneys that qualify, but I know that we got some local attorneys that qualify as well. We want to make sure that those interested parties have a chance to RFP as well.
Indeed. And Ms. Grant, you have sort of a rubric for assessing our candidates. Is that correct, once they've sent them in?
That's correct. Let me see if I can find. So it was weighted points based on school law qualifications and experience, availability, pricing and fees, and then system of support. So like how many in the firm, paralegals, that type of thing. But weighted points, the most was the qualifications, and then availability and pricing was next. Might want something similar in the in-house if there's not one in that one already.
I like those characteristics. Anyone think of other characteristics? Experience, availability, pricing. Did I leave something out?
System of support. And we reserve the right to interview any attorney as well if we want to, so.
Thank you, Mr. Wooten. That was the next thing on my list is the process for selection. Once we get their paperwork in, I think we do the process like HR. We rank, rate, and then bring in the top 5 or 8, almost like the superintendent search, and the School Boards Association could probably be of value in that as well.
And just a question, for the in-house counsel, since they will be employees, do we want to involve our Human Resources Department in that selection? Because they will be reporting directly to the superintendent, and they will be classified as an employee.
What are your thoughts?
I would say yes. If they're going to be a school employee, sure, Human Resources can collect the applications and do the screenings of criminal background and all those things, yes.
Perfect. Wooten, Ms. Grant?
I'm just, for the in-house attorney, you'll have a lot of firms that will not accept the RFP just because it's going to take an attorney away from their office, but, so we need to, I guess, ask the attorneys that want both RFPs versus those that don't want the RFP for in-house counsel. So that's something we need to think about too, because I'm not so sure that each attorney's office would want to RFP on both positions. So that's another hurdle we have to jump.
Well, and that leads me to ask this question. If they are going to be employees and Human Resources is going to do the screening, which I think is absolutely necessary with criminal background checks and all of that, since they will be an employee, do we need to post that as an employee? Post that through
As a
HR?
vacancy?
Yes, as a vacancy.
I would say so. And I think, Mr. Wooten, that could clear up those concerns that you have. If people know there's a vacancy, and if they're a member of a firm and they don't hear about it through their firm, if they see the vacancy, sure, they can apply for it as an individual.
And the School Boards Association has those tentacles across the state, and I think that's a really good point, Mr. Wooten. And the posting of the vacancy would really help us in getting the word out to independents.
I agree.
And we need to find a way to, other than just putting it on our website, to publicize that, because that's not something that anyone has checked our job postings before in regard to, so.
I thought we had
It's out
decided, though,
there.
that we would send the actual RFPs to the list of attorneys. Did we not decide that?
Well, that's where I brought up the question. This person is going to be a state employee hired through the school system, and so I'm wondering if there doesn't need to be a different process for them.
I would think they would be. I think the only RFP would be to outside counsel. Dr. Brace, you might want to check on that
I will.
because, I don't know that we RFP for in-house attorney. When you'll post it as a vacancy through HR,
Just got to make sure the word gets out that there's a vacancy.
that's right.
I was just going to
yes.
say,
But
there's got to
you
be a
want the
process.
best one out there, so I know I do.
Yes, and so I'm thinking we would need to advertise or ask HR to advertise to the appropriate places.
And
So
let's ask the School Boards Association the process, because they may be able to help us in that regard
I
as well.
bet they can help a lot with this.
That's why it's important, Dr. Bracy, that we get from you what you really want from outside counsel.
Absolutely.
And then you'll have a job description for in-house. So it's a good conversation.
Sure.
So
I'll definitely get that
let me, here's the sticky wicket. If we're asking people for an RFP to be in-house counsel, they're going to tell us their salary requirements. It's not like we're saying we're going to pay you $130,000 to be in-house counsel. We're asking them what they would do it for. That was my thought originally. So,
But if they're going to be a school employee, it's going to have to go through the other process, so we would have a salary range, and then based on their experience and that type thing.
So we
can come up
dictate the
with
salary
actuals.
rather than doing an RFP for in-house? I
Yes,
want to
we
make
would have
sure I
a,
get this.
right,
That would
yes,
be
we would have
correct.
a salary. We would establish the salary, or at least a range of a salary. And that would go in the posting through HR.
And other districts have this similar type thing, so there should be some salary ranges for these
There are.
positions already.
We can find that out.
Right.
It's actually on that
Information that you sent me.
11 by 17 spreadsheet. It's all, whatever the systems are for in-house and,
What you just gave me, Ms. Sessoms.
That's
Yes.
correct. Uh-huh.
yeah, that has every system that responded to our request for public information. And I think there were like 35 or 40 systems that responded. So we got a good cross-section of the state, some really good ones, some very clear ones, and you all have modeled those well. So for the in-house, we're going to publish a job description, a salary range. We're going to post it. We're going to ask the School Boards Association for their assistance in getting the word out. And for the contracted services, we're going to send it to people on the Bar Association list and the School Boards Association listserv.
Yes.
Did I capture that?
And you have some local council that would be interested that know educational law as well.
They will be on the Bar Association list. And we're going to contact universities.
Dr. Bracy, going back to the in-house, and I don't want to muddy the water or anything, but I guess you would dictate the size support staff they would have, and, you know, I know that if you're going to post that position, they're going to want to know what kind of support they're going to have as an attorney and legal counsel, so that would be on your shoulders as well.
Yes. Yes. They're definitely going to want to know that, what kind of support they would have.
Any other pieces of this process? Then we will ask Dr. Bracy to send us his edits, and each of us will review his input. And once it's blessed, it will go to Michelle. Michelle will type up the job description for our in-house and our RFP for our contracted personnel. And in the meantime, we will be gathering the address list from the School Boards Association, from the Bar Association, and from universities.
Okay.
Dr. Bracy, I just want to give a kudos to Tabitha Lee. Mike waited till the very last minute to ask her for help. I want to say maybe it was last Thursday, and she came up with so much information for us from other counties so that I could put this together yesterday. So I just want you to know how much I appreciate Tabitha's help on this.
Thank you.
She
And
rocks.
Tabitha can watch this, but she did respond to every email and phone call and request that I had. Also, Stephen Britt, who is off serving our country right now, and even he responded with the many emails that I bombarded him with. So, and Teresa, I appreciate you for getting this information together too. It was well put together and well thought of. So, thank you.
Any other items for the good of the order? Ms. Sessoms, Dr. Bracy? Then in half an hour, we have done a great day's work, and thank you all so much for coming in. We have some time before our board meeting starts.
We do.
So thank you all again. I will get these minutes typed up and circulated ASAP.
Thank you, Dr. Smith, for your leadership.
Thank you, Dr. Smith.
You're very welcome. My pleasure.
I'd like to call this August 11th, 2020 Board of Education meeting to order. Ms. Weckesser, please make note that 6 board members are present. Tracy is calling in from Zoom. At this time, we will open up with invocation by Mr. Ronald Johnson and the pledge by Mr. Mike Wooten.
Dear Heavenly Father, we're gathered here today in these most uncertain times to make the best decision possible for our children, your children, Lord. We ask and beg upon your mercy for the guidance we need to protect staff, students, and families of Johnston County Public Schools. Father, we know this territory is uncharted, and this is something we've never experienced before. However, we accept, concede, and are thankful that you are in charge, Lord. No matter how deep the water or tall the mountain, there is nothing people can't do through you, Lord. Lord, a gift you have given everyone is their ability to choose. Lord, you force no one to sing your praises. Your love is based on mutuality and free will, and we plead for your knowledge and guidance as we make decisions that will impact thousands of people in Johnston County. I pray we give them what you have given us, the ability to choose. Lord, we ask if one does not know you, they may come to know you through your Son, the Savior, Jesus Christ. Thank you for your many blessings and mercy. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session for the purpose stated on our agenda.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Grant, second by Mr. Johnson.
Oh, yep, it's a remote meeting today.
All right, starting Mr. Johnson,
I vote yes.
Ms. Sessoms,
Yes.
Ms. Dukowski,
Yes.
Dr. Smith,
Yes?
Ms. Grant,
Yes.
Mr. Wooten.
Yes.
I vote yes. Motion carries 7-0. We're in closed session. like to call this August 11th, 2020 meeting back to order. We have already gone into closed session. We've already had a call to order as well with the invocation and pledge of allegiance. So at this time, I will entertain a motion for approval of the minutes for the July 14th, 2020 meeting.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Johnson, second by Mr. Wooten. Do a roll call since all board members are not here, starting with Mr. Johnson. Ms. Sessoms? Yes. Mr. Kowski?
Yes.
Dr. Smith? Yes. Ms. Grant? Yes. Mr. Wooten? I vote yes. Motion carries 7-0. At this time, I'll entertain a motion for the approval of the July 22nd
So moved.
special session. Motion by Mr.
So
Johnson,
moved.
second by Ms. Zukowski, starting with Mr. Wooten. Ms. Grant? Dr. Smith? Ms. Zukowski?
Yes.
Ms. Sessoms?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson? I vote yes. Motion carries 7-0. At this time, I'll take any adjustments to the agenda, starting with Mr. Johnson. All right. Ms. Sessoms?
None.
Ms. Zukowski? Ms. Zukowski?
None.
Dr. Smith? Ms. Grant?
Mr. Chairman, I have two adjustments to the agenda. One is to add an update of the teleworking requests from our instructional staff. And the other is coronavirus testing for teachers to come back to the building if they test positive.
I guess we can put the coronavirus testing under Section D, Chief of Human Resources for Mr. Vetrano. And then the teleworking would also be with Mr. Vetrano. So both of those would go under Mr. Vetrano's reports. Mr. Wooten. Okay, I'll entertain a motion for the two adjustments to our agenda. Motion by Mr. Wooten, second by Mr. Johnson. Starting with Mr. Johnson, Ms. Sessoms, Ms. Zukowski,
Yes.
Dr. Smith, Ms. Grant,
Yes.
Mr. Wooten, and I vote yes. Motion carries 7-0. At this time, I will ask for updates from our board committees, starting with Dr. Smith with the legal services and districts.
I'll start with the easy one first. Our district committee had planned to have a public hearing in September once school got started and we were back to semi-normal. Since we aren't going to be back to semi-normal, we are going to postpone those discussions until further notice. We are continuing to gather feedback, however, so if people have points of view, we would love to hear from your, we would love to have your input. As for our Legal Services Committee, we met today and we have submitted to Dr. Bracy our proposals for both in-house and contracted services. He is going to review that. We will send those out to board members for final blessing, and then we will send those requests for proposals to local and we will contact universities, the School Boards Association, listserv, and other venues for publishing those. Our legal services in-house person will be vetted through Human Resources. There will be an interview process and a rubric for judging our candidates, assessing, I hate to say judging, assessing the services offered by our candidates. And we hope to have a legal team, both contracted and in-house. There you go. Thank you, Teresa. Sooner than later. So thank you, sir. And let me bring policy review as well. Policy review has postponed our meetings since our administrators had other larger issues to be concerned about, but we will be meeting Wednesday. Whenever we're meeting again, we're going to have to put some policies in place that we are discussing today for our district. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Wooten.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Finance Committee has been working hard not only for legal services RFPs, but I did have a conversation with Steve and Britt, who's going to give us a financial update in our September meeting. Some positives about what we talked about last meeting. The State Board of Education has given us the same effect for transportation allotments, which were held harmless to 2020 allotments. However, the efficiency ratio or the efficiency rating has not been, we don't have any relief from that yet to be held harmless. But it does give us the flexibility at this point that we could, bus drivers that aren't driving a bus could work other jobs to get paid, like if you're taking temperature or being a monitor or any other job. The only difference between last year and this year is they got to work to get paid, but they can do other jobs to be able to get paid, which is great. But we're still looking for flexibility from General Assembly to be able to get past the efficiency ratio so we don't have to purchase buses in the future. Some of the things we got to be looking at in the near future as far as finances is our child nutrition budget. They'll probably be in the red before too long because of the summer feeding, not at the fault of child nutrition. It's what we needed to do to make sure our students get fed. Some positives for the budget is the CARES Act, been able to purchase devices for our students to make sure they have access to their education. And another issue that we have to keep our eyes on is that if we have decline enrollment, there's a chance we may have to revert money back to the state in December. We're looking to be held harmless for lower enrollment as well. Parents may have other choices to take their students to, but I'm hoping that the state will hold us harmless with that, where we don't have to revert money back to the state because of our lower enrollment. But we'll see how that goes once school starts. But that's all I have right now. But in September, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Britt will be back to give us a full financial report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wooten. I will just add that since our last meeting, our special session, I had Senator Jackson's office reach out to me in regards to some of the items that you mentioned, and they had already reached out to Berger's office as well as Representative Strickland. So there's a lot of movement on the hold harmless as far and flexibility. And I just want to thank those offices for working hard, and I have full anticipation that based upon the conversations we've had, that when they go back into session sometime the 1st of September, that this would be something that's on their agenda that they need to really take a strong look at, because it just doesn't affect Johnston County. It affects all the counties in the state as far as what we're dealing with as far as flexibility and being held harmless. So before we go into advisory appointments, I just want to pull licensed personnel from the consent items, and we're going to add licensed personnel under Mr. Vetrano. All right, at this time, I will give it to Miss Terry Sessoms.
It's my pleasure to bring forward the names submitted by William Weaver, principal at South Johnston High School, for the following recommended appointments or reappointments for Parent Advisory Council at that school. The first is reappointment of members Tina Lee, Elaine Royster, and John Webster for 3 years each, terms to end in June 2023. We also have new member appointments of 3 years each for Suzanne Beasley, filling a vacant seat left by Lynn Smith, Christy Carter, filling a vacant seat left by Kelvin Haley. Dennis Durham, filling a vacant seat left by Harold King. And Rebecca Shearer, filling a vacant seat left by Amy Johnson. Terms to end in June 2023.
Okay, we'll let that stand as a motion. Mr. Wooten.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Corinth Holder High School Principal Brian Johnson recommended the reappointment of Mr. Dale Hill for 3 years, term to end in June 2023.
All right, we'll let that stand as a second. And Glendale Kinley, Principal, Cole Yarborough, requests new member appointment for 3 years for Lauren Shoemaker, filling a vacant seat left by Emily Lawhorn, term to end in June 2023. And then Micro Elementary, TJ Parrish, the principal, wishes to reappoint members Deborah Elliott, Robert Talton, and Lachey Mooring for 3 years each, terms to end June 2023. So we've got a motion and a second. We'll start with roll call. Mr. Johnson. Ms. Essems. Yes. Ms. Zukowski.
Yes.
Dr. Smith.
Yes.
Ms. Grant. Yes. Mr. Wooten. Yes. I vote yes. Motion carries 7-0. Next on our agenda is public comment. That'll be done at 6 o'clock like it has been done in the past, with email links on our website for public comment. So this time I'll turn it over to Dr. Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, board members. Mr. Chair, at this time, I ask that the board approve consent items 8A, 1A through 8A, 1D.
Okay, if we pulled 1A, so we just for the record, right? Yeah, okay. All right, for the record, 8A, 1B through 8A, 1D. I'll entertain a motion.
So move.
Motion by Mr. Wooten, second by Mr. Johnson. Roll call, starting with Mr. Johnson. Yes. Ms. Essems. Yes. Ms. Zukowski.
Yes.
Dr. Smith. Yes. Ms. Grant. Yes. Mr. Wooten. Yes. I vote yes. Motion carries 7-0. At this time, I'll turn it back over to Dr. Bracy for the school reopening health protocols. I believe we have some guests with us as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the board, have with us today our health director, Dr. Pearson. She's here for Johnson County Public Schools Health Update. Dr. Pearson.
Welcome, Dr. Pearson.
Go Tigers. Good evening.
Good evening.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you, first of all, for having me come and talk with you all today. I've been working closely with Dr. Pierce, Dr. Bracy, your team, your school nurse, Dr. Allen. We've been meeting and talking about the processes and procedures we need to put in place to keep our children and our staff safe. So we have been working together, and I want to give you just a few numbers initially, but you sent me some questions, and I want to answer some of those questions for you. So I have a few slides to answer some of those questions. And I know there may be additional questions that come up. Probably won't have time to answer those questions, but if you would like, you can send those, and I will get answers for you, okay? First of all, this is something that DHHS put out, and I'm hoping, if parents are watching, that they are going to the North Carolina DHHS website and getting this information. This came out last week, what families can expect when schools reopen. So that is the link there. We all need to work together to keep our schools and communities safe. So please go to the website. They update that website. There's information there, the Strong Schools NC information, and probably lots of FAQs that will answer lots of the questions that they have about COVID-19, positive cases, contact tracing, et cetera. So just to give you an idea of what's happening in our county, this is data from yesterday. Our total cases are up to 3,322. We've had 47 deaths. Hospitalizations are at 26. Most of the people are presumed recovered, and our average age of our cases is 38. I can tell you that over the last couple of weeks, we've seen a decrease in the number of cases. In July, probably many of you have heard on the news that the last 2 weeks of July, we had a number of cases, particularly in children. There were a high number of cases. We have seen our cases fluctuate a bit, but the last week or so, we've seen a decrease in the number of cases we're seeing. These are on numbers by age, and of course, the largest age group we're seeing is that 25 to 49 age group, about 42%. That 0 to 17 is 16%, and about 12% of those are the 5 to 17 age group, to give you an idea of what we're seeing. The number that everybody talks about a lot is the positivity rate. And of course, that's the number of tests that are positive compared to how many tests we're actually doing. And when we look at our positivity rate, you can see that that rate is starting to decrease for us. I have a star by the 719 week and the 726 week because some of those tests are still coming in. And it may be that that number will increase by 1% or so. Either way, you can see that our rates are starting to decrease some, which is a good sign for community spread here in our community. The information that we have now about children and COVID-19 shows that rates are a little bit lower in children, and they're less likely to spread the virus. Most children have mild symptoms, and some are even asymptomatic. Of course, that happens in adults also. Children are less likely to infect others when they have COVID-19. And that last bullet there, they've looked at some schools where they have restarted, and children who have positive cases or become positive don't usually have a lot of community transmission. Household transmission, yes, but not as much in the community. There have been some data and some more studies that are done, but I think everybody knows this is a novel virus. We're learning something new every day. What I tell you today may be different tomorrow. So this is information based on what I have from today. So I wanted to give you an idea of what happens when we get positive cases. We have an investigation process that we follow. We initially get information about a positive case. We may get calls from somebody that say they're positive. We get information from our state lab, from our state system. We get information, faxes from other doctors' offices, et cetera. But what we do is we verify that result. Even today, we had someone who told us they were positive, and once we got the lab result, it was negative. So we have to verify the result before we do anything with that. And then we determine if they're actually a Johnston County resident, because our health department only deals with Johnston County residents. If we have a positive case of someone who lives in another county, we transfer that to that county of residence. We contact that case and talk with them and complete our case investigation form, which asks them about symptoms and some other information. And then we provide some isolation guidance to them. That is, if they're a positive case, they should be isolating for a minimum of 10 days. And then we ask them to, of course, monitor their symptoms. We ask them for the information for close contacts, and close contacts are defined as within 6 feet and 15 minutes, and that's a cumulative 15 minutes. And then we contact an employer if an employer is involved. As I mentioned, close contacts are those that are within 6 feet, cumulative 15 minutes. We find out who those contacts are, and then we contact them to talk with them, let them know they were a possible exposure, and that they should be monitoring their symptoms. If they are a close contact, they have to quarantine for 14 days. And that's regardless of whether they get tested again. We do have a community contact tracing team, so there may be others that are state contracted that may be calling for Johnston County Health Department and contacting them to talk with them about that process. You all had some questions about transparency, and reporting cases. We have to balance transparency with public health, of course, and individual privacy. So with HIPAA laws, we're not allowed to release protected health information unless we have been given the authority by that individual. And we do not report individual cases. We report to employers, so employers are free to do what they wish with that information. But as public health, we do not report those cases. We are required to report outbreaks in congregate living settings, so that's long-term care facilities, jails, for example, correctional facilities, and clusters in schools and child care facilities. An outbreak is defined as 2 laboratory-confirmed cases, and that's in a congregate living setting, as I mentioned. So you will see those things reported publicly by us on our website, and it's also reported publicly by North Carolina DHHS on their website. Clusters are laboratory-confirmed cases, minimum of 5 cases, and epidemiologically linked means that there's no other reason for that positive. So if someone is positive after being in a household with a family member who was initially positive, that case would not count in that cluster. Child care operators and school principals are required by general statute to report to the health department any communicable disease. That includes COVID-19. This is a screening flow chart that I hope you all have seen. It's in the Strong Schools toolkit. There were some questions about screening and what happened. So we've met with your school nurses and talked with them and gone through this process with them. So if a child or a staff member is screened and there are no flags, of course, they're free to be at school. If you find out they have been exposed to a COVID-19 case, they would need to go home. They would be considered a close contact, and that's 14 days from last exposure. If they've been diagnosed, then that is a 10-day isolation period if they are a positive case. And then if they have symptoms, if they screen them with a symptom, they would need to be evaluated. So we have developed a process. We work with Dr. Pierce, Dr. Allen, and your school nurses, that they would do a screening. And once they are in that isolation room and further screening occurs, they would send the form to us, and then we would be contacting them. They would be sent home, and we would contact them to go through a process to determine if they need to be tested. Usually, if there's no other reason for symptoms, we would recommend testing. There's no recommendations for systematic testing, as in testing everybody that returns to school. We do recommend testing, as I said, for a positive symptom screen, or if they have an onset of symptoms at school, if they're a close contact to someone who's been diagnosed with COVID-19, or if there's a cluster of cases in a school. This is a flow chart that will be available. I'm not sure if it's available yet on our website, but it talks about what happens if you test positive and if you have symptoms. So you can see here, if you test positive and you do have symptoms, you have to stay home and away from others for at least 10 days. And then if your symptoms are improving, you can leave isolation after your 10 days, unless you start feeling sick again, okay? If you test positive, you do have symptoms, but they're not improving, we do ask that you follow up with your primary care doctor or you follow up with us at the health department. And again, you would need to be 24 hours fever-free. If you test positive and you have no symptoms, you have 10 days of isolation, regardless. This is the graphic for testing negative. So if you were exposed to someone with COVID-19, again, it would still be 14 days regardless of whether you got tested or not, that you would need to quarantine. So if you're negative and you're exposed to someone, that yes part at the top tells you, again, that you would need to quarantine for 14 days. If you start feeling sick, we would recommend you getting tested. This is a graphic and it's pretty small, but I'm going to send this out, and it will also be available. But it talks about what should happen when a member of your household tests positive for COVID-19. And I think it explains it very well. It talks about Mr. Friendly, who tests positive. And so Mr. Friendly would have 10 days of isolation. Mrs. Friendly, who's in close contact with Mr. Friendly every day, she would have 14 days unless she develops symptoms. If she develops symptoms, then she would need to be tested. But otherwise, her quarantine actually starts after Mr. Friendly's isolation ends. And that's because she's continuing to be exposed to him. Mr. Son Friendly, you can see there he was exposed to Mr. Friendly on day 1 and then starts his quarantine. He doesn't feel sick and he tests negative. So again, he would have his 14 days, beginning on the last day of his exposure. And then Daughter Friendly, you can see there, she was in close contact with Mr. Friendly. And she did get sick. She was in quarantine, but she would have to be tested. And if she tests and tests positive, she would have 10 days. So why is retesting not recommended? And I think that was one of your questions. The available data we have says that people with mild to moderate symptoms will usually recover and not have any infectious virus after 10 days. Those with more severe or critical illness usually will have no more infectious virus after 20 days. And this is from the CDC studies. Recovered persons can continue to shed virus for up to 3 months, which means you can continue to test, but they will continue to have a positive test, although they may not have infectious virus there. This is why the CDC recommended a few weeks ago going away from the testing strategy and using the symptom strategy. So not retesting is not recommended. These are contacts, of course, Dr. Pierce and Dr. Allen and Beth Hockaday are our main contacts, but we have 2 of our team members, our COVID response team members, that are assigned to work with them closely while we're dealing with this response. I think we all can say and expect that we're going to have positive cases. I think we just need to have protocols and procedures in place to address those positive cases. And as long as we communicate and work together, I think we can work together and keep our kids and our staff safe. This is our COVID-19 information line. Anyone can call that line for any questions or information. That is also on our johnstonNC.com website, along with our data dashboard, and you can actually subscribe to that and get updates when we update that dashboard, which we update Monday through Friday, not on weekends, although we work on weekends. We update it Monday through Friday. I think that's it.
Dr. Pearson, thank you very much for taking time out of your day to come and speak to us tonight. I mean, it's a lot of information. I've had a chance to tour your facility and see all of the working parts and how our school nurses have assisted through this summer with calls and so forth, and federal employees in the office as well, I believe, that help track down positive cases. So I think the protocols you've got in place are very much assisting us, and it may be a reason why our percentages are starting to decrease in Johnston County. So I appreciate everything you're doing from your department.
Wonderful.
Dr. Pearson, I have just a really quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
You said that you reported to employers. Does that go to Human Resources, Dr. Bracy? To whom does that information go?
We have been talking with Dr. Pierce. He's been our primary contact. So he is your contact that we have been working with. I know that he may be moving that to Dr. Allen, but he has been the primary contact that we've been talking with the last few months.
And Dr. Pearson,
Yes,
I was
sir.
going to just ask, what would you attribute the decrease in cases, as you mentioned in your presentation? What would you attribute that to, if you would feel comfortable saying that?
Sure. I think there are a combination of things. A part of it is some of the testing. We have not been testing as much. I think a few weeks ago, we did over 3,500 tests. Last week, maybe 2,500 tests in our county. So some of that. But you still look at that positivity rate, which helps us see, you know, what's happening in our county. But I really think what's helping us is this, wearing masks and waiting 6 feet apart. And we're going to need to continue to do that. I get questions all the time about, you know, when does this end? I don't think it will. But I think we can mitigate this and continue to have a different normal. I don't think we're going to have normal, but we're going to have a different normal if we can do some of these things and continue to wear a mask and wait 6 feet apart.
Thank you, Dr. Pearson.
Dr. Pearson, I'm sorry, just one other question. What are your best guess if you were to make a prognosis about when a vaccine would be ready? What would your guess be?
I watch the news and I watch Dr. Fauci like everybody else. I do some reading, and I do think there will likely be a vaccine at the end of this year. I think we're going to have to wait and see about efficacy of that vaccine, and also how many people will get the vaccine. There are some people who will not get the vaccine. So that, of course, will affect our effectiveness of the vaccine, how well we do, how much herd immunity we have. So I think we'll have to wait and see.
Dr. Pearson?
I just had one question. You know, there was a spike after Memorial Day when everyone had their gatherings. Do we anticipate something similar with Labor Day?
I do think anytime we have people gathering, we expect to have more cases. So the holiday, yes. I think with us going back to school, anytime we have more people together, I think we're going to have more cases. I think we just need to manage those cases and mitigate those cases. We have to continue to do the things we need to do so that we can decrease the spread. Masks have been shown to decrease the spread 50 to 60% or so. So if we can get everybody to wear a mask, we can all get back to doing some of the things we enjoy, like football.
Dr. Pearson?
I have a question. Tracy Zukowski, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Wonderful. You had mentioned earlier that the virus could shed up to 3 months. Can you give me what that means in layman terms? What I'm looking for is if the virus is still shedding, does that mean that it can still spread? And what does the contagion time period look like if that virus is still shedding?
So what that means is that you can continue to have a positive test up to 3 months because that virus, the RNA, we have DNA, viruses have RNA, can still be detected, but that virus is not infectious. So it could be parts of the virus that's still there at 3 months, but it's not shown to be infectious at 3 months. So even if you're positive at that point, which is why they have the 10 days if you're a positive case, after that time period, it does not appear that you can spread that virus.
Perfect. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, so Dr. Pearson, I was going to ask something very similar, but you answered with that. For the severe cases and immunocompromised individuals, you stated, and the CDC does as well, I was referencing that earlier, up to 20 days rather than 10. So if you make a blanket statement of 10 days and no fever, I'm assuming if it's a severe case,
They're likely hospitalized.
okay, or the fever is still there, or
That's correct.
something to that
They usually
nature.
have more severe symptoms.
Right, okay.
Any other questions for Dr. Pearson? Dr. Pearson, thank you very much for coming tonight. Thank you for your valuable information and what you do for our county on a daily basis.
Thank you guys for your support. I appreciate you all allowing us to use the schools for testing sites, so thank you very much. We were at Triple S today. We're at Corinth Holders High Thursday, Triple S again next Tuesday, and North Johnston Middle next Thursday. So that's my plug.
Thank you. Dr. Pierce. Oh, is it Dr. Bracy still? Oh, okay. I'm
Anything
sorry.
you want to add to that, Dr. Pierce? Or you?
I just think, I just want to say thank you to Dr. Pearson. Their group's been amazing, following up and just following through. So, been a few times when we can't get the phone to answer on the first call back to the employee maybe, but they've done a great job, so.
And Dr. Pierce, I want to also commend you. You've done a great job being our point of contact with the health department as well. Thank you so much. Dr. Pierce's presentation overlapped with mine. She covered a lot of statistics that I was going to cover, which is fine. She can do it much better than I could do it. But just some of our goals tonight is to just provide some additional information regarding, how we're going to open up under Plan B2. At the July 22nd board meeting, the board made the decision that we will open up under Plan B2. So we hope that as a result of tonight, everybody will gain a better understanding of our safety, our daily safety protocols, our health protocols, and we're going to add many pieces to our presentation tonight other than health and safety. We're going to talk academics, we're going to talk transportation. I know Ms. Gill and some members of her staff are going to talk sanitation as far as transportation is concerned as well. Just again, an overview of what decision that we made last month to have our students assigned in two groups, cohorts 1 and 2. Cohort 1 attends 2 days, Monday and Tuesday. We'll do a deep clean on Wednesday. And cohort 2 will attend school on Thursday and Friday. And when we're not in school, our students will have remote learning opportunities when not face-to-face. And they'll attend all days except Wednesday for our deep cleaning. And elementary and all self-contained EC are set to begin on September 8th. And we had said at the last meeting that we were going to be remote for grades 6 through 12 indefinitely. Have not made the decision on when that will begin. We said we just left it indefinitely. And 100% virtual for students within schools. I know some families had made the decision to participate in our virtual program. And I think those numbers as of today are 14,450 students as of 4 p.m. today. So many have made that choice to participate in the virtual platform. And I know we had a soft deadline on that, Dr. Pierce, for our virtual platform, but 14,450 is a huge number. So several families have made that decision to use our virtual platform. And we're going to, as I said a little earlier, update transportation, sanitation, and safety, school nutrition. Dr. Pierce just did a great job. Dr. Pearson just did a great job with school health. Ms. Gill will talk technology, communication, and Dr. Coates as well will join us a little bit later for an update on academics. These are my numbers, and Dr. Pearson just presented them greatly. The only thing I'll add to this is, and I don't know if she said it or not, which supports what she said about how we're improving. We were 6th largest the last time we talked about this in July, and now we're the 7th largest number of confirmed cases. So that in itself supports what Dr. Pearson said, that we're getting healthier, it appears, as a county. And that's just the graph that we presented last time. We just added the new confirmed cases to that. And those are the new cases as well in that graph format as well. So, Ms. Gill, are you ready to share some information regarding transportation? Any questions before Ms. Gill takes over the presentation? Any questions from any board members at this time?
Dr. Bracy,
Yes.
the 14,000 Virtual Academy, the teachers are from this is not North Carolina, this is Johnston County's Virtual Academy.
Correct, yes. Ms. Gill.
Good evening, everyone. I'm delighted to be with you today, and we're going to share some of the nuts and bolts about how we are looking to get the students back to school with us. And the first thing that we thought would be helpful for you is to actually see We began with CTLA students who needed to be on JCC's campus this week. So we had to train some of our drivers. And so this is we use this video for our drivers, but we're also planning to put all the videos you see tonight on our website under our parent section because it gives folks a good understanding. So I'm going to let you take a look at that first off.
Good morning, Miss Jones. How are you? Good. How are you? Go all the way to the back and find the seat where they're at. Good morning, Mr. Jones. Good morning. Oh, you need a mask?
No, he's not wearing a mask today.
That's fine. You will just have to sit right here, starting in front, okay? Okay, boys and girls, we're going to unload the bus one by one, okay? And as you walk past, right here is going to be hand sanitizer. Get you a squirt, rub together, get real good, and stop right here at Mr. Holloman. One at a time. One at a time, okay?
All right, I hope that helped give you a visual of the kinds of things that we're going to be doing to get the students on the bus safely. Also, for the sake of time, you will see a timeline on this presentation of when the trainings are, the bus pickups, and all of the routine things that we do to get students back with us. The next slide that I'd like to show you is regarding sanitation and safety. And I'm going to go over just a couple of things. We've held a custodian training session on August the 6th, going through these protocols with our head custodians who then went back to train their folks. We also have worked with our custodial staff that temporarily, while we do not have the middle and high school students with us in the large capacity, we're reassigning one person from each one of those schools to support at starting September 8th with our elementary students and those staffs there. The PPE update that you'll see, we do have delivered the cloth mask, 5 per student and for the staff. The face shields should be in this week. They're to be worn as as you saw Mr. Williams wearing in the video. Gloves, wipes, cleaners, sanitizers, the foam sanitizer dispensers that are in each one of the classrooms, those are we're going to be installing first. They are here. And then all of the CDC signage that we have. Also on our website, I did not put it today for the sake of time, is an office setup. It tells the office exactly how it should be set up and how visitors should approach and the types of interactions to have with visitors who come in. The next piece is actually we went out to a school one day, and this is one sample of how a school in the elementary environment will be setting up procedures, and they have become even more well-defined since we did this. But the first one is entering the building. You'll see that in order to keep the number of folks who are coming into one entrance down, this principal has chosen to use their entrances. Then, am I controlling this, Nathaniel, or are you? I am. You'll see our social distancing signs that we have at each one of those places, and some of the schools are becoming very creative in putting their own little logos and things like that on there. Then you'll see, again, just some more looks there. This is the sanitation station at each one of the entrances. You can see our sanitation station on the stand, the signage we have, and what they would go through as their protocols there with temp checks and all of those pieces. Then you'll notice we've just talked to you a little bit about where we believe the sanitation should begin, trying to get the staff member holding the door so you don't have students opening up multiple times. Carpool procedures, you'll see that coming in, taking the temps as they arrive. Then staff directing them to their appropriate entrance. Drinking fountain procedures, you'll see that an adult can man that station and having those cups there so that students aren't touching that. Bathroom procedures, and we've given this out to all of our principals so that they can begin to get ideas of how to set up their environment. But you're seeing just not using, and you'll see our signage there, not using all of those lavatories. Holding areas, and Crystal will get involved in this more, but this is basically some triage areas if there is a problem as students are coming off of a bus. And they've got different terminologies for it, and honestly, I can't remember the names. That's where Crystal's going to come in here in a minute. But this is one principal's look at that, and that's for if there's a problem that was on that bus with a student maybe not wearing a mask or some sort of temp check, something like that going on. Bus procedures, this came from DPI as to how they recommend us to have the seating on the bus. And then you'll see we've given you a demonstration of how they want you sitting on the bus. And hand sanitizer, you saw the ventilation. The students getting off of the bus, and what we're doing there is, in both the other video, is marking the students as they get on the bus. If there becomes an issue, you have a record for contact tracing as to who is sitting closest to the students. And then you'll see that is your back door area for students coming off of the bus. And I think I missed one. We've got stickers and signs for that for students for lining up. And then orientations, our orientation schedule is on the website and on individual websites of the schools at this point. Some are doing face-to-face one-on-ones, and some are doing virtual. So those are all school decisions. This was showing an in-person sample, showing the way the furniture needs to be designed. and where the teacher and the social distancing, and even giving some ideas about individual school supplies, having those coming in a Ziploc bag. And teachers are extremely creative, so I'm sure they've all got ways that they're doing that for their face-to-face kids. And then looking at some carpool procedures. This principal has one of their lineups at that particular door, and that was Mr. Kerwin over at Powhatan and his look that he had. And I'm not sure if I'm running this or not. So, Nathaniel, am I backing out? There we go. So I hope that helps you to see a little bit of the things that we are doing. We have been in contact with Dr. Pearson and the folks at the hospital staff to make sure that the chemicals that we are using are also the same types of chemicals that they're using in the hospitals as well. That'll be in our foggers that we have as well. So we have continued to come a long way with that. In regards to school nutrition.
Ms. Gill, can I just ask a question? First of all, thank you for those visuals. The video was great, as well as the pictures. Mr. Sutton, Mr. Wooten, and myself were at CTLA yesterday, and we watched the buses unload on their first day. The windows are down, so it gets hot on those buses. And can't that have an impact on student temperature as they step off the bus? We noticed that many occasions they have to step off the bus and stand in the shade to cool off because of the heat of the bus.
Right.
Going forward, if we're still in the middle of the pandemic in the winter, do you think the windows will still have to be down?
No, we went back and checked that in the manual today, and it says if feasible. So certainly we're going to have some circumstances with rain and those kinds of things where it's maybe not feasible.
Under any circumstances with extreme heat, would it be considered not feasible?
In my opinion, I don't think that's feasible.
Okay.
Yeah. What we're trying to show you is perfect scenario of what we don't have much of in North Carolina anymore, which is a nice spring day with low humidity, but that doesn't seem to be what we get. But certainly we don't want children to be uncomfortable. When the buses that you actually saw at CTLA were some of our very newest, did you notice how shiny they were? So we know that they actually have good air conditioning. So we certainly have to make what is common sense decisions about
So the air is on, it's just the windows are down while the air is on. Okay.
Yeah. But you may need to decide if it's an oppressive heat situation. We got to make good decisions for kids' health. There's other ways to look at health too.
Thank you, Ms. Gill.
Ms. Gill, you used the word visitors. At Campbell, we've banned visitors. Is that a possibility that we could just say no visitors to our school?
I'm not sure that we have gotten to that point yet. I think we're doing a lot of appointments for enrollment and dropping off paperwork, and one at a time. Many of our schools now have they all have the vestibule area. So I think our principals are looking at those particular types of things, and then using the call buttons that we have before you let them in to let them know that they have to wait, that somebody will come out to do a temp check on them. So it is, when we say visitors, it is not a free-flowing.
So you're not talking about parents, you're talking, parents would be considered visitors in your lexicon, but
right, need to be there.
I could not go visit a school as a visitor and read to a class until this is passed.
No, it's really a need to be there for a specific purpose.
Very good.
That is actually screened at the door.
Thank you so much. I
Yes.
appreciate that.
All right. I have a question. So this scenario addresses what to do if a child refuses to wear a mask. I thought the governor's mandate was they had to wear a mask on the bus, they had to wear a mask in the classroom. That's what we've been telling teachers, that's what we've been telling parents. But yet we have a scenario for what if they don't? How do we do what if they don't when it's required?
Are you asking what happens to the child if they don't?
We're saying you're going to sit at the front of the bus, but the mandate was you have to wear a mask on the bus and at the school, but we're setting up scenarios for if they don't. How do we set up if you don't when it's a mandate?
Well, you have to be prepared for, and forgive me for answering this, but you have to be prepared for when people do not comply. And even though that is a mandate and an order, they are juveniles, and you know, I think our goal would be to educate them and keep them safe. So we're going to need that protocol because inevitably that will happen.
And as far as the, temperature checks, and yes, if the windows are down and it's hot and their temperatures appear to be high when it's not really, many of us advocated at the last meeting to do temperature checks at the bus stop. And Columbus County has theirs written to where the parent must wait at the bus stop with the child till their temperature is checked, so that if they cannot, their temperature is high, you don't have to worry about leaving the child behind because the parent is there. So that would take care of that scenario. It could also take care of the scenario of if the parent says the child's not going to wear the mask. I mean, we're either saying it's mandatory or we're saying it's not mandatory. We can't say it's mandatory and then say, but, oh, yeah, if you don't, then here's what we're going to do. I understand what you're saying, Ronald, but we can't say it's mandatory and then say, oh, but in this case, this is what we're going to do. It's either mandatory or it's not mandatory. And we're either complying with the governor's order or we're not. Teachers are banking on the fact that we are going to do what we said we're going to do. So they need to know what we're going to do or not. Parents need to know what we're going to do. We have 14,450 parents who said, my students are going virtual. The other parents think that we are going to do mandated precautions, and if we're not, they need to understand we're not, so they can say, well, I'm not sending my kid, or another teacher can say, I've decided I don't want to teach in person after all, I want to do virtual.
I think it's I think that's an easy fix, Teresa. Follow the protocol on the transportation, sit them at the front of the bus. They go to the front office. The principal calls the parent, says they're not complying with the mask. We're not going to leave them at the bus stop, but we're not going to let them mingle with other students as well, and let the parent come and pick them up, or they comply to wear the mask. But we see signs that say mandatory for mask at a lot of our restaurants, a lot of our other places that we go. But how many times do we walk in and see them, they're still letting them in without the mask?
But we're not responsible for those businesses, but we are responsible for these teachers
I'm not
and
saying
these
that, Teresa. I'm saying that that's happening. So if we're going to take the stance, put them at the front of the bus, and when they get to school, call the parent. They either comply with the mask or they go home.
But parents are signing up for in person. Those parents are signing an agreement that they will follow the rules. And if you're not going to follow the rule, don't have it. If we're going to, and what did she say 5 minutes ago at that podium, that masks work. We have got to protect our employees and we've got to keep our children safe. And if they're not going to wear a mask, they're not in school. And I love your idea. You said this early on. I need to see the bus check first. And the parent needs to wait there. And if they're sending their children face-to-face, they should be willing to do that. This is not asking them an unreasonable thing. And I know we've said there are a lot of children at some bus stops. Don't make the rule follow the exception. You make the rule that you're going to check those children before they get on the bus and have that mask on, or they get one, or they don't get on the bus. It's real simple to me.
Well, and we have a duty to protect our employees, and we have a duty to protect the children. And this is not a political football. This is a virus. This is something, we're talking about the safety, the health and safety of our community. And if we are going to have any face-to-face instruction, then we need to be able to say we are doing everything that we can to keep our folks safe. Otherwise, they all need to be virtual.
And teachers are saying, what do we do if a child refuses to wear a face mask? And they're not getting answers to that question. And we need to have it. But the whole thing, the bottom line to me is, do what you say and say what you do. period. Whatever it is, let's do it. Whatever we say, let's do it. If we're not going to do it, change what we say. But it's do what we say and say what we do.
The other thing is, real quick, is me as a parent, we've got a fourth grader. It's going to the bus stop. When I leave that, if we don't do the temperatures, and I'm all for the temperatures prior to the bus, don't get me wrong. But if we do it the way we're doing it now, I leave little Johnny at the bus stop with a mask on. But yet, when the bus comes, he's already torn the mask off and everything else.
We do have the
Right.
masks for those.
Right. So I'm all about them wearing the mask. Don't get me wrong with that. But we can't leave anybody at the bus stop either. That becomes a discipline issue when they get to the school, and we'll have to deal with that. But Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, and agree with what you're saying wholeheartedly, that there needs to be expectations, and you don't get what you expect, you get what you tolerate. So we're going to have guidelines, we're going to follow those guidelines, but let's keep in mind who we're dealing with. I mean, me personally, I can't get some of the adult population to follow the rules in my everyday job, and we're dealing with children who, not trying to be funny, sometimes we have trouble as instructors, maybe getting them to sit down or, keep their finger out of their nose, for lack of better examples, but we're expecting them to keep this mask on like they're soldiers. And I understand that there are going to be times where that mask is probably going to get taken off, and I just don't want to get to making it a major disciplinary issue. I know that we want consequences, and I am a consequences person. You can't control your consequences, but you can control your actions. Now, what I'm saying is, before we go out there and, throw the code of conduct at these students, we have to keep in mind that there will be those times where they're going to make mistakes. And as long as it's not outright defiance, I don't really have a problem with it. And we do need a protocol in place for when this happens, because inevitably it's going to happen. You're going to see kids have bad days and not want to comply. You're going to see that. You all know that. But we got to have a protocol in place for lack of compliance, because if you don't, what are the other alternatives? Get off the bus, walk it out, kid, to the house? No, we're going to have some form of protocol if there is not compliance.
I will say that we put that there because we did have CTLA students coming quickly, and those were the things that our drivers and our transportation staff said, but what happens when I'm on the side of the road and those sorts of things. But you're correct. When you get off the bus, when we talked about the holding areas, those types of areas in the school are supposed to be very close to where that back entrance is, and if you have an issue like that has occurred during the bus, then it becomes conversations immediately with the parents and deciding if it's non-compliance over and over, is the face-to-face environment the correct environment for them, and maybe we steer them in the direction of virtual. So, because we have that as an option. So it is not meant to be a complete pattern of behavior, but in these initial steps where people are learning, and many of our folks that we have in our school district are families that may not be as connected with what all the protocols are, if they have a language barrier, those types of things. So we're just trying to consider what may happen to a driver out there in the morning and how do they initially take care of it. So I certainly and understand exactly what you're saying, and I think we can continue to go back and look at how CTLA has gone this past week and continue to revisit the issue of temp checks. We do still have some things to work through. Every time we come back to you, we're getting more and more detailed with our layers of information. So now we're seeing we need to take a closer look at that. And so I would be happy to go back to our team and let's look at how that looks with the 24 kids on the bus. How has that worked with our CTLA drivers? Would they feel stressed if they do it? How are they doing it? And then I think I can get you some more definitive information.
Ms. Gill, I thought the segregating on the bus with the ones without the mask might have a health condition that they could not wear a mask, and that's when they would
You
sit.
will have those things as well, and those will be that constant conversation about who might have an IEP or some sort of thing. So all of those types of heightened communication is going to have to happen between the school and the driver and our transportation coordinators to ensure those things are happening. But if we see a non-compliance over and over again, I would want to know what is the reasons behind that, and then how do we take steps to find a solution for that. So I don't think that our first run at this was to say, this is what we're going to have constantly, but it helps to identify the symptom behind the behavior, and some of it may be a parent's particular views about it. So there's just a lot of things we looked at thinking right out of the gate initially. So I'm happy to go back and take a look at this again.
So when I watched the video, and maybe I looked at it wrong, I thought that it came across if a parent refuses
Yes,
a
ma'am.
child
There's
to wear a
two
mask.
things.
So I'm not talking, right now, we're talking about K through 5.
Right.
I understand all day long.
Yes.
That kindergarten and first grade, maybe even second grade teacher, God bless their soul, they are going to spend most of their day trying to get a child to wear a mask. I'm not talking about discipline at all. I'm talking about that first statement up there said if a parent refuses their child to wear a mask, if they're going to refuse for them to wear a mask, if the state mandates you wear a mask, then they need to consider virtual.
We actually have a couple of scenarios there. So if you have a parent standing there with them, but again, I think from a driver's standpoint, they're thinking, I've got a TD-29, I have certain numbers of minutes I'm supposed to be at that bus, and do I want to engage with a parent in an ongoing back and forth? So there's that consideration. But there's two different kinds of children that may come to us, ones that forgot their mask, and we have ones for them. One that says, a parent that comes up and says, I'm not wearing a mask. You can't make me wear a mask. And so, you may say, we have a requirement for a mask, but beyond that, if they refuse that, then it kind of becomes the principle of that school and us in the district office to say, where do we go from here? Can we allow that to go on? So those are the kinds of conversations I think we have to have. So we need to, every time we do a run of things, we get better and better with what are the what ifs, and you bring up great points for us.
And like I said, I mainly am saying we have to do what we say and say what we do. And I'm very passionate about that. And our teachers need to understand what they do. And like I said, I understand these elementary school children are going to have issues. I have a grandson going in the second grade. Masks are not his favorite thing. He doesn't even like to see me in a mask. So I understand that. It's going to be a difficult thing. But I'm talking about out-and-out refusal, and I don't think we can say it's mandatory and then say, oh, but okay, if your parent refuses, then come on. We're going to ignore the rule that you have to wear one. And that's kind of what that video said to me, but if that's not what our intent is,
I think it's a first run, but it's certainly
Sure.
helping us to gauge what we were doing this first week, and then how do we want to deal with that. So these are positive conversations because out of all of them, it helps us to determine what we want to do next.
Ms. Gill, I know you weren't, I'm sorry. Mr. Wooten and Mr. Sutton was there. I don't recall anyone on those CTLA buses not with a mask.
Yeah, I don't think we had that issue. They were asking during their training, what happens if that happens? What
Yes.
do I do? Our drivers, they get nervous when they're doing a new protocol, and kudos to the CTLA drivers because they've done a beautiful job this week in making that happen, and the kids have done a great job.
And when kindergarten students start riding buses, are you going to have some who take their mask off? Of course. What do we do as educators? We educate and teach. And we teach them and train them how to keep the mask on all day long.
That is
including
correct.
on bus rides. That's just what we do.
I think we all agree with protocols, but it's like Mr. Johnson said, it's going to be an opportunity to educate, and that's going to happen, so.
And I'm not advocating that we do not put an a kindergartner on the bus. I'm just saying, we can't say if the parent refuses, then we have to look at other options, or we have to change our,
And we're going
our
to do
rule,
a
one or
lot
the
of
other.
messaging, getting closer to the date about what are the bus protocols through Connect Ed messaging. So we've got to start getting those pieces out.
Absolutely, because we don't want the bus drivers to have to deal
that
with that.
situation, or the parent or
That's
student to feel
other people to deal
uncomfortable.
with, for sure.
Ms. Grant, and also, the piece that you were talking about, I was misunderstanding what you were looking at from the mask. I didn't see that piece about the parent refuses, so I apologize there, because I understand if the parent refuses that, then we got another issue that we need to look at. I totally agree with that. I was more into, like, if they're having a bad day, like Mr. Johnson was saying, or something of that nature. But I totally agree. We have to make sure that we're keeping our staff safe and the other students. That is our main goal there. I think everybody agree with that.
Thank you.
I just want to pause 1 second. It's past 6 o'clock. We did not have any public comments tonight, so I just want to make that known that at 6 o'clock we had 0 public comments, so we can move on with our.
And at the risk of sounding petty, and I've been known to be that, can we change what we call holding areas for the elementary school kids?
Oh, yeah, we're not calling them that anymore. That was about 2 weeks ago.
Okay, I don't want to call that. I don't want to say holding areas.
It
I
does-
associate that with something else. But anyway, no, you're good. I
I
just,
think you're going to hear the names of the rooms today that our
Okay.
health personnel have
right.
done. This was just us. Literally, we went out and we walked that school with the principal and said, let's lay this out, what you think you would do. And it was evolving, and we were moving tables and doing things as we went out. So you're going to find that your elementary principals are masters of design and knowing how to do this kind of thing. It may look slightly different than what you saw, and Dan's perfected his, but thank you. That's a great
no,
point.
and enjoyed the video. Always enjoy the transportation videos, even though this one didn't have singing and dancing in it. But what I would ask is for an update as far as, are we on track? Because I
We
know
are.
our last meeting, we talked about 5.5 to 6 weeks.
We're
I just
very-
want to be sure
doing very
we're on
well.
track. We're
Yes,
good?
and I think in prior to the slide, yes, things have gone very, very well because of the front-end work from our principals, because what they had done was already had them in the 3 cohorts, and then when there was a process that a couple of our elementary principals were able to figure out is how to collapse one of your cohorts into 2. We are, not to get in the weeds, but we are struggling a little bit with our very large schools into how to get them into 2 cohorts, not related to transportation, but related to the building size. We're going to have to cross those hurdles, but for now, the transportation piece is going well. I do need to say something to you. We have a lot of drivers who are in the queue to get their license. Here's the problem. You have to have an appointment at DMV. Some of the appointments are as far out as November. And we had one individual who drove all the way to Fayetteville to get their license because they were a driver only ready to work. So right here and right now, we're still going to be putting 300 buses on the road. Remember, we're not going to have 72 people on them. We're going to have 24. But because you don't have all 3 runs, we're making it work. But as we start getting into the fall, when we start, whatever the consideration is for bringing the other children back, that is a hurdle we can do nothing about as long as we've got that.
How many drivers are we talking about?
I think we have between 60 that are in a situation where they've taken the class and they're ready. Chad can give you the exact numbers. I did not bring them with me, but we wrote them down this afternoon. We walked through. I said, tell me any pitfalls you have right now. He said, this is the one I can't do anything about.
Can you just get those specific numbers to Ms. Wecker, sir, and she can
Absolutely.
email the board?
Yeah,
Thank
because
you.
that is a hurdle, getting an appointment.
Is there such thing as a DMV day for school personnel?
And that's something that I think I'm hearing it's happening across all of our, from our folks at DPI who deal with transportation, that it's happening to them too. They keep watching it. You can look at all the locations and see when you can get an appointment, but that is a big struggle.
So, Ms. Gill, before you go on, I'm going to make one statement, then I think I have 2 questions. I am still advocating for checking temperatures before students get on the bus. And if it's a policy like Columbus County that you parents wait till you get on the bus, I think it's the right thing to do. We have teachers that are concerned about those students coming to the school, parents concerned about riding on the bus. I think it's the right thing to do. That's my statement. Question.
Yes, ma'am.
We have one fogger per school, I believe, is what I
For
understand.
the actual school itself,
Right.
and then an additional one that goes in the bus room
Right.
for the buses.
So for some of our larger schools, how long does it take to do the fogger in the classrooms? I mean, is one going to be enough to take care of a large school? I know it'll be fine for some of our smaller ones. And is that used only on Wednesday, deep cleaning day?
It could be used Wednesday and Friday.
Okay.
And then if you have any positive case where you would need to do any
Sure,
disinfection.
you go and take care of the room.
And without Dewey being here to tell me, I'd hate to tell you 100%. I can certainly get that information for you. Do we believe that more would be helpful? We do. But we're trying to try out things in the elementary environment right now and see how that is going to work. We also want to make sure what we purchased ends up being as durable as we want it to be. These were a different type than what we got in the early spring. So that is not a closed situation. I do have to look at just budgets, how it's looking. We also need to tell you, though, the very same chemicals that are in the foggers are in our spray bottles. So everything that they have that they're cleaning with throughout the day for hard surfaces is the same chemical.
Under normal circumstances, when we say deep cleaning, is that the fogger day? Is that what?
That is our
what-
expectation. And then the extra custodian being there for the elementary is to help get a handle on all the hard surfaces and all of the pieces where you've got the classrooms that have been used for eating that you have to get trash out, all of those additional pieces.
And so we have one for every school, and while middle school and high school is not in person at this point in time, if we see that one's not going to be sufficient for
It's not a closed issue at
large
all. Right.
elementary school, then we could move one over from the middle or high school
Yes, ma'am. And
currently,
if-
and then purchase more if we need.
And yes, ma'am, we certainly can. It's not a closed
you.
issue. We want to get a good routine going and see how they're serving us. But again, we have all the chemicals, multiple bottles of those that each one of our custodians have with those products.
Ms. Gill, did I hear you say you're going to reach out to Dr. Pearson to find out what kind of chemicals?
We've already
they-
done that.
Okay, because
Yes.
I've been in contact with a vendor from the hospital, and it's a salt-type treatment that they use. It's very user-friendly, and it's doesn't have any toxic
Right.
in
right.
it as well.
Everything
so-
we use in the schools have to have your SDS sheets with them to make sure that if there's any reaction from anyone, that we're able to track that. And this is not a Clorox situation where it's going to stain carpets or anything of that nature.
Now, custodians will be the ones who are using these
Yes, ma'am.
foggers, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because there are rumors out there that teachers are going to be expected to be involved in the deep cleaning aspects.
Well, what we consider deep cleaning for them is you'll see just like these right here. These are in every classroom. And anytime that you feel like you need to sanitize a surface for your own self, if you're doing lunches, things like that, you'll be able to have those as well. But the typical vacuuming and trash collection, those kinds of things are there. But it does take a team of people working together to make sure that we are steering kids clear of surfaces as much as we can hold the doors and they're not, because you know that they like to do all those types of things as little ones.
So, Dr. Bracy, to tag on what Ms. Sessom just said, the rumor is that Wednesdays will, for some, will not be PD, but will be deep cleaning, and that's the rumor that
Not
she's
heard
wanting to
that.
squelch.
I think it's a communication issue. I've heard it too from a lot of teachers across the county, where it's a communication and delivery of their principals stating that they would be doing the deep cleaning on Wednesdays and not involved in PD.
I
And I
haven't
don't think
heard
that's
that
what the
particular
teachers.
piece.
Well, we haven't either. I think it's a communication breakdown where some of them are relaying information that they want the teachers to have. And it's not coming central, but it's at the school level. And we have heard it many, many times that they have been told that they're going to be the ones cleaning.
I haven't heard that. Of course, these wipes that we have and things like that, we are very appreciative of our teachers wiping down their personal tables in their room.
While we're here, I mean, Dr. Bracy, what will be the expectation of teachers as it pertains to this? Is it going
Well,
to be along those lines?
Just what Ms. Gill covered. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Because we voted on Wednesdays as PD for teachers
Yes.
and teaching on the other days. We didn't vote for them to be custodians on Wednesday.
Absolutely.
That's basically what they do currently.
I
probably.
mean,
Yeah.
in my
Correct.
classes,
They do.
we have, cleaning wipes and hand sanitizers, and when the kids come in, they have the option to clean. I have the option to clean my stuff. I mean, I would assume that would be comparable to what we got going on here at
Right.
Johnson County.
Got it right beside you.
And there will be the dispensers that you have on the walls, so the training of extra time for soap and water, extra time for the hand sanitizer stations, and those protocols will be the face-to-face teaching in the first couple of weeks to get it to be new behavior for children. And
Thank you for enduring all my questions and comments. You can.
is my pleasure. Can I go to school nutrition now? Because that's good. All right. You will see a lot of the hyperlinks I'm not going to take you to, but we have 2 videos. This one's about curbside services. We'll still run curbside along with our deliveries in the classroom. Both of those pieces will go on at all sites, not just our summer sites, all sites, beginning August 17th. And then that's the curbside protocols. We did a new one today for what does it look like for the students with the delivery. So all of those will be on our website. Again, in our Gazette that you have at your table, we've gone a long, in-depth piece about universal breakfast. That's exciting for us, for all of our kids. We talk about ordering the lunches in the morning and getting them delivered. Some things you do need to know that we'll be putting out in communication in various ways is the summer feeding program for what we've been working with, which is school age to 18, all free, drive up, grab and go, will end on August 31st. I did have that question Dr. Bracy asked me, is there no hope that that could continue the rest of the year, which is what there was some folks in DPI who are working hard on that. I'm hearing they're still lobbying for that at the present time. It will end on August 31st. What does that mean? It means if you had a free status at the end of the year, last year, you still get 30 days on your old status as we try to get new forms in, and we'll do our same process that we do. If we do not, for free and reduced, if we do not get this same format that we've had, and we'll have to have numbers, people out at the curbside getting the child's lunch number and name. And so if a child comes and their parent does not have a number and they've not signed up, then we're going to have to, we've got things printed for them to go ahead and learn how to do the lunch application. So we'll be working through that process. So that is a change, but that's something we're able to work through. So those are kinds of the things for school nutrition. And at this time, I'm going to take a little break from you, and I'm going to have Ms. Roberts and the health team come in, and they're going to talk to you about where we're going with the health side of things.
Speaking of breaks,
Yes.
we're
Would y'all
gonna
like
take-
one?
We're going to
Yes.
take a break.
All right. This is a perfect segue then.
Ms. Roberts.
Good evening, Mr. Sutton, Ladies Vice Chair Dr. Smith, members of the board, Dr. Bracy, and Mr. Sue. It's great to see you this evening. We want to share with you some of the protocols that we've established and also trainings, just so that you know that there's been a very intentional approach to SEL and as well as school health. And you've heard a plethora of cascading information about school health from Dr. Pearson, and so we know that this is all based on health, the health and safety of our students and our staff. But we want to start with the SEL portion and just share with you that our school social workers have worked very, very hard from day one to attend to our students and their parents and families. And once school begins, they have established an engagement and attendance tiered support structure. And what that means, essentially, is that when students do not, by the time we find out that students are not showing up, or we see that students are not showing up, our school social workers will be hitting the pavement and ensuring that our students are addressed, that those absences are addressed. And of course, they work very hard on the no-show piece of that as well. So we wanted you to see that and to have that and to know that they've worked on it. We also want you to know that our crisis counseling services will continue, grief counseling, because we know during times like these that there is the need for that. So we have thought through that as well. The 800 number is available for our employees, because we want to make sure that those who are experiencing trauma and need to speak about it can do so. We are also continuing, as you know, to work lockstep with our Johnston County Health Department. So Dr. Pearson has been our rock as far as that's concerned. We want you to know as well that there are some proactive principal recommendations for social and emotional learning that they've been through training and will be offered continued training, as well as an SEL reentry plan that our SEL unit has been working on since the spring. You heard Ms. Gill talk about the holding room, if you will, and we were talking about semantics and terminology. We're calling those safe rooms because that's where we want to take our students to safety. So we currently call those safe rooms, we have 2 tracking requirements for our safe rooms. One for students who are admitted to what we're calling the IR, the isolation room. And those are for students who during the school day exhibit symptoms. So we want to isolate them from their peers and from their teachers. And then we have a safe room or an area that students will be taken to if they show symptoms as they enter the school. So before they even go into the classroom, if we find that they're exhibiting symptoms, they'll be taken to another safe room, okay? So we have 2 different tracking requirements for that. We want you to know as well that our school social workers, again, who are just, you know, all of these people wear capes, but our school social workers will continue to assist with resource matching. You've been very concerned, and so have we, with food insecurity. Also, we have picked up yet another community organization that is creating masks for us. They call themselves, I believe, the Sewing Saints, I believe. So they will be helping us with masks. So we're continuing to solicit donations of masks and food from community organizations. As far as training is concerned, we have hand washing video resources for our teachers. We also have a donning and doffing of the PPE materials or equipment that was demonstrated by one of our nurses, Lori Evans, and so we have a video for our nurses there. There are also crisis response triage steps for those who are returning to school, and for teachers to know that there are ways to actually onboard students back into school. So we've worked through that as well. So that is the SEL and student health portion of our presentation. I did want to go through a couple of the items that we've thought through from on the equity and information services side.
Ms. Roberts, before we go any further, can I ask a question on the
Absolutely.
IR room? And this is something that I was just talking to a few people in the past couple of days, and just hearing from some of the teachers and staff across the county, being told that the principal at that school decides on who monitors that IR room,
Yes,
so to speak. If there's a person who is sick, regardless of what it is, they go to the IR room. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So my question is, we're putting it on the principal to decide that, and I've heard comments, well, I really don't know who to put in there, so I'm going to go in there as the principal. Well, we don't want that either because they need to lead the school. My point is, can we not, and this is probably something for Mr. Britt and for Dr. Bracy to review, can we not use CARES Act money to pay for CNAs to assist us in those capacities? So a CNA would come in, we won't have to utilize our school personnel. They can stay in their reported areas and utilize CARES Act money for that. That might be something we need to investigate, but I just wanted to bring that up as an option. That way we don't put TAs in an isolated room with someone who potentially may have COVID, potentially not, because they're all going to go to that room if they're sick.
Sure.
So I would like for us just to review that, because I think that keeps our staff safe, as well as we're paying CNAs who are licensed personnel to assist in areas that they may have more experience in.
Thank you for that.
Well, and I wanted to ask also about the wellness checks.
Yes, sir.
Does this also apply with our virtual students? Are we going to be keeping track of students who are virtual in some capacity, so that we know that not only are they engaged, but they're still out there?
Absolutely. I can tell you unequivocally, yes. When we had our high school choice academies, our school social workers were still on top of that. So if they were not turning in work, if they were in absentia, they did check on them to find out where those students were and what the situation was, why they were not showing up and turning in their work. Absolutely. And I know Susan is here, so if she has anything additional, she can feel free to share that. But Susan Kelly is here. But yes, I can say that they do check on those students as well.
Before we move off of social emotional learning, Dr. Bracy, one of the questions or comments that we're receiving from a lot of middle school and high school parents is the longer it takes for us to go back to in-person learning. There are a lot of concerns for the social well-being and health of these students. Now, for our student athletes, we have the voluntary workouts going on right now, which is a great thing. I know there's restrictions on that, number of people at a time. Have we considered something similar for our band students, for any of our clubs? I mean, just opportunities for these students to engage with each other under obviously distancing restrictions, but to help with some of this social emotional well-being.
Yeah, we have had conversations about our band students and our middle school athletic students as well. We're having those conversations. We'll continue to have those conversations.
And for those students who are not involved in any of those, I mean, there are students who participate in clubs. I know clubs seems to be minor in compared to academics, but we're hoping they're going to be getting their academics through the virtual, but just trying to give these students an avenue for social interaction to help in these
Understood.
times.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Roberts, we had that conversation yesterday in cabinet. I forget the specific example that we talked about livestock.
Yes, we
Yes,
did.
we just talked about that yesterday.
We did. We
For our 4-H folks are, I mean, that's another great one, 4-H. I mean,
Yes.
We sure
just have
did.
so much.
And when I get to the driver's ed piece, I know that there's a slogan in the driver's ed that says parents hold the keys. And with the livestock situation as well, we're going to be relying on parents to get their students where they need to,
But
to be,
ever
where they
since-
like to be. Yes, sir.
Correct. Ever since we allowed the high school athletes to get back on the field for their workouts, we're getting questions from bands and
ROTC, I mean,
clubs
that's
as well.
another one. I mean,
That's-
there's just so many.
We've discussed that one as
That's
well.
right.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So it's ongoing, and we're going to continue to work on that.
And as
And
long as we remain virtual, we've really got to push for some of those things for these students to have this engagement with each other.
Well, and I think as Mrs. Gill indicated, we will continue to converse about this and have these conversations. It will be an open line of communication about all of these questions so that we can resolve them. Yes, ma'am. Sure. So we want you to know that our equity unit has also, along with the equity committee, our equity committee, we invite you to maybe sit in on a meeting or two because they have worked very hard during the pandemic because we had some time affluence, if you will. And we have developed 5 courses online, 4-credit Canvas courses for all employees. They're available to certified and classified staff on various topics, race, religion, social status. And so we wanted you to know that because everyone has been working regardless of the role that we play in the school system to ensure that we can keep teaching and learning even for ourselves moving. Also, from the crisis response triage document, we pulled and highlighted a piece that has for teachers a welcoming inclusion activity because it is all about relationship building when it comes to equity, getting to know each other. So we wanted to highlight that. We'll get to driver's ed later. Under the Information Services and Parent Engagement heading, we want you to know that the enrollment and attendance piece is something that we get our direction from DPI for. Students can be counted present but offline. And what that means is they can be counted present if they turn in work. If they sign in for their classes. So we want you to know that we're making sure that, there are no gaps. Of course, the ideal situation would be to have no child absent. But when we don't see a child engaged on a particular day, we will know whether that is a problem because he or she will or will not turn in work. And then again, Ms. Susan Kelly is here. She can tell you about going to make sure that our students are okay. One of the things that I'd like to remind, since we have the opportunity tonight, to remind our parents that we are still enrolling students. We're in the dashboard working very, very hard to prepare and welcome our students so that teaching and learning can continue. And so we want those parents who have not yet enrolled their kindergartners, their students, we would like for them to enroll because our first 10 days are so important to getting our students acclimated. And so we want our parents to know that we want them to have a space. We want them to have a space, and we want them to be counted in the Johnston County Public Schools numbers. So the ADM is so very important, and during this age of the pandemic, we're having to take roll and attendance a little bit differently. So DPI has required a two-way verification, and what that means is we could use email, but taking roll, taking attendance is really the tried and true method. So we will have to do a two-way verification in order to ensure students' presence in virtual and remote classes. Also, under information services, our global message practice, which, and if you've called any of the schools perhaps on the weekend, there's a global message that shares what the latest school board approval was in terms of the latest approval. And we're also using the call center. So our clerical support staff is manning a virtual call center so that our customer service is enhanced as well. And are there any questions for us?
I don't have a question. I just got a comment that we're in the process, too, of developing a COVID task force with our school system. I know Ms. Zukowski is on a call with the county every week from the county level, but I feel necessary that we have a task force closer to the school system as well. I've run this by Dr. Bracy, and I feel like that the health department needs to be they're very valuable to us, but I want them to be an advocate and be a part of this as well. So my thought process is, obviously, our lead nurse, lead social worker, be a part of this task force, as well as a couple of board members as well, so that we can stay close to this as it continues to evolve, because as Dr. Pearson said, it's a novel virus and things change daily. And with us having our ears to the ground, we as a group and that task force can really, if something changes, have a big part of what we do for the school system. And we rely on that because we've got a lot of different seats taken at the table that come from the health industry as well as the board, and what we need to do for our staff and our students across the county. So that's something that we're going to be trying to roll out from a task force that we're involved in, but we also have some people from your department as well.
Thank you so much, because Dr. Allen actually chairs several committees, and we have so many resources sitting on those particular committees, so we will be happy to contribute to that. Thank you.
All right, the next section we're going to go through is technology. And with technology, just want to give you a few updates. I do have Michelle Turnage here from our office. If you need her, she can step in at any time. But schools have received an inventory of their devices from Destiny, which is our asset manager, and they have received directions for distribution and checkout procedures. And just to show you real quickly, this is our home use agreement that has both the Wi-Fi and the Chromebooks on it. We have that in English and in Spanish that's given to the parent once they sign out the device. Schools are now putting, as a part of their orientations and their back-to-school information, their distribution dates and times and request forms for devices. We are starting to get all of that information in now. They each have a spreadsheet per school, and as they input that information, we're able to match that student up with their Wi-Fi device. The parking lot Wi-Fis, which we currently have 10 of, are being installed as we speak. We did receive a $15,000 grant from DPI as well, so we should be able to add more to our parking lots. And we do have, those are our areas all across the county where we do have some spotty internet should a student want to use that. I will tell you that the internet service that we have in the parking lots is SIPA compliant. It is filtered, so you are not able to just go do any searches that you want to. We will have a common passcode that we'll provide so that if you want to access that. We will need to work through if we have any potential issues with cars being on parking lots at odd times, things of that nature. We can certainly program them to turn off at a certain amount of time if we need to, but they are compliant for our school use. The Wi-Fi request form, again, has been distributed to all of the schools. A technology help session is being added to our website under the I would like to section and under the reopening section. We'll put it in 2 or 3 different places. There is a form that a parent can fill out that we've talked about. We have 3 to 5 people identified in each school that will work to triage those calls and those forms. And then what will happen is there's a series of videos on there for how to work with your CoolPad internet device, your Verizon one, or in some cases Khajiit one, how to get onto ClassLink and other instructional resources for parents. We have one that shows every one of the digital tools that we are going to be having students exposed to and some directions for them. That will deploy out on 8/17 so that we have that. We're currently working on it. The ClassLink launch, which remember, we've already done a soft launch of that. When you go to your sign-on screen, it already looks a little bit different. And if you click on that, what you'll see is this has been produced and being put out to our teachers. This helps you with a video, how to get involved in it, how to get started. I was able to go ahead and log in with ClassLink, so I was very proud of myself with me being challenged with that. But what that will do is all of the applications that students are working with, they will not have to log on many, many times. It's just this one, and then they're into any of those things under their username and passcode, just that one time. Very exciting. Moving on beyond that to...
Before you leave technology,
Sure.
so after this last purchase, how many devices, do we know how many devices we will have?
You talking about Chromebooks or, okay,
Chromebooks.
for Chromebooks, we ordered about 5,800. And right now we have 41,000 in our inventory across the county. So we have distributions going on now. So if School A may be perfectly fine and have all of theirs that they need, but if School B ends up being short because they have more being distributed, then we will be, until the new ones come in, we will be using some ones where they have some surplus to make sure we fill in. But we do have enough for the students who need them. Many of our parents have been asking, you'll see it on many of the websites about, we've sent out the specs for the Chromebooks that we use. They're becoming more and more affordable, and many of our parents have asked for that kind of information. And in regards to the Wi-Fis, we currently have 3,000, and in the next part of my agenda, when we get to that section about that purchase, I'll walk you through the data points that we considered into arriving at that number. We've already got CTLAs and early colleges out, and that process has worked very well. You know, they put it into the spreadsheet. We then get it programmed and set up to the student and deliver it out to the school, where in many cases the principal says, I'll come and pick those up. And we do anticipate that the next week and a week and a half is going to be very busy in our office. It'll be all hands on deck to ensure that all of these get out to the students. We do also, since we last spoke, we do have an ongoing effort to repair all of the Chromebooks that were out of circulation when they got back in the summer. They may have had a cracked screen, those kind of pieces. So we have an ongoing spreadsheet where the texts have been pulled off of what they're currently doing to work in the schools, and I'm able to see how many are getting put back in circulation as well.
So we should have Chromebooks for any student that needs
student that
them.
needs
So
one.
not just virtual only, but
Yes,
you're in
ma'am.
class, and then half the time you're
That is
virtual.
correct.
Awesome.
And what you'll see on many of the websites is your principals have put out a Chromebook request form, and many of them are making phone calls. I'm watching those spreadsheets grow over the course of the day, where it appears that they've got people assigned who are making phone calls and trying to match up the technology with the student. Things are going to start coming together very quickly now because we've got the orientations, the distribution dates are set up, and the material distribution in many, many cases fact, all of them. Reading materials are going out as well. So all of those things are coming together. We do have some messaging prepared to go out from me about that, as well as welcome messaging from Dr. Bracy that's officially launching us and getting us used to that this is our new normal right now, and we need to begin to think about where we're going with that.
One more thing, I know that everybody doesn't live right next to one of our schools, and, we've got the parking lot Wi-Fi, which is wonderful. I had a chat with Mayor Oliver last week, and, she offered up that the town would be glad to help. I don't know if that means help by giving you some public places if you need to place other Wi-Fi, or help funding-wise. I didn't ask questions. I should have asked a little bit more, but something to consider with some of our towns, speaking with
Correct.
those mayors, if what they
Correct.
would, whatever do.
We do have on our website as well some of the community sponsors, and some of those have been the towns. We can reach back out with that. I can tell you that my technology team is very excited when we get to do the parking lot ones because of that SIPA compliant piece, because you can control what the students are actually searching. We are able to get reports off of all of this stuff, whether it's our Chromebooks, whether it's our Wi-Fi's in the parking lots, and on our MiFi's, as to inappropriate use as well.
So can you talk to us just a little bit about how the sites are being selected for the mobile hotspots?
You mean for the ones in the parking lot?
Yes, the parking lot.
Right. And it escapes me. I put it on another PowerPoint last go around. I didn't include it this time. Right now, we have the 10 that are in areas where the internet is spotty. South Johnson is a definite one. The North Johnson area, right now with the 10, we tried to put them in all the regions of the county where we could actually make sure you didn't have to drive across town to do it. Our ultimate goal is to get them in all the sites. And during our next break, before I come back up, I'll have Michelle get me those 10 sites so you can see what they are. We're just looking for any holes that we have. Now, bear in mind, these are just small internet devices, and they're mobile. And, if need be, they can be picked up and put on a bus, because they were originally designed for a bus. But for our purposes, being as rural as we are, having them in those parking lots is what we believe will be a great way to give everybody access. So let me get you the 10 schools and remind us all what they are. But I do know they were selected according to regions across our counties, kind of that high school base, kind of making sure we've got them that way.
Okay. So in those areas, because of the spotty internet, those kids would not receive a Wi-Fi device?
No, that's just an extra option.
That's in addition
In
to
addition, yes, ma'am. So, for example, we have the Sprints, and we have coverage maps, and Michelle actually showed those to me today, that shows all of our major providers and where are their best coverage areas. And so we're then able to see, that was part of our decision making into what vendors we went with, was who was going to be the best for us. But we are always concerned about the Meadow side of town. We're always concerned. So any child that wanted one from there, I'm seeing that list grow. But again, if you find that it's not what you've got's not working in your house, or you're somewhere else and you want to be able to have more mobility, you can always go to the high school. And if you're a mom or dad moving forward and you're waiting for a child from an athletic event or something, and you want to do something, you can do it out there as well. Or if a kid's waiting for another person to get done with something, they can access it. So it is years beyond just this pandemic situation we find ourselves in, but helping there to be access over time.
Ms. Gill, it may be an isolated incident, but I had a report from one parent that she went to pick up her child's device and was told that since she had one already, that she was not eligible. Mm-hmm. I heard you say we had a device for every child.
We're not trying to send home one-to-one. There's a difference between one-to-one and who has a need. So we do have 3 questions that we ask to help determine that. We certainly wouldn't deny one, but we're trying to ensure that everybody who doesn't have any other way, one of the questions we ask is, do you have any other device you can do your work on? So for example, however, if you have 5 children in that household and you have one device, those are the kinds of conversations that may need to happen as well. But we are at this point trying to ensure that we're not giving out every single thing we have and not having enough for the kids who don't have one at all. But bear in mind, when you have the 41,000, they're all at different age levels. Some of these are more high-powered than others. So we really want to give, what we've given to principals is which ones of yours are 6 years or less in age, that we know updates very, very quickly, which ones that are next in line, and then which ones we consider to be usable but could have problems with some of our apps that we have. So in that 41,000, not every one of the 41,000 are going to be at the highest level.
I understand what you're saying, but if somebody doesn't have anything, something's better than nothing.
Well, we're not going to deny any child who has nothing. We're talking about
I'm saying,
somebody who comes and says that they have something and they just thought we were one-to-one.
I get that, but if we've got 41,000 and we've got 37,000 students that need a device, I want those devices to all 37,000 regardless, because they're not doing us any good sitting on a shelf in the school. They need to be, if we're going to do remote learning and virtual, every student needs to have a device that needs a device. And it goes back to what Dr. Smith said. We all got an email this week about, again, it goes back to communication breakdown. The principal was not going to give out devices to this particular family. That's wrong. Anybody that asks for a device needs a device. If we've got 41,000, we've paid for them. What are they going to do sitting on the shelf collecting dust?
We're not trying to hold back devices. We're just trying to go through, trying to ask, do you have a device in your home? How many devices do you have in your home? Because some of them are not the very best devices. So we can certainly give out everything that we have. We have no issue with that.
I agree, because that question could be deceiving too, because they might be thinking, I've got a phone that's considered a device.
But we're saying now other than a phone.
Okay.
That is a caveat. We do not feel the phone is the best device.
And I agree, because their device at home, what they consider a device, may even the one that doesn't update the fastest and get the apps, is still a lot better than the device.
Yes,
that
and
they've
we
got.
are using the word Chromebook. We use the device here. We use the word device here, but in the school setting, we are saying Chromebook rather than a cell phone.
I think we'd rather it say, do you need a device? Yeah. Period. And if it's yes, then let's get them a device.
Because I know one of the emails that we received, there were 2 devices in that household, but both of those parents are working virtually. So their children have no access because mom and dad are using their devices to work.
And certainly, let me say this, our principals are working diligently out in the field, and they're having to assign some of these different things to people who have scripts and things that they're being given to try to follow our protocols. It is not because we're trying to purposely deny anyone, but there's just millions of bits of pieces of information coming to our principals, and they're trying to get all this turned as quickly as they possibly can. So sometimes there may be communication issues, but we're going to work through those. Because again, if someone says, I don't have a device for my child to work on because the other 2 are in use, certainly that makes common sense, that we would ensure that those students get one.
So we can get anybody a device that needs a device.
We have the devices here. We are doing everything we can, but understand that we have a certain number in the schools that are the very recent ones that are being updated well. And there's 3 different categories in their asset inventory that they have. within their, some principals may have used some of their PTA money to purchase them over the years. And again, we do have the 5,800 coming in. Remember, we talked that we were on a back order with those across the nation. So when those come in, some of the ones that may not be working as well, we can trade those out over time.
And we can still trade them out after they come in, but to get rid of any communication problems, I think the best question is, do you need a device? It's very simple, yes, no. If it's yes, we get you one, we get new ones in, we swap it out if we need to.
Ms. Grant, we can do that. Take care of that, Ms. Gill.
I will do my very, very best to put out everything we possibly
Anybody that needs a
have.
device, we'll get them a device if we have the inventory. And if we need more, we'll purchase more. We'll come right here next month and purchase some more.
All right. Any other technology questions before I move on to communication? And I'm almost done. So moving on to communication, we have the Welcome Back District Communication. I talked about, we've got Dr. Bracey all set up for a great welcome back. He's done one for our staff. He's got one for our parents. So it gets folks in that back to school mode of thinking. Our school orientation supply list, device checkouts, all of those promotions are currently happening as we speak. And on our website, you will see that we're making changes to it over the next day or two. Those started today to update our information. Many of the things you're seeing in today's presentation as far as those how-to videos and the actual examples we are showing. Then you'll see our FAQs, and they grow. I think we're in the neighborhood of 150 different FAQ questions that we have. And as of today, what we did, since this is a time when people are using our websites more and more, Mr. Summers in our department made a screencast today that actually shows parents when they come on for the first time a guided tour of how to navigate our website, because some of our folks have not been as accustomed to go to it for that go-to information. The PowerPoint that you see came out from NCDHHS. It is absolutely excellent. It gives a great overview as well. It's in English and in Spanish. You will find that on our communication. It also came in a brochure form, and the brochure form in English and Spanish, we are having that printed so it can be involved in those opening materials. I am concerned to make sure that our folks with language barriers get this very updated information. And our regular back-to-school orientation stuff has come out as well. And then moving along to learning updates. I do have Dr. Coates, and she has several members of her team here. But before we go into some of the things we have listed here, the first one, Nathaniel, if you could open 2021. I think I'm going to start with that. This document has been provided to our principals, and then I've had some principals talk with me and Ms. Whittington over the past few days to see just how are things going to be going over the next couple of weeks. So if you scroll back up for just a minute to where we currently are, the 10th through the 14th, that is our orientation and back to school week, and we've given a summary there of what we have going on with our staff. Then if you look at the 17th through the 21st, we have provided you all the different things that are going to be happening that we would like to see happening in each one of our schools during the course of the week. I've given you a middle school, high school, and elementary example of when reaching out to some of our principals as to what were the activities they were going to be doing. And I told Dr. Bracey today that I was very excited in my conversations with, as much as principals have coming at them, the level of commonality in what they were planning, and they have been listening to some of the recommendations. Digital citizenship, we have always said that needed to occur in our schools, and there are pre-done lessons from CIA on digital citizenship that can happen during that first week. Secondly, the SEL activities, the getting to know you, the getting over the trauma of being out, and then what is it like to be back in a group setting. I'm seeing lots of those activities. And then grades, attendance, and what is the learning platform that you're going to be working on, and being able to get those pieces. So that's kind of that first weekend. That one that we've talked to currently, full content instruction beginning August 24th through the 28th. So we're feeling very comfortable that that level of structure is in place for our folks. And then backing up, I'm going to then turn it over to Dr. Coates, and she can walk you through a few of these other pieces as well.
But before Dr. Coates comes up, I've just got a couple of questions. Duke University, they have implemented an anonymous tip line so that staff members can report, as anonymously report if safety protocols are not being followed. Is that something that we could do, Dr. Bracy, to ensure the safety and well-being of our staff and students?
I don't see why we couldn't look into that. Yeah. Yeah. We're involved in it already.
Okay, that'd be great. And
Oh, the tip line on Blackboard, so we've added that as a category.
oh, okay, so we already have that in place.
We just need to, have we told everybody about that?
I thought you were talking about the
Everybody?
medical.
Okay.
There's also a Duke medical team that's doing things. You may have heard of that as well. We're trying to get involved in that
That's great.
because they're talking about having it all across the state instead of right now. I think it's in Chapel Hill, Durham, Orange. We want to get involved in that as well.
Good, good. Anything that we can do to make sure that we're tightening up protocols to make sure that our folks are safe, I think is a good thing.
I agree. Thank you.
Before we move on, Dr. Bracy, I had about 60 questions from staff members for the teacher FAQ. I haven't looked at it recently, but I know when it first came out, there were several questions and answers. Not many of the questions that the staff submitted. I don't know if more have been added since then. I said it was a live document, so to speak. But have we addressed most of those 60 questions? If not, will we address those?
It's like you said, it's a living, breathing document or link, and we're addressing them as they come in. And if we haven't addressed them, we will address them, Ms. Grant. Yes, ma'am.
So if I can get, I've looked, I can't find the teacher
Okay.
one, but if I can get a link back to that, like I said, there were 60 specific questions that I submitted from teachers, and I'd really like to see those answered if they haven't been.
Certainly, no problem.
And the teacher one was sent out separately. It's not on the website, is that correct? All right. I am turning it over to Dr. Coates to finish out this slide, and then we are finished with this particular section of my part. All right?
Thank you, Ms. Gill. Nathaniel, if you'll click the PD opportunities, I want to share with you the quickest way. He's going to go straight to the site, and we'll run through that. There's also a screencast tour of that site. That's a 3-minute screencast for teachers that we've shared out. But the fastest way for folks to get to this site is to go to the main web page under Staff and Staff Links and click Professional Development. And there is in large blue letters in the middle of that page, PD Opportunities for Staff, and it takes you here. As you notice at the top, it says click here to access remote learning resources for teachers. Then it goes on down, looking for live support sessions. Just keep scrolling if you would, Nathaniel. These are the live sessions, and you can go back in time and see what has been offered and what is being offered. These are just support sessions, but based on the requests that have come into us. If you continue to scroll down on that document, you see those sessions described so that teachers can determine if this is for me or not, because they're live. There are people talking to you, talking you through how to make things happen. Continue down, please. Then there's on-demand training at your own pace that you can just click there and find something you can do whenever you have the time. You can't join right now, you can do it later. Then the next section is our all the professional development that is offered on the county required work days, and some that was offered for administrators prior to the county required work days. That's, of course, today was the first day and tomorrow's the second. Then the next section is content-specific opportunities, and there are Padlets there of all kinds of resources for teachers they can use in teaching and learning. And then at the bottom, we have a lot of our state educational agencies that are also offering summer PD based on different topics. Every time we get one of those, we link it there. You can see those two or DPI sessions on English language arts. And there's one CC Reese's offering some Canvas and Google Classroom support as well. And we're a member of that, so that's the PD site. But again, the fastest way to get there is staff links, professional development. And then in the middle of that page, it has the photos of our department and their descriptions, but there's letters about an inch high, PD opportunities for teachers, and that's where that's linked. So thank you, Nathaniel, if we can just get back to the PowerPoint. Ms. Gill's already mentioned the digital citizenship lessons. You can see that on the link. We also share with our principals what kindergarten should look like in the first few weeks of school. That's there for a link. Another thing that our department did, because in elementary, those teachers are responsible for all 4 content areas. So we paid a small group of outstanding teachers and to develop 10 days of instructional planning for reading and math and how to integrate science and social studies into that. That is out there for any teacher who wants to use those exactly. It's also out there as a model for a teacher who might be struggling with how to do that. But that's the first 10 days. So that's a really awesome thing, and it's in there by grade level. The last thing on here is the virtual program update, and I'm sure you've already heard the numbers, Ms. Grant, because I heard you mention them. But as of yesterday at 4 o'clock, and I'm getting requests right and left to add and to change and all of that, our numbers were 14,540 in the virtual program. We tallied those by level. There's 6,834 elementary, 3,569 middle, 4,737 high. If you add that, you get more than that total, but that's because of our schools that are counted in both levels, like Princeton Middle High, Benson Middle has an elementary grade, Meadows K-8. So those are an idea, but the hard fast number as of yesterday at 4 o'clock was 14,540. And that link will close tonight. Any questions for me about any of these topics? 6,834. That's elementary. That's kind of a rough number because it could be counting some of those at Benson Middle as well. Any questions for me?
Yes, Dr. Coates. I'm hearing from teachers that they're not being given the choice about which platform they want to use in terms of virtual instruction, that they're being told, those who have been used to using Google are now being told that they must use Canvas. Is that an issue?
The Curriculum Instruction and Accountability Department has not told anyone they have to use a certain platform. We have said we will support both this year. We've also communicated that we would like to move toward Canvas for next year because that's what the state is doing statewide. And Canvas is a true learning management system where you can create courses. They can be there for others. Google Classroom is a great platform, but my Google Classroom doesn't talk to your Google Classroom, and when you leave us, your Google Classroom's gone. So a true learning management system leaves things behind for others. That's why we want to transition. We have not said that, but that is a site-based decision based on a lot of things. If a school, for example, had every teacher in Canvas in an English PLC except one, that principal might expect that PLC to utilize Canvas so that everybody's doing the same thing and can plan together. But we've not shared that from us as a directive. That's something that I would think each principal would have shared with their staff.
I think the issue is probably more, and I may be wrong, but probably more with elementary. Those who are going to be doing face-to-face learning who are telling me that they've also got to do the virtual aspect and that they're preparing lessons for face-to-face, and then they've got to facilitate virtual, and that they're being asked to do that with a platform they're not familiar with. And they're just, that's a tall order.
I can address the double, and I will be glad to talk about that. I stood before you when we first started talking about a virtual program, and you know me, I will tell you the truth even if it's ugly. The truth at that time and our intent was that we would have a set of teachers teaching the virtual program, a set of teachers teaching the face-to-face under whatever model we have. And we chose as a board the Plan B2, which is 2 days per week, AA, BB, middle of the week, a day for PD, training, planning, whatever they need to do. What has happened is because of numbers and some other things, not bus transportation, some accommodation concerns, and lots of perfect storm things coming together, some of our schools are finding it impossible to keep that separate. They've tried, and I will tell you, our principals and our teachers have tried to do what we asked them to do. Then the next thing, of course, is how do we do that? Coupled with the fact in elementary that we're under class size regulations in K3. We're not in 4-5, but we're in K3. So if we're in a full face-to-face model, that's not a problem. You divide your numbers by your number of teachers, and as long as everybody's within the number, we're happy clams. As if we're in an all remote, it's not a problem because the virtual program and the remote looks the same. They're just not in school. Not an issue there. But when you pull in the face-to-face blended hybrid model, it's a problem if a teacher is trying to, or a principal is trying to separate if the numbers don't work out. So we then have to look at how do you do that. So one approach is for a principal to say, they're our kids, we're going to figure this thing out, because if you think about this board in any hybrid model, at any given time, part of the teacher's kids are in a remote environment. So the logical next step is to figure out how to make that work with kids in remote, if that's where the extras are, or vice versa. If that doesn't work and can't work, then the next step is for us, Central, in combination with HR and CIA, start working with, do we assign some kids from school A to school B to make this work if they have space? That's a hard thing to do, but can be done. It's very hard to be done. And as children are registering for school every day, I do not have to tell you how people come into our district. There'll be tons of new enrollments the first day of school. There always are. As they come in, you have to deal with what you have. And so that has complicated that. Our desire is not for that to happen, but we have to teach our children, and when you have to do it, you roll up your sleeves and you do what has to be done.
Thank you. And I appreciate your candor with that, because it's very easy to say, we're going to do this, and it's another thing to make it happen, to facilitate it.
And the numbers are very big in virtual, and I feel confident that a lot of that is because of health concerns. We've talked about them. But at the end of the day, we have to educate all of our children, and we have to do whatever it takes to do that.
Let me ask your opinion about something. And we go back a long ways.
Yes, ma'am. Help my children.
Yeah. You know, some other districts started out thinking they were going to do a blended model, and they've backed off of that. And as I've talked with different people in these different areas, I think one summed it up pretty well, and that was once they started getting into the weeds of actually trying to make it happen, it was just almost impossible, logistically impossible. Where do you see us? Do you believe that this is something, or are we just asking people to do something that's logistically impossible?
Well, I'm looking at my boss because I don't want to get fired. So I will be glad to answer that with a disclaimer that this is Paula Coates' opinion, okay? Dr. Bracey, am I free to do that? All right, Paula Coates' opinion. Paula Coates' opinion, and I'm saying this as humbly as I know how to say it, I would rather say nothing to you than yes, we can make this happen. I don't think a Plan B model is feasible anywhere. I've looked at what other districts are doing, and the only district that's been able to make it happen are districts that have divided their students into 4 groups, not 2. Each group's coming in 1 day a week, and still you're going to have social distancing issues in a district our size. For example, for us, even if we get the numbers right, and some of our classrooms are small, we still have to maintain 6 feet of social distance. Some of our classrooms would require that we take all the furniture out to make that happen, to keep our group. So, you know, if the magic wand of decision-making fell upon me, and you asked me to tell you what I would do, I would say, this is the Paula Coates opinion, I'd stay in a remote environment until we were safe to go back face-to-face. That's just my opinion. I've said it, and it's my opinion, and I want to say that to the world listening. It's my opinion. It's not evidence of anybody else's opinion, it's mine.
I appreciate that. I really do. And the reason I put you on the spot that way is because it's one thing to put it on a piece of paper, and it's another to make it happen. And while we have some very valiant principals and elementary teachers who are doing all they can to figure it out, I'm also hearing from a lot who are saying there aren't enough hours in the day to make this happen.
Our folks have worked as hard and with as much teamwork and collaboration in this district as I've ever seen in all the years I've been in it. And we're in a situation where we have problems to where there's just not a good answer sometimes. And we're not used to that because we're problem solvers. We're solution finders. We're let's make it happen. What can we do to make it happen? And we've just, some things just are insurmountable right now. You're welcome. Any other questions for me? Yes, ma'am.
I have a question, comment. I don't remember from last month. I should have gone back and checked my notes. But have you investigated a program called CK12? It is I guess for lack of a better word, it's a curriculum for any subject. It is a Khan Academy on steroids for kindergarten through 12th grade.
We looked at a program that was K-12. I don't know if it's the same one.
It's called
That was K. I don't know if this one was C. I'll have to, I said in a presentation for look at a source for elementary, similar to what we had done for Apex. For K, it was called K-12. I don't think it was CK-12, but I'll double check it, and we'll be glad to look into it. We've looked into anything anyone's asked us to look into.
I appreciate that. I have heard that it is remarkable and so user-friendly for the teacher. Lesson plans, assessments, the alignment is really well done for the curriculum of North Carolina. So just, I couldn't remember if it was
Is it
on our
like
list
the
or
letter
not.
C? C as in?
Letter C.
CK-12.
K-12.
We'll look into that.
So, Dr. Bracy, you said we just got clarification that the teacher can be, as long as the camera is on the teacher, we can record while she is teaching. Is that correct?
Mr. Sue told me that this afternoon, yes. ma'am.
So, that being the case, teachers would not be doing in person and then recording for virtual later, because they can record while they're teaching the class, correct?
They can record while they're teaching the class as long as the students' faces are not shown, is my understanding.
And voice. Their voices can't be heard either. They can't have anything that's a personally identifiable information.
And names of children couldn't be used. So I couldn't say, Todd Sutton, you need to sit up.
Right.
Well, as long as you just use the first name.
Just quickly, so remind everybody, there's directory information under FERPA. So the student names are, that's personally identifiable information, but you send a notice home to parents at the beginning of every year that we're letting you know that we may release the following information about your child without your consent. Probably says name, weight and image for certain purposes, athletic purposes, that kind of thing. So name's probably okay unless you got a classroom where parents said, I'm opting out, I don't want any information about my child shared. The same is true of image. The problem with involving the students and their input is if their student misbehavior, if the student says something personal about themselves, all those kinds of things. So that to avoid a FERPA problem, the easiest thing is to keep the camera on the teacher. The teacher uses the student name, not an issue unless there's somebody in the class who's opted out of the directory information.
But that,
The teacher would know who had opted out, correct?
Every school should have a system to let
That's right.
people know who was opted out.
but if they're allowed to do that, then their work is not going to double. They can record while they're teaching.
Later in my other part, we're presenting a purchase that has an extra layer of security around this issue because of the guidance we received last week. And the issue for us is not the recording, it's the creating of an educational record, which will require us to maintain it for 5 years. So to avoid that, we've looked at an extra layer that we're going to present a purchase later in my part to do that, which would help with our situation. But again, it doesn't guarantee complete anonymity, let me just say that. Any other questions for me on this part? Thank you so much for your time.
Members of the board, we're going to bring Brian Vitrano up. We're going to bring him in front of everyone else. Today is actually Brian's birthday.
Oh.
Happy birthday, Brian.
Thank you much.
And I hear that he might have some family that's wanting to take him out to celebrate. So, Brian, by all means, if you'd have told us, we'd have put you in the very front so you could be celebrating your birthday.
That is not a problem. I woke up this morning and said, what would I like to do on my birthday? And I came to work. So couldn't imagine being anywhere else. It's always a privilege to stand before you. I do want to just share with you a few aspects from the Human Resources Office that I think is important for us as we're continuing to talk about best ways to reopen and best strategies and tools that we all want to utilize to ensure the safest opening as possible. I do want to, I was going to start out talking about some of the accommodation requests that we've been involved in, but as I was hearing the conversation with Dr. Coates a moment ago regarding the complications that we are seeing with trying to look at a blended approach, principals have begun, and it's typical for them to reach out to the Human Resources Office for additional positions. Now that is common in every school year because we allocate positions based on a projected ADM. This year, with a blended approach, it's completely different. It's unlike anything that we've ever experienced. And to give you an example, typically, if a principal called us and said, I needed another teacher in first grade, we would look at the total number of students enrolled in first grade at that school. We would look at the number of teachers that we have allocated to that school for that particular grade level to help determine, yes, indeed, you do need another teaching position at that school. Because while we want to ensure principals have the appropriate number of staff at their school, we also want to be fiscally responsible because every time we say you have another position at your school, there's two challenges we face. One is a financial challenge because an average teacher salary with benefits included is around $60-some thousand. So every time we say yes, that's $60-some thousand that we've just given to that school. The second challenge is finding a great teacher for that classroom. Now, we have an awesome team who works to find us the best and brightest, but as you all know, the closer we get to the beginning of the school year, the more challenging it is to find individuals to staff our schools. So I wanted to share with you some of the issues that we have been hearing from principals. For example, this is Glendale Elementary. They shared with us in first grade, they have 82 in Power School. They currently have 3 teachers who are planning on delivering face-to-face instruction. Of course, remotely, but they will be face-to-face the day after Labor Day. They have 21 in each of their classes right now. That's the max. They have 1 teacher who's been assigned to virtual because they have 17 students who have selected, or their parents rather, probably selected virtual. So we had 1 student who enrolled today. Now, typically, we would tell that school, you do not need another teacher. Put them in the class with 17. In today's environment, with trying to approach a blended, trying to open with a blended model, we can't say place that child in those face-to-face because we've now exceeded the K-3. If we say place them with the virtual teacher, that will work until the day after Labor Day when that child comes to school because that's what the parent wants. The day after Labor Day when that child comes to school, we're going to have to add another teacher to that grade level for 1 child. Now that's just 1 school, 1 grade level.
So, Mr.
Corinth.
Vetrano, I want to
Yes,
just
ma'am.
ask you, so that one teacher who's assigned to virtual, is this a teacher who wants to teach virtually, or she's being assigned virtual because we need a virtual teacher?
So I will say that I don't want to get very specific without identifying accommodations that have been approved. But I would say that principals have worked extremely diligently in ensuring that the teachers who are delivering remote instruction or the virtual instruction are the ones who we have approved for teleworking. Because obviously, if you have someone who may be just teleworking as a preference, then we might be able to work with them on maybe coming to the school or some kind of approach to help in situations like this.
But with as high numbers as we have for virtual, and, you know, those numbers could continue to go up, who knows? You know, there could come a time where we need more virtual teachers than those who need accommodations, whether it's accommodations for themselves or accommodations because of a family member that they're taking care of. And one of the things that Dr. Coates mentioned right there at the end was, you know, maybe there is a teacher at another school who, because we can only have 21, we've got 21 in this virtual class, and now we have 5 in this virtual class, but we got to have it, and she takes on the ones from the other school. I mean, that's the beauty of a virtual, is you don't necessarily have to go to that school, but I was
Correct.
just curious
But we may
if-
have to do that with face-to-face as well.
Sure.
And those are just some of the challenges that were. Corinth Elementary, their 5th grade, they have, the principal says, I have almost 40 students in a virtual class. I feel the need to add another teacher because 40 students is a lot, because it's not just recording the lesson and delivering, it's assessing the work, it's communicating with parents and the student. But in order to add another teacher virtually, then my other students in that grade level have now exceeded what we feel is an acceptable number. So again, in the past, we've been able to equally distribute the students with the number of teachers. It just presents a new challenge for us. And principals, again, they have been extraordinary in their efforts to handle this at the school level and to shift teachers around. I mean, they have taken 3rd grade teachers and said, I need you to be a 5th grade virtual teacher, and a 5th grade teacher, I need you to be a 3rd grade face-to-face teacher. They are doing everything that they can, but we're at the point now where they have reached out to us and saying, there's nothing else I can do at the school level. And so, as Dr. Coates said, and I echo those remarks because we've been hearing from principals, and we're going to have to look at teachers being shifted to other sites to make this work, and then obviously look at students being shifted virtually to other sites to make it work. And I just want to make sure that we all understand that, because that's how you can resolve these issues, but it takes help from again, the principals have done about everything they can at the school. They're reaching out to us now because they can't fix the number issues. They know they need central help to do that. And the ways we can help, we can allocate positions, but I told Dr. Bracey today, we do not have enough positions in our little savings bank that we have for ADM changes to address all those.
Mr. Vetrano.
The other resolution would be to shift individuals around to make it work.
Mr. Vetrano, the applicant pool is now a puddle, am I correct? We do not have a large excess of candidates for any position, virtual or face-to-face, right?
That's correct. I would say about a month ago, we were around 150 on certified vacancies. I think we're still probably in the close to the 60s at this point. So, and some of that are just normal year-to-year challenges in finding qualified people who want to be in education. Some of that's COVID-related. I don't have a percentage to share with you, but I know that we've had some who have made a decision to retire because they were able to, and they felt like this was an appropriate time for them to do so. I will tell you that we are beginning to struggle with finding some staff from our pool of retirees. I've contacted a few this week. We had a need at one of our sites, and I understand many of them have medical concerns for themselves, and they just don't want to risk exposing themselves to assist us. So that will be a challenge that we're going to face as well. We've relied on many of our wonderful retirees to come back and help us, but I think we all know that unfortunately sometimes with the wonderful aging sometimes comes medical hardships and challenges, and so people are very uncomfortable, many of them coming back into the school environment to assist us as they have in past years. So getting to the accommodations, I wanted to share with you, we currently have 332 accommodations request. That number changes every day. It is growing. 260 of them have requested to telework. And as I've shared with you, principals have performed really well in their jobs of working around and moving teachers to different grade levels to try to match teacher accommodations with the requests that they're getting from students and parents as far as whether they want them to be taught virtually or whether they're interested in them returning to a face-to-face approach. Out of the 332, 233 do meet the legal requirements to receive accommodations. But we still have 99 that we're working through and we're processing, and unfortunately, many of them do not meet the legal requirements. And what I mean by that, legal requirements, let's say I consider myself to be high risk. I have a medical condition, and I'm just using myself as an example. Let's say I had a medical and autoimmune deficiency where being exposed to COVID-19 would put me at a higher risk of having severe illness if I had that virus. And so because I would identify myself as high risk and I have medical documentation to support that, I might request for an accommodation. It could be additional PPE or it could be to telework. A lot of ours have requested to telework. But we have a large and growing number of staff who may not be high risk themselves, but they live with someone, they're caring for someone who is high risk. People battling cancer, strokes, autoimmune deficiencies, and they are concerned that just by coming and teaching and delivering instruction in a face-to-face model, that they may, even though if they contract COVID-19, they may successfully rebound, because we've heard of many of those cases. But their concern is if I go home and I spread that to my significant other or my child or my elderly parent that I'm caring for, it is likely that they will not recover. That's been a difficult decision for the HR department because we have hearts. We know that certainly when people are high risk themselves and they meet the legal requirements, we are going to engage in what's called that interactive process. We're going to work with them to accommodate them as much as we possibly can. But we also want to accommodate these other individuals that do not legally qualify but have sound reasons for asking for these accommodations. By accommodating them, it puts us into even more challenges with what Dr. Coates was just talking about and what I was talking about, and meeting the needs of our students as well. So we're trying to meet staff needs. Sometimes those align perfectly with the student's request. You know, teacher says, I want to work remotely. A sufficient number of students say they want to be taught virtually. Wow, let's put them together. That's a win-win. It's not that clean and perfect in the schools. I wish it was. I wish we had a perfect number of kids in first grade, kindergarten, third, and fourth who said, I want to be taught virtually, and a perfect number of staff that wanted to do that. But unfortunately, we're not seeing that throughout our schools. And each day, we're getting more and more questions from principals. Help me. I need another position. and we want to help them. And so that's why I shared with you the ways that we are looking at helping them, but some of those will be very disruptive to our schools by pulling people from one school and moving them to another site to do that.
So, Mr. Vetrano, we have a heart too, and
And I know you do, and
yeah,
that's why I'm
no,
sharing
and
that
I'm
with
saying
you.
I have an 86-year-old dad. I've been wearing a mask since March because I could be the end of my dad,
Right.
and I don't want that to happen. Wouldn't want that to happen for anybody out there. Certainly not any of our staff. And if we grant those accommodations to all, which I certainly advocate for that, by some of the moving around that you talked about from one teacher to another school or in person or virtual, do you know enough about whether it would balance out or not?
We would still have to ultimately add some positions, I believe.
Any idea how many?
I do not know. Well, if we just went, like one school we looked at today, we would probably need to add a position at every grade level in K3 to meet the class size requirements, because the numbers aren't coming in very clean for us.
You said at one school,
Correct.
so you'd have a kindergarten first, second, third.
Correct.
So you'd have 4 teachers.
Correct, because
at
you
that
have
school.
different numbers of students who are looking at face-to-face and a different number that are looking at virtual. And also understand, those numbers are changing every day. A parent or child may decide, I want virtual, or they may decide, I want face-to-face, and we want to accommodate. But as the example I shared with you earlier, I believe with Glendale Kinley, one child makes a difference. I mean, one child can mean we need to add a teacher to that site now. So it's just a very complicated
So at that one
process.
At that one particular school, if you had to add a teacher for each grade level, that's 6, because kindergarten, first, second, third,
Right.
fourth.
Well, K3
Oh, okay,
to meet
K3.
the class size
All right,
requirements.
so that's 4. And and the average cost would be about $60,000 a teacher.
With benefits included, as health.
So you're
insurance.
looking at $250,000 for that one school.
And they're not out there.
That's the other challenge, is like I could share with a few principals who've contacted us, well, I can give you another first grade position. But now the challenge is we have to go find a first grade teacher to serve in that position.
And then the quality of instruction, because then you start having to move teachers from one grade level to the next to match that need. And that may not seem like a lot unless you've been that teacher. And to be moved at this late date, we're talking about the middle of August, and, I've been a second grade teacher, and now I find out that I'm going to be teaching kindergarten, and I've never taught kindergarten before. The quality of instruction that those poor babies are going to get is not going to be as high as it could be.
Sure. And again, I think we all have the same goal. We want our kids. I mean, two of my kids are in college, but I still have one in 8th grade, and I desperately want him to go back to school. But from the position I sit in, and my colleagues, the position they sit in, hearing the challenges from principals and trying to make that work in a blended model, they're just challenges that we've never experienced before, I'll just be honest with you. And we've embraced the challenges, we're ready to resolve them. But in order to resolve them, it's going to take money, and it's going to take moving people around. And I just want to make sure we're prepared for that. Because, again, we all want to do what we need to do to bring our students back in a safe environment. And we all want to do what we need to do for our staff to make sure that they're equipped to teach, that they feel safe and secure. And that's why if they've asked for additional PPE, we've been working with Ms. Gill and her team, and they've been fabulous in ordering supplies if we need it. To make sure that when the teacher comes on his or her first day with a student, that they have every protective item that they and their doctor feel that they may need. So I know that we're doing, certainly the team, everybody is doing what they can to make sure things are in place for students, all the protocol that you've seen tonight as far as what's occurring, but also protocol for staff and ensuring that we're bringing them back in an environment where they feel safe. I think we've all heard before that, you know, when you're instructing a student, if a student's hungry, you have to feed them first. And if someone's not feeling safe, you have to make them feel safe first.
And I
Before you can-
totally agree with you. And we have more teachers than not who are adamant that they want to be in the classroom and do in-person learning. And we have parents that are adamant that they want their students in the classroom. We have teachers that are adamant that they want to teach virtual. And we have parents that are adamant that they want their children to learn virtually. And we knew 3 months ago, 4 months ago, 2 months ago, we knew all along we were going to have to get creative to
Right.
make this work. And I believe that there is a way for us to meet the needs of those teachers and students who want to come to school, and to meet the needs of those teachers and students who want to be virtual. And it doesn't matter to me whether they have a condition or it's their family member that has a condition. If a teacher wants to teach virtual, I think she should have the same choice, she, same choice as the parent. And we have to get creative, and I appreciate what the principals have already done. They know their staff better than anybody. If they've said, I want you, fifth grade teacher, to teach third grade, they're not going to do that unless they think that teacher's capable. So I believe they know their staff well enough to know that they're capable of doing the job or not. As a supervisor, I know what my staff's capable of, so I'm going to trust that if they make those decisions, that they know what they're talking about. But
And speaking on behalf of, I mean, we appreciate our board members. We know that you are in a very difficult position because you hear from us and you hear data, you get information from us, but ultimately you have to make difficult decisions. And I think we know that in the pandemic that we're in, any decision that's made, whether it's locally, whether it's at the state level, whether it's at the national level, some are championing that decision and some are challenging that decision. And so I appreciate everything that this board does to ask tough questions and to seek out answers, because we all want to do what is best for our students and our staff, but it's just very challenging. So I appreciate what you do, and I appreciate the hard decisions that you have to make, because I know that regardless of what decisions we make, some people are going to be critical, and so I appreciate all that you do.
Mr. Vetrano?
Yes, ma'am.
When you were talking about the request for exemptions, talk a little bit about the personnel who cannot work remotely, i.e. classified staff.
So we have a number of staff who are high risk, meaning they have a medical condition that presents them as high risk during this pandemic, and they have requested to telework. However, because of the nature of their job, it's not feasible for them to telework long term. So, for example, a custodian in a school, our goal is to bring students back. Teachers, many of our teachers are back in schools now working, preparing, and we need to have a sufficient number of custodians there to make sure that, even take pandemic out of it, the normal trash is empty, the vacuuming is occurring, but put pandemic in the mix, sanitation, deep cleaning. And so it's not feasible to allow, unfortunately, custodians to telework. You cannot clean and sanitize a school remotely. School nutrition employees, they're so valuable. They work so hard. And we have many who have health issues, and they've requested to telework. But you cannot prepare food for a child remotely. So those are the decisions that we're challenged with, because we want to tell our employees one thing, but in order to run an organization and to make sure our students have food, to make sure our teachers go into a building that's clean and sanitized, and our students go into a building that's clean and sanitized, we have to have a sufficient workforce who is there to ensure those duties are completed. So it's challenging to look at someone who has a high need, they're considered high risk, and say, unfortunately, we can't allow you to telework.
So, Mr. Vetrano, on the school nutrition staff, the students are not going to go to the lunchroom, right? Meals are going to be taken to the classroom?
My understanding is the meals would be prepared and they would be delivered to the classroom. That is
So for
correct.
those particular staff members, are they opposed to fixing the meal but not taking it to the classroom? Someone else take it to the classroom? Then and then, you know, again, being creative, I realize some custodians have to be there during the day because there's things that have to happen during the day. But students aren't there on Wednesday when the deep cleaning happens. And, you know, as far as some of the other things, you know, come in at night when there's nobody there and clean then. I mean, there's ways that we can work with these staff to accomplish things without exposing them. Teachers don't have that choice. I mean, they got to be face to face with the student if they're going to do face to face. But for some of these other staff, you know, there's ways it seems like we could get around that.
Correct. So in work, and you actually bring up a great point. In working with Arrington Smith, when we were and receiving their advice, which is always wonderful, in working with staff there who are requesting a telework, we dive a little bit deeper and we ask them two questions. One is, are you requesting to telework only when students are going to be in session? Or are you requesting to telework even when staff are in session? And because even when students are removed, you have custodians who will be working around students and staff. You have school nutrition assistants who work very closely with other school nutrition assistants in preparing food. You know, I have been back in those kitchens, and I know you all have too. I mean, they work hand in hand. Some of those trays are heavy. They got to teamwork and pick them up and prepare things. And so I want to make sure we all understand that it's not just I want to telework because of students. We have some who are requesting to telework because they are fearful that just being around other adults may pose a risk for themselves because they're considered high need. So, you know, certainly if someone is saying that they want to telework only when students are present, then we're trying to work around those. But we've also had some who are saying it really doesn't matter whether students or staff are there, that my doctor feels that I should not be exposed to, I should limit my exposure even with adults as much as possible.
And
So that's a great question because we have been trying to distinguish between those two.
And where are we in terms of funding flexibility and how we pay classified staff?
I know that, and I wish Mr. Britt was here because it's a funding question, but I do know that with transportation that he believes we will have some flexibilities there. School nutrition, I know the last time I spoke with Mr. Britt, and it was via email, but he has some concerns about the school nutrition funds and how we utilize those in paying for individuals.
Custodians?
So a lot of course, I know each year your finance officer can move some fund sourcing around, but I would say a lot of them are probably going to be locally paid.
No, I was just going to say, you've mentioned a whole bunch of obstacles, but my favorite part is where you said you were going to embrace the challenge and come up with solutions. So that is
Right.
something I'm looking forward to. And we have made a decision, so I do appreciate you embracing that decision and appreciate you laying out all the hurdles that I'm confident you're going to overcome and confident that the staff members that have chosen to go back will overcome, along with those who have worked virtually. But I think now would be a good time to identify everyone in the district who is certified to teach K through 3, because when the front line is not full, the hierarchy serves no purpose. So with that being said, I think it would be prudent, I'm not saying this for my health, to identify everyone who can teach kindergarten, first, second, and third grade that works for Johnston County Public Schools. Thanks.
I would also like to know what the ballpark dollar amount is going to be in terms of funding enough positions so that schools are staffed to be able to make it happen.
I will work with the team tomorrow. That number can change every day. We'll look at ADM data and choice data. What I mean by choice data is because that number's fluctuated as far as who's interested in face-to-face versus virtual, and try to get you an idea of, because again, I think we could approach it, and that's what I said, these challenges that I presented to you, there are ways to resolve them. And we are ready to resolve them, but I just wanted to make sure we all understood what those ways entail. And so in some cases, we're probably going to need to move some people around, and we'll look at that. In other cases, we're just going to have to add some positions, which will, right. So, but we'll work tomorrow. We've been surveying all principals, and we have spreadsheets with their needs identified in them, and they update them. And we will look at tomorrow, and I'll get to Dr. Bracy what that might look like in order to address the challenges that I shared with you today, and some of the challenges that Dr. Coates, that she was sharing with you as well.
But I think it is only fair if we have teachers picking up multiple cohorts, if we have someone centrally or in any other place that's not the classroom in this district, if they are, I know that's probably going to make a lot of people happy, but it's going to make the public happy, and that's what I'm here to do. So with that being said, if you work in central office or anybody who has a K through 3 certification, Bracy, hey, we might need a cohort, man. So, it's not fair to dump all this on the front line. If we've got someone in this building and any other building that can teach a kindergarten class remotely and pick up a cohort, let's get it done. I don't know, Miss Sessoms, if your stuff is still handy, but you may have to tag in, ma'am, and let's get this done. All right.
Great idea,
I was going to
Ronald.
clarify what Mr. Johnson said, and he just clarified it perfectly. I think there comes a time when, we had a massive exodus of central office a couple of years ago when people were moved from the central office back to the schools. So the precedent has been set, and I think if we need people, and there are people in the central office, because the work is different now, and for this short term, I think that's a really positive move, because again, the pool is now a puddle, and we can't create people. They're not going to drop out of the sky. We've got to have people in those classrooms or remote. And so I think you're onto something that really could help solve the problem.
Well, I wanted to say, and Ron, I'm glad you hit on that. Doing great things is taking a little bit of sacrifice too. And, I'm praying that this COVID thing is temporary. But, and this sacrifice is temporary. But we're all here to sacrifice for students in the classroom to make sure that they are prepared for life. And it starts in K-5. And whatever it takes to get this done, I just pray that everybody's willing to sacrifice for a temporary time.
Yeah, we're not asking for a lifetime commitment, so that's a great thought, Ronald.
Which the protocols, that makes it all. If everybody follows the protocols, then everybody will be safe, and we'll get through this period too.
Well, and by following up with that, that would allow the people who, our instructional staff who are not comfortable teaching face-to-face to be virtual or remote. Those who are, I mean, because we've got some teachers out there that are, they've already been out there setting up their classrooms. You know, they are gung-ho, they're going to make it happen. And if we can, as Ron said, as Mike just said, this is temporary. And this is an opportunity for us to jump in and make it happen. And I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but one of the things that I've always loved about Johnston County Public Schools is that we were the leader. You know, we did what other school systems couldn't seem to figure out. And, you know, I think as a team, we can make it happen.
And you're absolutely right. You know, 1% of people in this world have an agenda. 99% of people want to get together, pull together, and get it done. So anyone critical of progress is suspect, in my opinion. And I think this encourages everyone to pull together, carry a little bit of the load, and give some of these teachers who are very stressed out about multiple cohorts and things that they have to do, you know, lighten the burden and get the job done. So, yeah. But Terry, you didn't answer my question. You tagging in? You gonna get in that?
I'll be glad
give
to
her a
review your
cohort.
teaching license
Give her a
and make sure
cohort.
it's still
All right.
active.
And on top of that, let's not forget about the transition of 6 through 12 and the need to get them back into school
Right.
as we move through this process as well.
Right.
You know, I think it's been nice to see as I ride across the county, all the cars in the parking lot, and the teachers that are really gung-ho about being back. And everybody's right. This is a time where we have to go the extra mile, because those people that may not be in the schoolhouse today that have that K-5 certification, I want them to ask themselves, how would they feel if it was their child that was starting kindergarten and they had to go remote? How would they feel if they didn't have the opportunity to read and write with a teacher right there with the motions that the teachers provide? So I challenge everybody in this building, down the street, at West A.G. Glenn, everywhere else, to rise to the occasion, like we've talked about, because it is temporary, but the education and the knowledge that these kids take from here, it's not temporary. They're our next generation of leaders, and it starts with kindergarten, and we cannot forget that.
And I just want to use this opportunity to give a shout out and maybe motivate some others or give others the idea. We have retired educators all over this county who have volunteered, they are volunteering their time to work with children on those off days during the remote learning time, so that those children who don't necessarily have a parent or someone that can assist them, we've got retired teachers who are stepping up to work with those kids. Benson Area Ministries has written a grant with Partnership for Children, and they are going to be facilitating all-day tutorials for those off days, or for elementary and then for middle school through the virtual time. So we have some powerful community folks out there between our retirees and community partnerships that are seeing the need to step in when those kids are not in a face-to-face environment.
I want to add one thing too. This is a time for everybody to come together. The voice of every parent is important. We've said it is because we said if you want to choose virtual, choose virtual. If you want to come to school, come to school. We gave them the voice. Our staff members deserve the same voice. You want to be in school, be in school. You want to be virtual, be virtual. I respect the voice of everyone. They are all important. our virtual teachers are just as important as our in-person teachers and vice versa. I hate to see the division that it has caused out there in our teaching community as well as our regular community. We appreciate all of them, and there's a way to make it happen. Thank you, Ron, for coming out with that great idea. Another opportunity for us to come together and do great things.
Last question. Mr. Vetrano, are you K through 3 certified?
K-6.
Oh,
Yeah, most teachers
Might
in
need to talk to
elementary,
you
just
after
so
the
you
meeting.
know, are certified K-6. And that's what I was sharing earlier. Our elementary principals have already been shifting teachers around. And because of the fact that they are licensed, now everyone has their preference. You know, Dr. Bracy and I, we taught fourth grade. We really liked fourth grade. But I did teach kindergarten for half a year in first grade, so I have those experiences.
Taught first grade for 30 days.
All right. This is tough grade. Wonderful kids, though.
Without masks.
Right, and that's what I was saying to you earlier. We always embrace the challenge, and we're going to come with, when principals say I have issues, I have challenges, we're going to try to resolve that, and we will resolve it. I just wanted to make sure that we all understood what was involved in resolving it.
In other
and
words,
just so that we understand that we're going to be looking at doing some things differently than maybe we've seen before. And it is teamwork. It is saying that, yes, you may have accepted a job at this school, but we're here to serve all students in Johnston County. And so we might need you to instruct students at another school. And so I do think, temporarily, I do think it's a time to unite. And I agree with all of those statements. And so, you know, my wife's been at school. She's a teacher. She's been there since the doors have opened. She's ready to teach. So my only purpose, as all of us, is just to stand before you and make sure we're hearing all of the wonderful things that are occurring, but we're also knowledgeable of the challenges that we have and ways that we are envisioning to address those challenges. So that's why I said before, I appreciate you and all your questions, because I know that we all sit in positions we want to do what's best for all the students and staff that we serve. So thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Mr. Vetrano, just one thing. With any change comes growing pains. And so I think that's what you're trying to help us understand, is that we're going to hear some growing pains.
Yes, ma'am. You will.
And, I think that's, and we'll read about it on Facebook and everywhere else, I'm sure. But, I think, Mr. Johnson, you said something very significant a few minutes ago. You said, we've made a decision.
yes, ma'am.
We've made a decision, and I know that there are a lot of growing pains. The only thing that I would ask is that anyone who has asked for accommodations, that they be allowed to work virtually as much as possible, because you've got, as you said, Teresa, it may not be that person has a specific medical condition, but they live with somebody who does. And if we can make this work while we do that, while we maintain the safety of our staff, I think that's extremely important, because we have some who are very gung-ho about being there, and then we have some who are literally terrified of what's going to happen to them or their family if they come into the building.
Absolutely. And Dr. Bracy, I want to thank you for changing the decision on allowing those virtual teachers to teach remotely. I know some of us were a squeaky wheel in your ear, but you were patient with us anyway. But I think that's key for these teachers, whether it's accommodation for themselves or a loved one. I think that's key for them to be remote. So thank you for making that decision.
Go ahead and do your personnel while you're standing there.
Oh, yes, sir. So there are two superintendent recommendations that are before you, two assistant principal recommendations for, I'm not sure if I had that piece of paper with me, Dr. Bracy, but one is Clayton Middle School and South Johnston School.
Beth Otto for South Johnson.
Need,
Eric Thomas for Clay Middle School.
thank you, sir. And so we would need a motion and approval for me to move
I'll
forward.
entertain a motion for the two personnel.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Grant, second by Mr. Johnson. Starting roll call with Mr. Wooten. Ms. Grant. Dr. Smith.
Yes.
Ms. Zukowski.
Yes.
Ms. Sessoms.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson. I'm a yes as well. Motion carries 7-0. Happy birthday, Mr.
Thank you,
Vetrano.
thank you. I appreciate the birthday wishes, and thank you for approving the motion. Those two principals will be extremely happy.
Mr. Vetrano, just one thing on your way out the door. When Mr. Brick comes back, if you and him would get together, because after we do all the shuffling, there still may be some areas that we'll have to add personnel.
Yes, sir.
If you and him can let me know the amount that will cost, so we can get that information to the board, so they can keep making informed decisions.
Yes, sir.
Thank
Will
you,
do.
and happy
All right.
birthday
Thank
to
you
you,
so
sir.
much.
Let's take a 5-minute break, please.
Good evening. I have two policies tonight. The first one is Board Exhibit 8A3, Policy 4050, which was last presented at the last board meeting. There have been no revisions, so it is the recommendation of the Policy Review Committee to adopt Policy 4050, and it is presented for approval.
Entertain a motion for policy 4050.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Grant, second by Mr. Johnson. Roll call starting with Mr. Wooten.
Yes.
Ms. Grant. Yes. Dr. Smith. Ms. Zukowski.
Yes.
Ms. Sessoms.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson. I'm a yes. Motion carries 7-0.
Next policy is Board Exhibit 8A4, Policy Code 4304, Code of Student Conduct. We approved this last time, exigent circumstances, but it does require a second vote. There have been no changes made since presented for information, and so it is recommendation of the Policy Review Committee to adopt Policy 4304.
Entertain a motion for policy 4304.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Grant, second by Mr. Johnson. Roll call with Mr. Wooten. Ms. Grant. Dr. Smith. Ms. Zukowski.
Yes.
Ms. Sessoms.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson. I'm a yes. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Dr. Pierce. Yeah. Now we'll have Mr. Walston to come up.
Good evening, Chairman Sutton, Vice Chair Dr. Smith, members of the board, Dr. Bracey. I was asked to make a brief presentation concerning our update on athletics. Last week, we allowed our high schools to begin optional fall sports workouts following our return to play protocol that we've developed and following NCHSAA, the North Carolina High School Athletic Association guidelines, with limited numbers returning. Our high school athletic directors, our high school trainers, our high school coaches should all be commended for what they have done working with our student athletes to this point so far as allowed. So also following along with the North Carolina State High School Athletic Association, they did send an update to our member schools last week saying that they're planning to delay athletics at this point in time until the middle of September following the governor's recommendations. But they're hoping that they can make an announcement concerning what their plan is prior to the start of school, which is obviously next Monday. The board is meeting soon and will be releasing guidance as far as how our high schools and the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction that governs middle school athletics typically follows along with what the High School Athletic Association recommends. So we're awaiting further guidance from those bodies as to the return of athletics, but we have allowed our high schools' fall sports teams to have optional workouts to this point in time.
Thank you, Mr. Walston. Any questions?
Mr. Walson, can you kind of explain the volunteer workouts and the protocol of how many people can congregate at one time, just so the stakeholders know?
Certainly, our protocol, we're following, like I said, the High School Athletic Association guidelines. Outdoor venues, we're allowed to have 25. They are broken into pods of 10. So our athletic trainers, when student athletes, you can go on our website and look at the staff at West Johnson High School did a return to play video for us, and that's on our return to play website there, where it shows the screening that our athletes can do, and that varies by school, but using the thermometers and the questions following the state guidelines. Indoors, you're allowed to have 10 right now. So our indoor sports, I did say fall only right now, so we're only allowing volleyball and cheerleaders to do workouts at this point in time. And we're prepared, if we're allowed to continue with workouts, maybe phasing in, allowing our winter and potentially spring sports doing optional workouts at this point in time.
So when you say 10, that includes the coaches? So
yes, sir.
actually
Coaches, trainers.
9 players and 1 coach.
Coaches, trainers, anything. Yes, sir. Bodies. That's correct.
Besides what you mentioned as far as the capacity limits and testing for temperatures and whatnot, what other safety measures are in place for these students?
The mask recommendations when they are not participating in workouts. Obviously, using a mask when you're strenuously working out, where they're limiting, the High School Athletic Association has limited the use of equipment at this point in time. We're using wipes, cleaning, disinfecting, those types of things. No weight rooms are being used. No training rooms indoors are being used. There are a lot of stipulations as far as that we're following.
And you mentioned equipment and weight rooms, that's great, but other equipment associated with the actual sport itself, have you developed any sanitation protocols or any type of guidelines that would make it safer for these students to practice?
We're following the state guidelines as far as disinfecting the equipment after each use, after each pod goes through. So that's the point of keeping the pods together. Our coaches are using the disinfectants to clean that equipment.
Outside of the state guidelines, have you implemented anything that would be at a county level for additional protocols or measures? Have you personally implemented as county AD any type of additional things to supplement what the state has required?
Not at this point in time, no, sir.
Do you have any type of documentation that you're keeping to record what these students are doing, who's participating? Do we have waivers signed? Do you keeping that in-house at the county level?
All of our schools have those things. They're following they're documenting the state paperwork that we have to follow. Each of our schools had to submit to us the return to play, their site guidelines, because what happens at Corinth Holders may not happen at South Johnston. So the schools had to approve those site plans to us and submit those to my office. So I do have those, yes,
So
sir.
you're maintaining, recording, and approving of those?
Yes, sir.
Very good, thank you.
Mr. Walston, do you anticipate middle school athletics starting anytime soon?
Good question, Ms. Grant. I hope all athletics will start soon. But we have to make sure that things, as Mr. Johnson was asking, that we're in a place where all student athletes, coaches, staff, everyone can safely and properly follow those guidelines.
I mean, like the volunteer workout that we're doing at the high school level, are we considering that for the middle school anytime soon?
We have discussed that we do have discussions in place. We're not at this point in time, we're not prepared to move forward yet. We did want to begin our return to play task force that's met this summer. We did begin putting in place we wanted to start small with the fall, allowing the high schools to do that, and then, as I mentioned, potentially move forward.
Now, Mr. Walston, you get guidance from the High School Athletic Association on the protocols for high schools.
Yes, sir.
Has DPI given any protocols for middle school athletics?
No, sir. Typically, they always follow. They follow the High School Athletic Association guidelines, but you are at the middle school level talking about younger students as well. Anything else?
I know we've all had many emails on this next topic of coaches supplements. And Dr. Bracey had it in his FAQ, as well as band directors as well, that's come up. And at the time we were looking into that. I think it's only necessary to, at this point in time with coaches moving forward and doing work, that we look into going ahead and moving forward paying the coaches supplements as they have been counting on them in their financial obligations, as well as our band directors and things of that nature that have, that are looking forward to that as well.
I completely agree, Mr. Sutton. Number one, we want to keep these folks. We're in a temporary situation, and when all of this blows over, we want these folks to still be with us. We don't want them going anywhere else over a supplement. Second of all, I guarantee you with all the change that they're having to go through, they're earning every cent. And, as a former teacher who was married to a teacher, I can tell you that every cent counts in your household. And these folks have based their budgets on that. And this was in our budget, it was approved, it was voted on. And I think that we owe that to our band directors and our coaches.
And they're doing 3 to 4 times. If they have a team of 50, they have to have 5 practices where they used to have 1.
Yes, ma'am,
So
that is correct.
They're not.
They're there most of the day.
That's
doing
right.
that.
They're not coasting. They are earning every cent and then some.
I couldn't say it any better, Ms. Sessoms. You said that very well. And this builds a well-rounded student. It's not just athletics, it's band, it's clubs, it's all these programs that these students look forward to participating in. And it's not just athletics and band. We want to start all the programs as Ms. Grant, we were having a conversation earlier tonight about ROTC and all those programs that need to be started in driver's ed. Students need something to look forward to.
And most of these coaches are mentors to these students. They answer more questions than just athletics oriented. I mean, that's for many of them, that is their secondary parent, so to speak. So they work hard. They're doing virtual meetings. They're doing so much. So maintaining the fields, I mean, all that stuff. We appreciate what they do. We don't want to lose them, and our students need them.
Mr. Walser, just one quick question, and you may not have the answer, but let's assume fall sports get pushed back to the spring. Has there been any discussion with workouts like we're doing now continuing throughout what would have been the football season?
We are not at that point yet to discuss that, but we definitely can. Right now, with athletics, all options are on the table.
Sure. Okay.
I was just consulting with our attorney. We like Ms. Sessom said, we had already approved the budget and everything that was included in that. So we can move forward with that. It was just something that we were going to review as a board to make sure what we needed to look at financially. So the financial, our budget has already passed with that. So we want to move forward with that, band directors and coaches supplements and everything to stay on schedule as they were. So we don't have to make any adjustments to that. They can continue to move forward with their supplement pay effective. I guess the end of this month would be their first payout for August or for the new year. We'll continue to look into flexibility for our bus drivers and TAs and things of that nature on the forefront for that. But Mr. Walston, thank you for the update, and we appreciate anything that happens. We'd love to know so that we can try to assist as best as possible.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much to all of you on behalf of all of our athletic coaches and other co-curricular folks that do those jobs as well. Thank you very much.
Ms. Gill.
Good evening again. The next item we have is Board Exhibit 8C2, Boundary Lines Presentation. Johnston County Public Schools is constructing a new elementary school located on Lynch Road. It's due to open in the fall of 2021. The opening of the new school requires that boundary lines be adjusted in order to fill the seats of the new school and alleviating crowding and overcapacity issues in surrounding elementary schools. Further, there's significant overcrowding in 2 of our middle schools and a unique opportunity to increase the seats filled at one other middle school during this process. Johnston County Schools has been collaborating with the ORED Laboratory from North Carolina State to monitor and plan growth for our school system for over 20 years. Both ORED and Numerics work to complete our capacity tables each year. They conduct our land use studies as we prepare for future bonds, and they assist in adjusting lines for schools based upon data, and they have been keeping our data and working through all of the boundary lines that we have done for the majority of our new builds. This evening, I have present to take us through a presentation on our next steps and preliminary boundary lines, Mr. Thomas Dudley from ORED and Mr. Mike Miller from Numerics. They are present here this evening, and I do appreciate you moving them up on the agenda. They have traveled here, one from South Carolina this evening and plans to drive back from Charleston. And so they are going to guide you through this. At your tables, you have, I believe, 4 maps. 2 of them are middle schools maps, and 2 are elementary maps. One at the top of each will say current, and the other one proposed. So as we move through the presentation that the gentlemen are going to take you through, you'll be able to use those as reference points. And from here on out, you'll see some references to timelines. Just be aware that I will be working with the principals who are involved in this process. The next step in the process will be, instead of doing an in-person stakeholder engagement meeting, we will be doing a recording and a presentation to send out to all of those affected schools. And as we customarily do, an input form where the parents can talk about their reactions. Once we get all of the reactions and the patterns and all the pieces of data, ORED will compile those. They will bring them back to you in the September board meeting for you to make decisions on whether you'd like to act on any of the recommendations from our parents and stakeholders out in the communities. So in the next few days, we will be taking our principals who are affected through round 2. They've had 1 presentation, but we'll take them through the second part of this to help them understand what are the next steps for their school. And basically, as I've shared with them, the next steps are them helping to promote and helping get participation in the engagement side of this, so folks are aware of how their students may be impacted. Finally, let me say that Johnston County Public Schools has always had a grandfathering process for our highest grade in the school, which in this case would be 5th grade. And generally how that process has worked is that if they would like to remain at their school as a rising 5th grader, what would happen is those students would fill out a form that we send them around February, March to say it is their intent to remain at the school. The only caveat to that is they do agree to provide their own transportation during that year. So that does... That has been a long-standing practice of how we have conducted that, and something that is familiar to our parents during this process. So you will see some references to a timeline today, and just know that we will quickly, after tonight, be moving forward with the parent engagement side of this. It will be, again, new territory doing this virtually as opposed to in person, but it will not in any way be watered down and will not involve them and give them plenty of time to be engaging with this very important process. At this time, I'm going to turn this over to these very capable gentlemen who's going to walk you through our presentation this evening.
All right, thank you, Ms. Gill. Mr. Sutton, other members of the board, I'm Thomas Dudley with ORED, and I'm here with my colleague, Mr. Mike Miller from Numerics. Today we'll be discussing the proposed changes to your attendance boundaries for both the elementary and middle school levels. On this first slide, we're outlining what we'll be covering today. We have first the timeline, which Ms. Gill briefly touched on. Then we'll be looking at sort of the big picture background of why we're having this discussion, the growth that you see occurring within Johnston County. Some considerations that you'll have in mind as you're going through this assignment planning process. From there, I'll hand it over to my colleague, Mr. Miller, who will actually show the proposed boundary lines and talk you through them. So here we are on the timeline on August 11th, presenting what we're calling draft 1 of these attendance boundaries. As Ms. Gill mentioned, August 20th through August 27th we're looking at doing the virtual community meetings to talk through these scenarios and gain community input and feedback. We'll be taking that information and the feedback that you all have and presenting a draft 2 revision of this on September 8th during that meeting. And then looking at your October 13th meeting would be the anticipated final vote on the attendance boundaries for these particular areas. And after that, there are a couple other items, such as actually naming the school itself, as well as assigning a principal to that school. To briefly touch on the growth factors that you'll see here, big picture again, we had the land use study that ORED conducted back in the fall. And what we identified was residential growth, a high volume, of course, of residential growth at a high level of detail across the district. And using that data and information, it's a logical, natural consequence that when you have that volume of residential development, you're going to need new schools, you're going to need to potentially adjust attendance boundaries for your existing schools to balance utilization. So to be a little bit more tangible about that, on this next slide, here we're looking at the substantial growth that you can anticipate over the next 10 years, looking at the different levels, elementary, middle, and high. And this sort of image is consistent with the concept that it's primarily the younger families that are moving into the district with young children that primarily, or I shouldn't say primarily, to a significant extent are at the elementary school level and then age up through the years as time goes on. To shift that to a more regional, local perspective, here we're looking at just the elementary school level, just in the northwest portion of the district. And you can see the purple line is your current capacity looking forward. The blue line is forecasted membership, and you can see that there's that gap in between those two numbers, and that gap is partially filled by that bracket you see off to the right, which is the capacity that the new elementary school will be adding in the Thanksgiving area. But you can see, obviously, there's a need for it today, but beyond that, there will be additional capacity needs in this region beyond that school. We have also a parallel chart here for the middle school as well, also in the northwest portion of the district, and you can see the gap that exists there in between your current capacity and the forecasted membership. So the good news, of course, is you have the new elementary school that's going to be opening in the fall of 2021, so the 2021-2022 school year, which has the opportunity to provide relief to these overcrowded schools. And that also comes with the challenge of creating attendance zones that help accomplish the objectives that you set forth. You'll also are taking this opportunity to adjust middle school boundaries for the same school year, 2021-2022, to better balance utilization at that level in the area. And the last consideration here too is balancing or aligning feeder patterns where possible. And to make sure everyone is clear on what we mean by that, does an entire elementary feed up into one middle school, or is it split among multiple middle schools geographically? Are students divided once they move from 5th grade into 6th grade? So that's what if an entire elementary school sends to one middle school, we call that a clean feeder. If it does not, we call it a broken feeder. And you'll see, as worded on the slide here, we say aligning feeder patterns to the extent possible. And the reason we say to the extent possible is because you have many considerations to try to weigh as you're going through this redistricting process. Many of these considerations are listed on this slide. This is from the work that we've accumulated across working with districts across the state as boards grapple with these types of decisions. So if there are not any questions, I will hand it over to my colleague, Mr. Miller, who will present the actual proposed scenarios, but I did want to pause and see if there were any questions.
Any questions? Thank you.
All right, thank you. And now handing it over to Mr. Miller.
Good evening. It's good to be back. Before we dive into the scenarios themselves, I want to kind of set the platform, set the foundation for what these scenarios are trying to accomplish. First of all, the obvious goal is you have a new school in the Thanksgiving area. And the primary goal of these scenarios is to draw attendance boundaries that put kids in that new school and provide some relief for the other schools in the area. That's not the only goal that the board charged the planning team with. Secondly, we are looking at more than just opening a new school. We're looking at providing comprehensive relief to multiple schools, trying to balance the utilization. You're going to hear the word utilization a lot. Utilization is how full a school is by its number of seats, number of students divided by its capacity, how many students it can hold. Not only looking at a comprehensive balance of these schools, but also looking at the feeder patterns, as Thomas mentioned. Does an elementary school matriculate cleanly up to the middle school? There's opportunities to examine that. And something that we do in every student assignment project is to make sure that we respect the neighborhoods as they are and the children within those neighborhoods as much as possible, trying to keep them together as we can to the extent possible. So some of the assumptions behind these scenarios: to accomplish the goal of a comprehensive balance of utilization, we are going to look at a new attendance boundary scenario for 6 elementary schools. 6 elementary schools are in some way impacted by this new school opening next year. In addition to that, once again, to try to address balancing utilization and to look at cleaning feeder patterns, we're looking at 3 middle schools simultaneously. And I think that's an important word to keep in mind here for board members and for the community as a whole. These aren't 2 separate scenarios. You have 5th graders that are matriculating into 6th grade. It's very important to keep both of those balls in the air as we're planning these attendance boundary changes. Some of the other assumptions, these scenarios were derived based on the brick and mortar capacities, or we call them design capacities. The reason is there's an opportunity here to reduce the number of mobile units that are at some of these schools. Are we going to get rid of all of them? No. But there is an opportunity to bring that number down to some of the schools that have a very large number of mobile units. And the final assumption, and this is a question that is asked from the community a lot, it's are you paying attention to the new development? There's a new subdivision coming south of 42. Have you got that in your database? As Thomas mentioned, the last land use study from ORED was last fall, so the data was completely updated last fall and influenced the latest projections. Not only that, we have gone back in the spring and summer to some communities to make sure we have the most current data. So we believe you're looking at the most current data-driven scenarios that try to accomplish these goals based on those assumptions. And having said that, the caveats. There is no perfect attendance boundary scenario. You can't solve or you can't accommodate all those considerations that were on the previous slide. Is every child going to go to the closest school? No. Are we going to completely balance utilization for all 6 of the elementary schools? No. In 5 years, with the current trends, you're going to need more seats in this area. So it doesn't solve all of the issues that we are challenged with. And one of the things that's critical in Johnston County is accessibility, transportation accessibility, making sure that you can get from here to there on a bus. And there's a big old river down right in the middle of this area here that is a very critical pivot point for all of these scenarios. You have to pay attention to that. So these scenarios try to reflect all those considerations at the same time. So here's where we're at today. Among the 6 elementary schools that are being impacted by these proposed scenarios, Cooper Academy, Corinth Holders Elementary, East Clayton E, Riverdale E, Riverwood E, and Selma E. You'll notice the little highlighted column there. To make sense of a comparison of scenarios, what we're going to focus on is the utilization, how many seats divided by the capacity of the design capacity of the building. We're going to compare those utilizations to the utilizations of the scenarios that you're about to see. So based on the average daily membership in month 2 of last year, you're looking at Cooper Academy having 127. That ties with Riverdale at 127% of its design capacity, all the way down to a utilization of 74% for Selma E. And I will mention that that percentage is just K4. We know that they're moving to K5 next year, so there's a natural increase in utilization from that. Average utilization over these 6 elementary schools was 107% design capacity last year. That's including pre-K and, as I mentioned, Selma as a K4. If we look ahead 5 years, the estimated average utilization for these schools with the new school and Thanksgiving area included is going to be 103%. So this is not totally eliminating the overcrowding in some of your schools. However, it's going to provide marked relief in many of them. So the first scenario we'll look at here, these are the proposed, and I'll emphasize that word, these are proposed attendance boundaries for the elementary schools. This is a table that now includes the area, or Thanksgiving area elementary school. And you can tell quite a reduction in the overall utilization. If we look at the 2021-22 utilization, once again, it's been highlighted. That range is now from 108% down to 75%. That's a span of 33 points versus a span of 53 points as current. So that's a fairly dramatic narrowing of utilization among the schools impacted. That's what we're looking for. You have in front of you more detailed maps. Thanksgiving area school is the one that's in yellow, obviously. The red lines that you see are the 2009 or 2020 K-5 elementary lines. So just a couple highlights here. The Thanksgiving Road area elementary school is going to impact Corinth Holders E. It impacts Selma E a little bit, and there's a cleanup of feeder patterns there. It impacts Riverdale extensively, and Riverwood a little bit as well. So there's a wide impact area for this new school on Lynch Road. Yes, Cooper is also impacted, but not directly by the Thanksgiving area school. Our forecasts tell us that Cooper, with a lot of the developments around it that are pretty large, is going to experience a lot of kids over the next 5 to 10 years, maybe even sooner than that. So we thought it was important as a comprehensive plan that tries to balance utilization to look at providing some kind of help to Cooper as well. That is not direct help from the Thanksgiving area school. However, you will see some relief provided by East Clayton in that area. Does anybody have any questions on the elementary schools?
I do.
Yes.
So the new school, where the yellow moves way over.
Yes.
Why, it just was kind of skewed to, let go of the button, to have this centralized area, and then we reach way over into the Riverwood
That's right.
area. Why would we do it that way versus coming down around and taking some of East Clayton? Because I'm looking at your projections up there, and you have East Clayton still at 108%, and Riverwood and Riverdale down at 81 and 75. So it looks like if you went the other way, you would even that out a little more. And it just looks odd.
Here's why that area looks the way it does. And the story is a little bit long, so please bear with me. One of the issues that popped up in this is accessibility to Cooper. It's on the river. There's not too many ways you can go over the river, and they're all at points south. So Cooper was a particularly challenging area to look at. And the only school that's really set up to provide that kind of relief in this scenario anyways is East Clayton. So in order to make that work, East Clayton had to stretch a little bit farther than we originally wanted it to stretch. So why is the yellow area changed? Because if East Clayton goes out there, we have to make sure that we put enough students into the Thanksgiving area elementary school, number one. We have to make sure that we're providing relief to Riverdale, which is one of the primary objectives for this scenario. And thirdly, that area in the top you see is a transportation consideration as well. It forms kind of a loop so that a bus can go in there and get out and not have to deadhead or anything like that. So all three of those reasons are why that area to the north looks like it does.
So, and I understand the Cooper scenario, but if the yellow, instead of going to the top over towards Riverwood, what would be the problem with going to the bottom of the yellow over towards East Clayton, wrapping around Riverdale there to take
Right.
a little bit off of that, and then it doesn't put Riverwood, it still doesn't put them over, but
Well, in order for the Thanksgiving area elementary to do that, what would happen, what the scenario shows will happen is you take East Clayton down below the balance area of all the other schools. It becomes a school that has a much lower capacity than the other areas. And our job here is to balance those, to try to make them about the same.
right, but you have East Clayton at 108%.
Yes.
And the others were at 75 and 81, so that's why I was confused.
Right.
It just looks like it would bring East Clayton
What it does is it
down.
brings East Clayton down quite a bit. Those are dense areas right there, and they're complete subdivisions. And in order to balance the Thanksgiving Road site, you would have to retract that area to the north that you're talking about, and that sends more kids back to Riverdale and Riverwood, yes.
And I'm not talking about the entire yellow piece over there. I understand it's got to go over some, but it just seems like if we backed off a little bit and came over on the bottom a little bit into East Clayton, that it would get them all closer to the 80, 90, rather than still having one over 100%.
Well, the students that are up in that northern area, it's a lot less dense, so the area looks larger. As you go down by 42, the subdivisions are much more dense, so you get a lot of kids for a little movement there, and not as many kids, I should say, up to the north.
So East Clayton, with the little triangle, there's a lot of streets. That's the new development that's being under construction there. Am I reading that correctly, that is developed and accounted for?
Which area of East
Okay,
Clayton?
you're going into East Clayton. On the right of the entrance is a huge new development. I'm seeing streets drawn off.
That's not new, that's just existing development.
But that's what I'm asking. There is a new development that we built a fence there a couple of years ago. It's to the right.
Right by the school, you mean? Yeah, yeah.
I'm asking if that has been accounted for in the population, because that's a pretty big development.
Yes, yeah, that's one, I don't recall the name offhand. Yeah, yes, that was in the land use study of last fall, so
It's
that data is.
between East Clayton and the Food Line Shopping Center.
Okay.
Off Motorcycle Road.
Yes, that's inside. Yeah.
So it's already been accounted for. Because I think Teresa was right. I think if you took one of those little subdivisions there, it would balance East Clayton.
Well, once again, it's a question of density and numbers here. So a little move down to that, in that area, is a lot of students. And in order to counter that in the Thanksgiving Road area school, you have to pull away, which would reverse some of the help that we're giving Riverdale.
I understand, and I do know East Clayton no longer has the 30 mobile units that it had when I left there, so I'm appreciative that it's all under one roof. So just clarification, thank you so much.
Sure.
Any other questions?
Other. Moving to middle schools. As we mentioned, we're looking at impacting three.
I'm sorry.
What?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Could we go back just one
Sure.
second?
Yes.
Demographically, how balanced are these schools now?
It's not an output in the current, right today or in this scenario?
In your logistics, how important were demographics, balancing demographics?
They did not drive these scenarios. The scenarios were driven by primarily balancing utilization. Secondly, the transportation ended up being a very large factor in these scenarios. And anticipating expected growth were the three things that really drove these scenarios.
Thank you.
All right, next we'll look at the middle schools. Archer Lodge, Riverwood, and Clayton Middle School are the ones we're looking at. There's not nearly the kind of drastic change. We're not opening a new middle school here. We're trying to do two things here. Balance utilization a little bit more and take a look at the feeder patterns from elementary to middle school to see if there's something we can't do to help those. And the resulting scenario, you may not be able to see too many of the changes, but up to the top there, Riverwood Middle goes a little bit into Archer Lodge. Kind of in the middle of the map, Riverwood Middle goes a little bit into Archer Lodge again. And the change between Riverwood and Clayton is actually a fairly small area, but it's got a lot of students. So we're able to provide some relief for Riverwood with there, far outweighing what those other areas do for Riverwood. And remember, looking into the future, we're seeing a lot of development in many areas in the county, but especially in the Corinth Holders area. We're seeing a lot of larger subdivisions and many of them. So the current crowding conditions are something that is certainly important, but there is anticipated development in other areas of the county that we're trying to look at as well.
Speaking of that,
Yep.
speaking of that, we've had some conversations with some county commissioners of potentially land banking. So with that being said, I know you're not in the land banking business as far as telling us, but based upon what you just said about subdivisions and things of that nature that are being developed, where would be some areas that we need to focus on?
Okay. First of all, as in my experience with my numerics and when I was back with ORED, that was one of the things we always tried to promote. And in fact, Johnston County was land bank. So we feel it is a very good approach for a growing county. On the specifics, that does fall under ORED. And I know that that's a question that has been asked before, and they've developed models that will help you answer that. So that is something that is in the realm of possibility through ORED, okay?
Mr. Chairman, it's probably a good joint meeting where they can put bullseyes for locations of high schools and middle schools, and then have a joint meeting with the commissioners and let ORED come in and demonstrate where our best sites would be.
And-
Then the location of the property that, the great thing about Johnston County is it's a growing county, but the negative is the tracts of land big enough to build a school on are decreasing greatly. So it'd be a great idea for us to do that.
I'll go ahead and reach out to Chairman Godwin and see if we can go ahead and get everybody in place and get with Ms. Gill to have a joint meeting. It's been a while since we've done that. I think ORED came a couple of years ago. Might have been 2017.
It was.
And we can try to get that on the books.
And typically, if I could, Chairman, just add just a couple of comments about that topic. Before this meeting, where we're actually talking about the boundary lines for our new school, typically, we would have already had that joint meeting. It would have supposed to have been in April of last year, but due to the COVID crisis, we delayed that. So it is an out-of-order situation, but we do, as a part of the process, generally always have the commissioners to hear this information. To give you a little bit of insight, Thomas and the team did provide for us their projections over the course of 10 years that we presented previously. So just to give you a little reminder of where we are, our high school site over in the same region where we have the new school coming up now was a hot spot area, as well as between the Polenta, Westview, Swift Creek area for an elementary. And then we have obviously needs again for a middle school. So we have looked with some of our potential landowners, and we can begin to do that. We've had people approach Mr. Moore in both areas as far as helping us to procure some sites, remembering we need anywhere from 80 to 100 acres for a high school, and that probably worries me more than anything else because of the ability to find that much. And then secondly, we do have a couple of developers who have talked to us about on the other side of town. The interesting thing about us, and if I misspeak, please let us know, just about every one of these schools is right up there with top priority. Remember when we were doing our bond work in 2018, whether to do this elementary school or a high school, they were both neck and neck in need. Remember, though, with the $61 million that we got and knowing how much a high school would cost, we went with the option of building the equally needed elementary school along with several other absolute capital needed projects across the county to help equalize what our voters were going to have the opportunity to get out of the bond. So we will, after today, with your permission, we will move forward with scheduling with Mr. Hester that joint meeting so they can get involved in this conversation. We can also work with them on making sure that with the land use study, typically the land use study that they did for us is wrapped into that presentation so they understand that we have looked at the developments, and then still making sure they understand that our prevailing needs remain the same with the types of schools that we need. So great point. Thank y'all for bringing that up, and I'm going to turn it back over to these gentlemen.
Just one other thing that they mentioned, and in a realistic world, it might be possible, but with 80 to 100 acres needed for a high school, in that conversation, they were hoping that we could pull some of these schools back closer to our towns to utilize areas of our town. I know one town in particular in Johnston County does not have a school in the ETJ, and that's Kinley. Every other town in the county has a school. Mike Road has one stoplight, and they have 3 really schools within that area. So I hear that a lot too, but the main thing is if we can pull back towards these municipalities and gain some of the sewer and everything from that aspect. But again, it goes back to acreage of where's 80 to 100 acres
And
close to a
again,
town.
also remember with this school, we did pull it to the very far end of our circle. And when we did that, good things, but what happened with sewer? We had to do a lot of work with the sewer. Now, what we gained from that, remember though, is we have the capacity for about 2 more schools to add onto that pump station, is that correct? In that vicinity. So, you know, you've got some opportunities there with the sewer that has been already laid there, as well as we need to begin to look at school sites where sewer is close, because that eats up a lot of your money when you're trying to get a new school constructed. So those are all factors that we will need to discuss as we decide where to pull the next school. So great conversations. Thank you. Anybody else? Turn it back over.
Can you back that up to the previous slide just for a second?
One? Okay.
Ms. Gill, did Synergistics turn our air off? It's getting a little stuffy in here.
The 107%, 107%, and 74, and then on the next slide, we're up to 90-something, I think, on Clayton, but
That's right.
Archer Lodge still stayed 107, and Riverwood went up to 109.
That's right. Let me show you the next slide.
Okay.
So one of the things that we looked at especially hard with the middle schools was trying to balance or clean up some feeder patterns. Currently, East Clayton, as an example, goes to 3 different middle schools. And the scenario that you're shown today, the Thanksgiving area elementary, Corinth Holders, and Riverdale now all completely clean feed into Archer Lodge. East Clayton is still split. We didn't see any way that that could go to one single school without great modifications, but it's split only to 2 middle schools now. So this was an effort to try to bring in that goal for elementary to middle school feeder patterns. And it's within the realm of balancing utilizations. It does provide a little more relief or a movement between Riverwood and Clayton that helps Riverwood a little bit, enabling Riverwood to do this clean feeder pattern.
One of the reasons we were looking at doing this is because of the overcapacity at Riverwood Middle School, and that's why we were talking about shifting some to Clayton Middle, but it looks like we're still over capacity at Riverwood Middle, so, and maybe even larger than it was.
Balancing utilization is one of the aspects, but it's not the only one.
But I thought for the middle school scenario, that was our main goal, was utilization, because we're getting way too many complaints out of Riverwood Middle about capacity and teacher-student ratio, and the whole purpose of this was to balance that utilization, but it doesn't look like it helped us at Riverwood Middle at all.
Again, another of the primary drivers here was that cleaning up of the feeders between elementary and middle, and that's what the scenario does, and enabling Riverwood to be able to do that cleanup is why some students move from Riverwood to Clayton, to allow Riverwood to be able to have a clean feeder pattern, or Archer Lodge.
And I hear what you're saying, but I thought our number one priority in this middle school scenario was utilization balance, not feeder patterns. So we did not accomplish our goal.
Wasn't one of the issues splitting the town of Clayton up?
That's, yes, yeah, in some of the earlier work, what we looked at was trying to take Riverwood, basically in the town of Clayton, and send it to Clayton Middle School. And it does put some lines kind of right in the middle of the town, so splitting the town. It is a scenario that better addresses the issues that you are talking about, for sure. But it doesn't do it, if you do it that way, you've lost your opportunity to provide those clean feeders.
We weren't worried about the clean feeder pattern. We were worried about the overcapacity at Riverwood Middle School.
I think in some of the meetings, that some of the feedback that we did get from the board was to consider looking at clean feeder patterns.
Okay, so, board members, what was our purpose in this? Because my understanding, it was to relieve the pressure at Riverwood Middle School. That's the whole reason we brought this up, as far as I know.
Correct.
If someone does not agree with that, please say something
No,
now.
you're correct. You're correct. In looking at the middle school piece, it was to solve the problem of overcrowding at Riverwood Middle.
And that did nothing to do that.
Archer
So-
Lodge is also overcapacity. So, yeah, our purpose was to relieve not to,
Archer's Lodge is due to get a classroom expansion. So 12 classrooms?
This doesn't count for that.
okay.
And so, and Archer Lodge wasn't even anything that we had brought up. It was
Riverwood,
totally
and that's
based on
right. It was
Riverwood Middle
Riverwood,
School.
Clayton Middle.
And ultimately, these decisions are going to be yours to make. But what we're bringing to you is looking at multiple factors. What we also look at is clean dividing places for where a boundary line should go. So, there are considerations as to whether or not you split a town right up the middle. And unfortunately, to deal with the situations that you have with where Clayton Middle is located, that was some of the issues. So we're looking at trying to balance feeder patterns at the same time of trying to get some relief from overcrowding. But again, if the 100% way is no matter how it looks, no matter what implications it has, that you want to just go towards 100% just filling seats, we can discuss that. But we try to look at what is the best of all that we have, considering the 20 years that he's been working with what our communities have said over time, as to try to get us the best we can get, understanding that there are some obstacles when you're trying to, in this particular area, start drawing the lines like you would want them to be on paper.
Riverwood Middle has been begging us for relief. That is the only reason this conversation ever started. So that was our goal, is to give Riverwood Middle relief, and Clayton Middle had capacity to do that. Otherwise, we would have never even brought this topic up.
And the dividing line through Clayton is the railroad, but there are dips above and there's a dip below. So if the railroad is the dividing line, that could be cleaned up, or don't use the railroad as a dividing line.
I'm going to give it back to Mr. Miller, who works with the actual statistical formulas on this, and see what.
Did you say that the addition to Archer Lodge was already in these
Yes,
numbers?
sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir, yeah. Yeah, again, your comments are well taken. The purpose of this is, as Ms. Gill said, is not only to try to provide some relief where it's possible, but also look at feeder patterns. If that is not the intention of this board, then this is probably not the scenario that we.
Right. In this situation, board members, what is your goal? Capacity utilization for this school? Everyone speak up.
Yeah, I can't remember what we discussed, but I would say capacity is definitely a major issue for this area. Or we're going to continue to have capacity issues.
They're screaming for relief.
Yeah, I think that
was the goal, was to bring relief to Riverwood.
I think realistic world, we could have both, have the feeder pattern cleaned and the capacity, but I
It
don't
was a
think it's.
capacity issue, but I would like to hear from that community the importance of feeder pattern versus capacity and see, I think they need to give us feedback. That's the purpose.
Absolutely.
That's the purpose of us sharing this tonight is let's hear from them as well. And I know we've heard from them before that they're sitting on top of each other, and that was the purpose of this, but we also need to present this that, you know, this cleans up the feeder patterns, and some families might rather have that as well.
Well, and I'll say, you know, stakeholders chime in, let us know, but I have never had a parent reach out to me and say, would you please clean up the feeder patterns where my kids go to school? But I hear all day long about overcapacity, and, you know, we would have, but it was the sole reason we brought this thing up to begin with.
Well, that's why we're having this meeting, so appreciate you bringing it up.
Knowing that the elementary side, we have those two maps, but also knowing that we can do we go ahead and move forward, letting them give us some input, and then coming back to you with a second round of maps after the parents have given input too. The reason I'm saying this is not because anything's not doable, but because if we want to get the vote on these lines so we can move forward and stay, the schedule we've given you because of COVID is very compressed. And so our recommendation would be that we hear you, but let us go ahead and send out this information to our parents, and we haven't customized the questions yet. And let us look at what questions we ask them, and that being one of them, to help give us input. And then you have the data about the elementaries that will be good, but then you be able to have them, they're getting this as I get it. I'm sending it to them, bringing you back a second set of maps, which is what we would have done anyway to achieve that. And you'll stay on schedule, get input, plus make a deeper adjustment if that's what the data, and if that's what you're hearing from that community, then that data will support that.
So you got it on, it's on here as information, so what was the timeline that you were looking at?
As long as I can do their virtual meeting on the 20th through the 27th, that means
Okay.
we're putting it out there, we're giving them a Google form, letting them provide us input. They're looking at that data and making adjustments to the maps according to what they see, and providing you a second set of maps in September that's reflective of what they see. So if they say this doesn't do enough for us, then they're seeing that and they'll bring those options back to you. Then, at that point, you all will need to make a decision that I want you to go back and look at it one more time for tweaks, and then when I come back to you in October, we're gonna be doing the final.
One of the things that the community can tell us that I can't tell from the map is, are there subdivisions that are divided? Are there subdivisions that this side of the street goes here and that side? The parents can tell us that. Having been to numerous ones of these, I'm with Teresa, they don't ever ask about what's the feeder pattern. They always say, I need to know that my school is going to be manageable, that my child is going to get better attention because the classes are smaller, the numbers are smaller, the buses are going to be more efficient. Those are the questions that parents ask in the 5 splits that we went
Yeah,
through.
academics don't suffer if we don't go to the right feeder pattern, but academics suffer when we're over capacity.
What we will do, our form that we send out, you know, we can certainly, again, customize that question. And then we were always planning to invite Riverwood Middle to be involved in this fully anyway. And then we'll have the data about, you've got to do more, or I think you need to take this, or I think you need to take that street. And there can make the adjustments, which is what we would have been planning to do anyway. They just say
That's the normal process.
And
Yes.
Gil, off the top of your head, what is the capacity size of Riverwood Middle, and what was the student population size when we finished up with, before March, when everything went crazy with COVID?
So they are, how much over capacity are they?
Current design capacity is 11,886. And they're currently about 200 over capacity.
So they're sitting in the mobile units, so whereas East Clayton doesn't have any mobile units, they have a lot. Riverdale has a lot. But then when you look at Corinth, you say, well, they don't have very many mobile units either, but we've seen development skyrocket there. So there's just many different variables that we try to look at, and then they're putting all of that into their statistics to come up with what we get. Now, numbers are just numbers until you get down to this level where we start asking you your thoughts, and then we send out that information to the parents. Then it becomes real to them about what street I live on compared to where I've been. So that's how we drill down and get these things as clear and as supportive with our parents as we can possibly be, knowing that whenever you do attendance boundary movement, there's always going to be a segment that this does not work out to how they would like it to be. Because when you have this problem, growth is always going to create some growing pains one way or the other.
So we had 107% for Archer Lodge Middle before and after, if I remember right. Riverwood Middle was 107, and it went up to 109% with the changes, so it grew over capacity. And then Clayton Middle went from 70-something to 96%. Where did those students come from for Clayton Middle? Because if the other ones grew, it doesn't look like it came from those schools.
There is a subdivision that's in this setup that does move.
Yes. Cobblestone, areas around Cobblestone. And Ms. Gill brought up a point that just flashed in my head when she said it. Some of the initial work looked at sending more kids to Clayton, and the reality was Clayton doesn't have mobile units to handle that. We're working off their design capacity. So sending entire areas, additional entire areas to Clayton would have put them over capacity, and they would not have the ability to handle that. So that was another one of the many reasons that we're looking at the scenario as we are.
In the past, the maps have been huge.
Yes.
Huge maps that actually were very clear. Without the in-person blow-ups, are these going to be magnified online so that when you run your scroll over it, you can actually see?
Yes, ma'am. There is a large format PDF ready to be posted. I don't know what the schedule is for that, but those materials are already created.
And just a question back on the elementary side again. I know there's also subdivisions going up down Covered Bridge Road. I think one of them 600 plus.
Yeah.
Was that already included in the numbers as well? All right. I hear you. I still think if there's any way we can make East Clayton Elementary drop down a little bit and not be over 100% when we were at 70, 80 on some of these others, we'd be better off, because that area is just going to continue to grow as well. But anyway, like I said, I understand a little shift is a lot of numbers on that bottom end.
Yeah.
We wanted to try and get them all below 100% if we could, and if we can, that would be great.
It's not possible. According to at least your last question there, getting them all. If you look at 5 years in the future, we're looking at an average utilization over these three schools at 106%. So this is a tight one.
I'm just talking about when it opens, not in 2025, but it'd be nice to at least start there.
Any other questions?
I'll just wrap it up here with another view at the timeline. I think Ms. Gill's already talked about this. So our next, as of right now, the next step is to provide the community with these virtual meetings and get their feedback. That's the way these processes should always work. Draft 2 is influenced by the feedback we get from the board and from the community.
Thank you all for your time. Safe travels back to South Carolina.
And I will say too that back several years ago, before I became in the position that I'm in, believe it or not, Clayton Middle used to be overcrowded, and they were talking about ways to help fix that problem. And I was principal at West Clayton Elementary at that time, and we were well over 1,000. So things change and fluctuate with growth patterns. So now we have the opposite situation. We will work through it. We will make this happen, and we'll get it done within our timeline. Thank you so much for allowing these gentlemen to come and meet with you today.
Thank you. Stay and do the hot spots. Ms. Gill, you stay and do the hot spots while you're here.
And always glad to have Mr. Moore here with us. He is always just boots on the ground and a great support to me. So thank you so much for being here. And again, we do have Michelle Turnage out in the hallway who is ready at any time to come in and be smarter than me and tell you more about the technical sides of where we are with technology. My final item this evening is Board Exhibit 8C1, our Verizon Hotspots purchase for Wi-Fi remote access. And there she is. Johnston County Public Schools has a current inventory of 750 Sprint CoolPad hotspots that we were able to get through a grant at the discount rate of $70 per unit with no service contract for 2 years. During the spring of the year, we were able to get these in. They were a DPI recommendation for us. However, the grant has now been discontinued. I don't think that is forever, though, in looking at their website. And the technology department had to explore another provider for us. And in doing so, that would require, and that's some of the cost that's incurred, is the monthly service fee for these. And we had to look at the types of coverage maps that we could get. Verizon has been selected because it does have an excellent coverage map for some of the areas of worry. And it will provide for our need with an additional 2,250 hotspots to support our data within the schools. The units are $149.99 per unit. They do require a monthly service agreement per unit. Principals, again, and we talked about earlier, will utilize a remote access form to deploy them along with the Chromebook equipment. And these are provided for students who do not have access in their homes and would therefore be unable to have remote learning needs during the COVID-19 pandemic. And this would be purchased from the CARES Act funds, our federal funds, and then our House Bill 1043 funds. These funds were already designated in the budgets for devices and connectivity. What you have that's attached, and I can point to any of these pieces if I need to, but how did we justify our hotspots purchases? And what I put for you is different multiple considerations that helped us to arrive where we are. And so you'll be able to see those yourself, but the first one is the principal's reports back in the early March when we began this endeavor of beginning to look at access issues. We do have what is a K-8 spreadsheet. And it's all the data that Christy Stevenson keeps about all of our children. We moved all those kids up from being 0 to 8 to 1 through 9. So we have some great numbers there, teacher-reported numbers at the end of the year. So that's solid data there. Except you're always dealing with the moving targets of during this particular time in this crisis, we still will be searching for kids who have moved in and out. There's a transient nature of what we're going to be dealing with as we begin to stabilize our children back in school, whether remote, face-to-face, or blended. Then the third thing that we looked at was how do we project the incoming kindergartners, 10th, 11th, and 12th. So where we got the 12% rate was there was a 12% of all of the grades 1 through 9 that in each grade requested a hotspot. So we use that as one of our data points to say, let's look at the enrollment for those grades and let's get 12% of that to help us. So when you have a difficult, complicated decision that is not going to give you, it's hard at this time to get a hard and fast 100% perfect number. We look at multiple sources of data, help us to make an informed decision. And then the fourth piece is we looked at what is our growth projection from ORAD that puts us usually growing a school a year. Sometimes that can be 700. Remember the year it was like 1,200, but just looking at a number of 500, that helps us get that piece. I've also included for you, and while we've been sitting in this meeting, I did have a message from a person who said, remind everybody that we have a broadband survey out, if you've seen that folks are promoting in Johnston County. We have a 2016 broadband plan for North Carolina, and we reviewed that, and it helps us, and I've included some pieces there that shows you where we fare with other counties in helping us make decisions. So again, that is a data point as well. And then we also looked at what our remote learning surveys looked at and told us. And basically, from the people who responded, we had 13,000 to respond, and roughly 10.1% stated that they were going to need a hotspot. So what is our recommendation? Our recommendation is that we end up with 3,000 hotspots. You'll see the money breakdown here and the financial details that Mr. Britt has helped us work through as far as splitting this purchase up between House bill money. House bill money stops earlier than the CARES money does, so you want to try to use that up. And then you have a little more flexibility with the state money than you do with the CARES Act. We have had to work with Ana Milazotto as well to help to amend that budget with CARES because she's in charge of our federal programs. And we are highly encouraged with the level of service that we have gotten from Verizon and their level of customer service as being very responsive to us, and we feel a reasonable level of comfort that we're getting these in our hands pretty soon. And we have folks who are willing to work overtime to package these and get them ready so they can get out to our students. So we're highly encouraged by that. The Verizon is unlimited data, but also remember it's SIPA compliant as well. And then after the year of monthly service and where we stand with the pandemic, we do not have to continue incurring the service charge. We would just have to see where does that land us at the end of all this, and what is the role of virtual with our students moving forward? Because some of the things that are happening to us right now may change the face of how we serve children moving forward. So these are going to be conversations we have, but I did want to let you know that we can drop that particular part of things as well. Did I miss anything?
No, I don't think so. It's the only service provider that has true unlimited data. Most of the others have 20 gig or 30 gig, and kids have already been running out. So with all the Zoom and stuff, this is going to be the best option for our students. In addition to the coverage map, if you look at the coverage maps.
And the units that we're putting into the parking lots, we did send you an email to Michelle earlier, and that has all of the 10 schools, and they are Verizon based as well.
No, those
No,
are AT&T.
AT&T.
The
Other half is Verizon. Okay, Khajiits. All right. So I bring that to you for formal approval. I believe that there was some discussion about that during the course of the past couple of weeks as we move forward with making decisions.
So I entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Wooten, second by Ms. Grant. Any questions or comments?
You did say this was taken by the House money and
1043
CARES bill.
and CARES.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And just to reiterate, all those who say they need a hotspot will receive one.
Yes, ma'am.
And if for some reason that doesn't work or whatever, there'll be mobile, the parking lot.
Yes, and we do still have about $15,000 more that, there was a couple of pieces of the House bill, 1043, that you had to actually put in a request for it, and we put in a request for even more than that, but they gave us $15,000. So we do feel that we're moving in a great direction. Things have really ramped up, And we're watching it, and we've got folks, administrative assistants who are coming in to help us, folks from other departments in my area that are coming in to help us get these to kids.
I do want to add that these are devices, excuse me, that we do have staff that need hotspots as well. Very small percentage, but we are trying to accommodate staff needs, obviously, and the student needs.
Thank you for doing that.
Ms. Gill, if, my memory is pretty bad, but I remember last month that we were talking about hotspots, and we said we had all the hotspots that we needed.
No, I did not say that. I said we had 750, and we would be able to purchase those with the money because we had the money set aside in the CARES Act budget code. Not that I had them in my hand.
Okay, but my point is that we're still holding on to the CARES Act money, and we're starting school. How soon can we get these? Because this money, these hotspots, you said early March, you started taking this data. I would have thought that we would have already had this being.
We didn't have the funding for them. The CARES Act money was not approved until, I believe, your June or July meeting, and then we had to go through the waiver process with this particular money. What we ordered the 750 with was with the emergency COVID money, and we used that money for the initial 750, but that money was for other things like school nutrition staffing and things of that nature. So we didn't have the fund. We had no PRC left over at the end of the year because that went towards our contracts.
And we didn't get PRC back this year.
And they took that. When they gave us that emergency money, they didn't give it back to us for the state.
Talking about PRC 13?
15.
15, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just, I had some notes, maybe I misunderstood, but I was under the impression that we were told in the last meeting that all the hotspots that we needed were already ordered. And, so.
When we had this, excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt you, I'm sorry. The Sprint ones, when we were in the Sprint grant, were much more easily accessible for us to get. And when they discontinued being able to get any of those at the end of July, that created a delay because then you have to go back and work with all of your vendors and choose a new vendor and a new set of pricing.
Our initial request in March was even 3,000 hotspots. We got 750 to accommodate, and we knew they were going to come in late in the year and probably a little bit lower usage. We used them over the summer, but all the trends show it's 10 to 12% of our population, our enrollment population, that'll need a hotspot, and it's kind of how it is at other districts also.
Did we know in our special session, though, that we needed these additional hotspots? Because here we are, school starting on Monday, and kids are not going to have hotspots. I guess that's the main point, too, is why didn't we go ahead and proactively get that on the books for our July 22nd meeting?
We were already approved. July 22nd, we didn't have all of the CARES Act money ready to go in the budget.
Fingers crossed, they'll be here Friday. Fingers crossed. Hopefully latest, it might be Monday or so. So that's what we're praying for. And if they're Friday, we're working all weekend to get them ready. And then a lot of it's just timing, when we got codes, when everything got in, when all the approvals were in place. And it's a process, so. But they've worked with us based on our word, and they're trying to get everything they can to accommodate our needs.
And the money was going to be less with the Sprints when we were able to use the Sprint devices because we weren't going to have a service fee and service contract. And then in the CARES Act money, one of them allows you to pay for service contracts for per month charge, and the other one does not. So we were moving forward with the Sprint purchase when the end of July they said, we don't have any more of those to provide for you. And then you have to begin to shop around and select a whole nother group of people who could provide us. And then that ups the price. And then that slows us down when we have to go through CARES, which requires a waiver, because typically that's an RFP type of purchase, when we had already gone through all of that in the spring with the Sprint piece.
There were also changes in legislature where the FCC got involved, and they changed the pricing on the service packages, and we were literally offered that probably late July. So the timeline, we've been pushing since the minute we had in our hands.
I just don't want any kid to start off on the wrong foot without a hotspot or anything before going virtual. So hopefully they'll get here because they're definitely needed. Any other questions?
I don't have one for Ms. Gill, but since we're back on the educational portion and off of land, Dr. Bracy, and I should have asked this when we were back at the reopening part, but you have an update on our pre-K students?
When we open schools up for our K-5, our pre-K must be a part of that. So Dr. Coates is working with Dr. Jackson on that plan.
So September 8th, when K through 5 begins, pre-K will be in the school at the same time?
We are required to do that.
All right, thank you so much.
And may I ask, will that be 5 days a week, or how will that be handled?
Haven't worked out all those details yet, Ms. Essex.
Thank you.
The director of pre-K says that they prefer 5 days just because of the daycare type of program. It is not under the same rules as K-5. It is under the daycare rules, which provides for 5 days a week. That was her recommendation.
We will have conversations with Dr. Jackson, Dr. Coates, as well as transportation going forward. And when we have that final number, I can update you on my Friday update. We'll go from there.
Thank you. And then, I thought Dr. Coates was gonna,
Right outside.
oh, okay. So, yeah, we've got a lot of questions about the high school schedules and,
Well, Dr. Coates is coming back on the agenda.
okay,
This
so
is-
she can handle that then.
He can.
All
Any
right,
more
thank you.
questions for Ms. Gill?
Yeah,
about-
For
we
this
just need a
particular
vote.
item?
We just need to take a vote. Any more questions or comments?
Okay.
Yes.
Roll call, starting with Mr. Wooten,
Yes.
Ms.
Yes.
Grant, Dr. Smith, Ms. Zukowski,
Yes.
Ms. Sessoms.
Yes.
I vote yes. Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Chairman,
Yes.
before Ms. Gill gets going, I do have one facility question. She may have already walked out of the room.
You might need to go stand.
She's here.
She's here.
You hear me?
I can. I just have one really quick question. When we're looking at our Plan A and B for K-5 to go back to school September 8th, are all of our current elementary schools able to hold all of those students with the proper distancing? Or are some of the students going to have to go to other locations?
You mean our other students, are they going to be able to remain in their home school?
Correct. Well, all K-5A, cohort A and B, all be able to remain in their home school?
Yes, ma'am. We don't have any other alternate locations that we're opening.
Thank you.
Yes.
Am I next? Yeah. Want the rest of the family too?
I think we're back to you, Dr. Coates. I've got so many notes on my agenda, but I think we are. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Gill. We will be quick. Okay.
Don't count on it.
You will, we will. First item up from our department is item 8B1. I've asked Ms. Stevenson to join me for questions. Lord, I'm talking with my mask on. Typically, at the end of the school year, we utilize our student achievement data to revise our school improvement plans, write new goals. We have a state policy that we have to send, post those and everything. And then you have a local board policy that requires us to present those school improvement plans to you for approval. Since we did not have testing at the end of the year last year, Senate Bill 704 was revised to allow those school improvement plans just to carry over into the next year. So we have no new data to amend. Even though some of our schools may be making some adjustments based on our current situation, they would still go into the process of approving and staff voting on a plan if goals change. But we're here tonight to request a waiver of that local policy section that requires the presentation part. So I'm going to ask Ms. Stevenson to make a few more comments about that before we make a decision.
Good evening. So, as Dr. Coates said, due to Senate Bill 704 as well as guidance from the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction, we would ask that that section of our policy that states by the end of the second month, the school improvement plan approved by the school staff must be presented to and approved by Johnston County Board of Education be waived for this year, as all schools will continue to implement and monitor their school improvement plans that were approved last year. All the plans have goals that currently address ways to improve student achievement with strategies to address improved subgroup performance for previously identified subgroups based off of that 18-19 data. All plans are currently housed in NC STAR with access information available on all the websites. And these plans are revised as necessary based on the evidence of impact that strategies are currently having. Therefore, we ask to be the local policy to be waived for this upcoming school year.
I'll entertain a motion.
I guess I'll wait till we get to the discussion part.
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Ms. Sessoms,
I'll second.
second by Ms. Zukowski. Now, Dr. Smith, you had some questions.
I do. I'm concerned that, I know people have been working at warp speed, but it seems to me that a school improvement plan with as much change as we are going through ought to have some ought to address in some way the new normal. I think we've got so much going on with virtual learning, and the schools are not including any of that in their goal.
Well, while the school goals would remain the same, the actions like strategies that they're putting in place due to remote learning, that would be part of their action plan. So it would be added as an action. School improvement team then shares that with the full staff, is how that works. So the overarching goals would remain the same as we're continuing to make progress towards closing achievement gaps, looking at the social emotional learning of students, and that kind of thing. But as adjustments are made, because you're right, with the school closure and everything, we've had to adjust and make plans for how are we going to handle remote learning. All of that is included as action items within the plan as they relate to the goals.
And so we will not see those.
The public can access each school's plan via their website, so they are available on the website. But we were just asking for there not to be a formal presentation this year and reapproval of the school improvement plans. That schools would continue to build off of their plans that were approved by the board last year.
The only part we're requesting is the formal presentation, those 3 or 4 or 5 nights we do presenting the plan, because the overall goals were written based on student achievement and growth. The goals will stay the same because we have no new data. We have no new data to utilize to change those goals. They're database. So what they're doing is changing their strategies, their action plans, how are we dealing with remote learning, all of those things. They're going through all of those same processes and implementing those changes. We're just asking, since the goals aren't changing, if they came to present their goals, they'd be presenting the very same goals you've already approved. And you can have access to their plans on the website. We can probably set up a link that could go straight to them. I don't know. We can figure that out, but you can see anything. We just are trying to not have them come in and do formal presentations in the first 20 days of school for the very same goals they've already had.
I understand that. I just don't want us to, I don't want us to be left out of the support loop if there's things that, I mean, we approved different models last year, and I'm assuming that is no longer relevant because consultants aren't coming in to do professional development in the group. I mean, it just seems to me like there's a lot of information that is not.
So as far as school improvement goes, our director of school improvement, Tamara Thomas, works with our schools on their school improvement plans and looking at different evidences. And likewise, if you think about school support, This year, we have plans in place to support schools more so with data teams, data analysis, really looking at what kind of impact your strategies are having, what data do we have formatively to support that change. So when we get to the end summatively, we will have reached our goals. If not, we have made adjustments all along the way. So schools are still getting the level of support. There's PD being provided from a curriculum perspective as well as an instructional perspective all throughout the year as well.
Thank you.
Just one other question. So I noticed, and you mentioned PD. What other guidance are we giving the schools? Have we given the schools for school improvement plans? Has that been talked about? Or are we just leaning on the Senate bill to move forward with that?
So Ms. Thomas has worked with 33 of our schools all throughout since school closure on what adjustments do we need to make. After whatever's decided tonight, she will also be sending out a follow-up email offering additional support to schools as well as a newsletter.
Okay. Thank you. So we have a motion and a second to make an exception to school improvement plans for this school year. Any other questions or comments? We'll start with a roll call. Ms. Sessoms.
Yes.
Ms. Zukowski.
Yes.
Dr. Smith. Ms. Grant. Mr. Wooten. I vote yes. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. The next item from our department is Board Exhibit 8B2. In lieu of time, we're not going to go through that PowerPoint. I'm going to just talk to you briefly about why we're here. Ms. Melizotto is going to hand you out a budget item. Typically, at the last board meeting, we would have already submitted our plan and asked you to see those plans and approve them, but we had a glitch in the system. Our federal grants, and all 5 of those are listed on the exhibit sheet. Our title grants have to be submitted in a system online, and we can't access that system if there's any inconsistency with the match between what's in Power School and what's in that system at DPI. And because we changed grade levels in 3 of our schools, we added a new school, which was Choice Plus Academy. It was not there. We changed the grade levels at Selma Elementary so that 5th grade stayed, and of course that meant we changed the grade level at Selma Middle, so they did not match. And so we were not able to submit that in time for the last board meeting, but the deadline they've given us is before the next board meeting. So what we're here to ask for tonight is permission to move forward with these applications. You can see the budget. The superintendent has to sign an assurance certifying that the board approved these. We will have to submit that prior, so what we're asking to do is for her to go ahead and move forward with those grant applications. Supply copies of those to Dr. Bracy and let him sign that assurance when he has seen those.
Could you go back through those changes again, Dr. Coates?
The grade changes, we added Choice Plus as a school with a 6-12 school. That was not in our data last year. Last year, Selma Elementary was grades K through 4 or pre-K 4, and now it's pre-K 5. And of course, because of that, Selma Middle changed from 5-8 to 6-8. So everything has to align perfectly before we can access the system, and that's what our delay was. So that is our request, to be able to move forward with the applications. And we'll be glad to share those with you. We'll be glad to do it anyway, but we will have to submit them before the next formal board meeting.
I'll entertain a motion to move forward with the federal programs, local grants.
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Ms. Sessoms, second by Mr. Wooten. Start with Ms. Sessoms. Roll call. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Any questions or comments?
I'm sorry. The carryover, is that because we were out of school for 3 months, or were those just
Federal funds are 27 months, so it is good to have carryover.
They
The
expire
Title
not-
I, the carryovers are higher this year because we didn't have school. But we have to save anyway to be sure that if there is a cut in funding, we'll be able to sustain and support the schools.
So these funds expire in October, is that correct?
In September, it will be September the 30th, but in another year. So most
you.
of them will expire in 2021.
Thank you.
And actually, they expire in September, but you can encumber and spend the money until December.
Thank you. So, start with Ms. Sessoms.
Yes.
Ms. Sukowski,
Yes.
Dr. Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Grant, Mr. Wooten.
Yes.
I vote yes. Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. And the last item is Board Exhibit 8B3, and I've asked Dr. Lanier to talk tech because I'm not good with infrastructure. But currently, we have we use Google Classroom. We're asking to add Google Suite Enterprise for Education for increased security, data control, teaching, and communication. Has lots of advanced features. One of the features we believe will enable us to do those live recordings in a way that does not create an educational record. Another good thing about it is it would allow some breakout sessions in a class, which would help some of our teacher assistants work with small groups while the teacher's teaching face-to-face. But anyway, to get down to the nitty-gritty about that, if Dr. Lanier would not mind to step forward and talk a few minutes about that. We have the total cost of this purchase in there, which is a little over $100,000, and this would come from CARES Act funding, if approved.
So just to elaborate on a few details that Dr. Coates was going over, right now we do have some features that G Suite Enterprise allows because typically we have G Suite Basic, but when March and the whole pandemic hit, basically Google allowed lots of districts to have the additional features for a period of time. So if we do not go the route of purchasing the enterprise, September the 30th, some of the things that Dr. Coates mentioned will no longer exist for us. And I'll be welcome to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions? This is coming from the CARES Act, so I think it's a good use of our money from that standpoint. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Grant, second by Mr. Wooten. Roll call starting with Ms. Sessoms.
Yes.
Ms. Sukowski.
Yes.
Dr. Smith. Ms. Grant. Mr. Wooten.
Yes.
I vote yes. Motion carries 6-0. Dr. Coates, I have your form.
I do. Dr. Coates, don't leave.
I'll clean it up for the next person.
So we've had a lot of concerns about high school schedules and the amount of teaching time on the virtual schedule. Would you care to address that?
I'll be
with
glad
us?
to.
Thank you.
Our department, based on current educational research for effective remote learning environments for adolescent students, used those practices and met with high school principals for feedback to develop the schedule that is currently posted online as a sample. Our high schools worked together on that, and then each school was to take the information we worked on together and personalize that for their own schools. What you see on that schedule is synchronous learning. As you know, that's that fancy word for real-time, face-to-face. Asynchronous is the fancy word for you're not present, but you're doing stuff. So what you're seeing on that schedule is synchronous learning. In addition to that, there will be asynchronous activities posted for each student. The high schools developed a schedule that could work for them because what they have to do, based on the plan that was selected by the board, which is Plan B, with a 2-cohort schedule. They have to be prepared at any time to be able to have those students in school, teaching them face-to-face, some virtually. This is what worked, and this is what education research suggests. I know that there have been concerns expressed to me because a lot of our parents and others expect to see the exact same clock time as a face-to-face setting in a virtual setting. That is not what current educational research says is effective. It does not support that in the current research that we utilize. And Dr. Lanier just left. Maybe he's still in the hall because that's one of the things that his degree is in, and he teaches that at our colleges. I feel strongly and would not have supported it if I did not feel it would result in increased student achievement. We have made it clear, and Dr. Bracey has made it clear to our principals, that they are accountable for ensuring students achieve. They're accountable for making sure teachers are teaching high-quality instruction. And I believe that it's the best thing and the best route for us to go. They have done what they can do in a situation that is very, very difficult for them. They've worked very hard to make something work. So I support it. I feel that our principals would not have put it out there knowing the comments that were given to them about student achievement if they did not feel like it was an effective method. I would be glad to talk to any parents who have concerns, talk to them directly. And I would suggest let's wait and see, because I think about, I always use little cute analogies, but I remember when I used to hate carrot cake because I thought it was a vegetable, but after I ate it, I liked it. At least give it a shot and see. And then if they see it's not working and we see it's not working, that's what we do in education. We try to go back to the table and make things better. Continuous improvement is not just a buzzword. It's reality for us. But we feel certain that we have put together what can be done effectively and can be done well with our students that will result in the same curriculum being taught and high student achievement.
I agree with what you're saying about research, but I also know that you don't get in a day what you get in 3 days. You don't get in an hour what you get in an hour and a half. That's just not going to happen. And we're selling our students short. We're selling our parents short unless we give them some semblance. And I'm not saying, and there are schools that I know about that do have class. They videotape the teacher teaches their schedule as if they have an hour and a half planning. Students break out in groups and do their activities. They do their homework. They do the same kinds of things. But when you tell a parent that their child's going to get a day of work and then they're going to have office hours, that does not fly. And I'm sorry, I don't understand it. You and I have talked about it. I don't have an answer to parents who ask me about it. I don't have an answer. And I think that we need to go back to the drawing board and at least put something out there that says, at this time, I'm going to be available to teach my class this subject on this day, and this day. That's what I would have expected.
Well, and many of our elementary teachers who are parents who have been informed of this, do not feel like that this is equitable because they're doing face-to-face with virtual, and thank you for figuring that out, that they don't have to pre-record, because that would basically be saying you've got to teach 6 hours on a recording and then teach 6 more hours during the day. So being able to self-record as they teach, that's huge, so that they're not having to do double duty. But they see this as inequitable, the amount of time and work that they're having to put into it, because they also are having to be available in the evenings and weekends for parents to answer questions and what have you. So it has created division among our teachers. It's created a morale piece that I just hate, because we have a hard enough time getting our heads wrapped around moving forward with where we are. And anyway, that's just what elementary teachers who are also parents of high school students who have found that that's what they're saying to me.
And let me comment on that, because in a regular situation without COVID, and parents are selecting a remote environment, there's an expectation that your child's going to be in front of the computer on a schedule. I brought this topic up in the Large District Consortium, which is the 12 largest districts in the state of North Carolina, which accounts for 50% of the students in the state of North Carolina. And I asked the question, or Suzanne and I were together. She asked the question, I believe. Let me ask this, are any of you looking at flexing your teachers' hours? Because the expectation we have received from this board is that we will be flexible, that we will take into consideration the students who are going to be in a daycare without a device and a student who can't access it till night or the weekend. We can't ask our teachers to work 16 days. That's why I answered your question earlier like I did. We can't schedule our teachers to work 14-hour days. We do not have the teachers to split the difference, and quite frankly, if we were able to afford 40 more teacher positions, I'm not sure we could fill them. We went last year with 40-something vacancies, I believe, all year long. So it's not even a question of that, it's what we can provide. So in an effort to do that, the office hours piece means that I am available for any student in this block during that time who needs additional support and who won't ask a question in a large group session, who needs a small group instruction. I'm available. In addition, during that lunch, the high schools do a power lunch model. They're available there. They're also required to keep extra hours that aren't even on that schedule that they figure out individually based on their students' needs, that they can be available to be reached after hours and things like that, because our teachers, as you said, the reason they feel inequitable or feel that's inequity issues because they feel they're expected to teach their regular day and teach at night. You can't have flexibility and offer instruction in the evening hours without some type of office hour availability during the next day. So we believe we've put together what will fit that bill and will work. And I would say to any parent who has those concerns, school starts Monday. We can't redo schedules for students right now. They've worked on those things all summer long. School starts Monday. Give it a shot. Let's see how it goes. And if you still have concerns after 2 weeks of instruction, call me. That's why I'm here. I will be glad to reach out and address any concern. Your principals would say, call me. Let's see what it's going to look like. They are going to ensure that teachers are teaching high-quality instruction to these students because they know what's at stake. The student achievement expectations have not diminished, and the testing has not been waived for this school year. That's been made clear so far from the state. We've not had any waiver on testing. Any testing waiver has to come from the federal government, and we have no reason to believe it's coming. So we know that we're accountable for everything this year.
And I am certainly not requiring that teachers teach 16 hours a day. But when you teach, when you give instruction for this much time, it doesn't make sense to me. As a former educator, as a continuing educator, I don't get it. I don't see how a curriculum can be taught in the amount of time that is on that schedule. I'm sorry, I don't see it. And I apologize for my passion, but our students cannot take second place. They just cannot. And I see that happening.
I don't believe they're taking second place. If I did, I would not have supported it. There's one thing you know about me, and that is that I support student achievement. I support teaching and learning. It's why I am where I am. I support it. I know how to achieve it. I've been successful at it as a principal at every level. I support that decision because I believe it will result in increased student achievement. And I will tell you this, if our principals see that it's not, they will change it. They will make those changes.
Unfortunately, by the time they see it, it's going to be too late for some of these students. And some of our parents have given us grace about the end of last year because there was no time to prepare on how to teach virtually. It was school is closing next week, you teach virtual. And there was no time to prepare. We have had months to prepare knowing that this was a good possibility that it was going to happen. And now parents are like, are you kidding me? You're going to teach my children for 2 hours a day on 4 days a week at one particular school, and one of the days had 4 hours. They don't understand that. I don't
Are
understand
they
that.
looking at the school schedules or those samples that we have
No,
made?
this was a school schedule for one particular school that was sent to us.
Have they had a conversation with the teachers or the principals about that schedule and what it's gonna, if I'm a parent and I have concerns about the schedule or the number of hours proposed, I would have a conversation with the principal and in turn probably have a conversation with that teacher to ask, what is this gonna look like? Here are my concerns. Can you explain to me how my son or daughter is gonna get everything he or she needs in this amount of time? Because our teachers, at the end of the day, their boots are on the ground and they're the experts. So I would ask those difficult and direct questions to our principals and our teachers. And I can't answer that question, whether they have, but if you have questions, I would always encourage parents to ask the principal and in turn have conversations with the teachers listed on the schedules.
And like I said, unfortunately, if these students fall behind, and truly, I can't imagine how you are going to teach however many classes they take a day in 2 hours a day. Obviously, they're not going to have everything on those particular days, but if you normally go to school 5 days a week, 6+ hours a day, 7, and now you're reducing their face-to-face time with their teacher, albeit virtually, to 2, 4, 6, 8, 12 hours, I don't see how it's going to be accomplished. But I understand that the parents are upset, and it would be great if every student that we had were go-getters and you could trust that they are going to teach themselves and go out on their own, but that's not their job to do. Their job is to show up to school, and they're going to show up virtually to be taught, and we're not giving them the hours that they deserve.
Every student on those high school schedules, on the high school pages, has a day. Now, they're early morning, and that's because if we go into a Plan B, we've got to check kids in the building, and I can't even imagine what that's going to be like at the high school level. So they've got independent activities from 8 to 9, but there's instructional activities from 9 to 2 for students. That's synchronous. And then the other things you don't see in that schedule is what teachers are posting for them to do outside of class.
We didn't see 9, we saw 9 to 2 on Monday, and we saw 9 to 11 on Tuesday through Friday. I would not be opposed to 9 to 2, Monday through Friday, but that's not what we
Those office
saw.
hours are instructional time for the students who need extra help during that time.
That's not
And
instruction.
lunch.
That's tutoring. That's not instruction. That's not teaching students the process for math and science and writing and reading. Those are tutorial kinds of things. And I'm telling you, we're losing students. A teacher's children in this district are going to the Liberty Academy high school, K-12 from Liberty University because they don't trust this process, and we're going to lose more. And I heard tonight, when our enrollment drops, we cannot afford to lose enrollment because that is dollars going out of this system. We can't afford to lose people because they've lost faith in the system. They have to know their children are going to be taught, not tutored. They have to be taught the content. They have to be. I'm sorry, they have to be.
They already suffered from May through June. We can't suffer another 3 months, 4 months, whatever. Those students have to be taught.
Let me just make a few comments. I agree with the flexibility. I think and Dr. Coates, just for clarity, Plan B and Plan C, the schools can decide the flexibility based upon their schedule, correct? Okay, good. The next piece is, and I agree with everything that's being said, the student has to be taught or we're setting them up for failure, just like we talked about earlier, K-5. The point I would like to make, though, on the other side is if we would have went to a two cohort system with high school or whatever, if it was possible, they would only be there 2 days a week and be remote 3 days a week. So they would only be face-to-face learning 2 days a week, so forth.
But we were expecting that those days that they were home doing virtual, that they were getting the same number of hours.
Yeah, and I've done some research with some of the high schools, and I think some of the high schools have done some phenomenal planning, 4 days a week teaching, and basically on Friday the fine arts and your bands, because you've got to bring those into the equation as well. What I'm hearing though, and it is a lot of high school principals not feeling they've had any guidance from assistants or anything of that nature to bring their plans.
On what?
On what the plan, what the day should look like.
We've met with them. This schedule that's posted was a product of our executive director of high school curriculum, or high school education is her title, I believe, meeting with our high school principals to pull this together.
So
and we're living in a time where the statement was made, I think Mr. Britt made it, we're not only building the planes we fly, it's leaking fuel. We're putting out there everything we can put out there to help them. We have said to our principals, let us know what you need, we will provide it. If we've had a need to us, if somebody's reached out, we've provided it. Our principals and our executive director, along with support from Dr. Lanier, who teaches how to teach successful virtual instruction at the college level for adolescent students, we've all had that research input into this schedule. And again, whatever schedule they put out, they've got to be able to implement that. If you were to come back in October and say, okay, middle school and high school is going to be back in Plan B2. They've got to be, they can't redo the schedule in the middle of the 9 weeks. It is impossible. They completely redid this one, and it took about 3.5 weeks to redo from a 3 cohort to a 2, because they had been directed to plan on a 3. So they've done all of those things. They've had to put together a schedule that will work with the understanding. They heard Dr. Bracey loud and clear at the very first principals meeting about principals being accountable for high student achievement. I heard it too.
Well,
and they are, and they know that, but they can put a schedule out. They have to put a schedule out there that can be done and that is successful in a remote environment. And I have confidence in them and support them in what they've put together. And again, would say, let's see. We've put it out there, let's see.
Well, I agree with the flexibility, because I've heard from a lot of principals across the county that the schedule that we put out, the plan we put out, they have modified it tremendously. So my angst was that a good plan to begin with? Thank God we gave them flexibility, because every one of them, except a few, have changed it. And I think what we're seeing from what the example you have is potentially they didn't modify that plan. So it goes back to your leaders will rise to the top in situations like this. Unfortunately, the ones that are not leaders will be easily identified, and I feel like you guys. I'm very nervous about some of the leaders, because I think they're not rising to the top in these times.
Is that us as leaders or school leaders? Let's be real clear on that.
Whoever it is.
If it's me,
involved.
I want you to tell me.
No,
I'm
just saying.
rising to the top. Because I can assure you we are.
I'm just saying that this right here is the time that we have to, and it's going to be easily for us to identify who those people are. But the plan that was sent out, the ones that were flexible and the ones that were innovative, made changes to fit their schools. The ones that didn't, they kept similar plan, and this is the feedback we're getting from the parents. And it's basically, we're just going to put something out there. We're going to follow somebody else. And this is the time we need to be
This
doing our own.
sample that's on that website was created by the high school principals in Johnston County Public Schools based on research. And then we always tell them, because our high schools are different. Corinth Holders and North Johnston High School, completely different demographic set, completely different size, completely different courses. They have to be personalized to meet the needs of that school. There's no such great schedule that we can develop centrally and put out. So they worked on all of that together. We're supporting them in what they say they need for their teachers, what they say they can and can't do, because quite frankly, what we've put out for everybody, regardless of the voter, it's an impossible situation for everybody, and it's not just Johnston County, it's every system in the state. Every system, almost every system in this state has put forth a plan and then changed it, because they've done what we said earlier, they've tried their best and it just didn't work. So a lot of systems are backing up from their original plan simply because they found out it didn't work. We believe we've put a schedule out there that can be workable. And we have told our principals the expectations for high student achievement. Because I will tell you this, and you can think about it. I can think back to my high school days, those of you who were educators. I can think of many, many classes that I had sat in 90 minutes every day, 5 days a week, and it was not quality. It's the quality of the instruction that's going to result in the student achievement. Time on task is important. I believe our students should be in school as often as they can, but it comes down to the quality of the instruction that the teacher puts out there. And a good teacher is going to make sure their students learn. They're going to make sure, because they understand they are accountable for it. These teachers are still the teachers of record for these courses.
We have C, D, and F schools with 100% face-to-face learning. And we think we're going to improve with 2 hours a day virtual learning? I don't see it.
Our C, D, and F schools will improve based on a number of factors. Number one is putting a curriculum in their hands, which we didn't have until last year. Last year, we purchased K-12 English Language Arts curriculum. There had not been a K-12 curriculum adoption in this county since I was an assistant principal, and I left that role in 2005. So that's how long it has been since this district paid for any K-12 adoption. That's a big piece. We've got that in place. We need to do it again for math. But we are working with our people to ensure the quality of what they do. And I don't know what else to tell you other than I would not have supported it if I did not think it would work.
And we don't have a math curriculum yet.
Ma'am, we have something in elementary, middle, loosely, but we're working on that adoption right now. We certainly are.
Dr. Coates,
Yes.
They will be using Apex Learning,
Yes,
correct?
Apex
Yes.
Learning is available for 612 to use the full courses there. They can use it for supplemental. They can use it for any way they mean to use it. It's available now. Yes.
All right. Any other questions for Dr. Coates? If not, I think we got Miss Crystal Roberts for driver's ed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Coates.
Welcome. Thank you.
Good evening again.
Good evening.
I'll just keep you for a few moments. We wanted to bring you an update on the driver's ed status in the district and what we want to share with you. And I think, let's see. I don't think I have a slide, but at any rate, wanted to share with you that at this point we are on pause. DPI has given us autonomy, and we have pretty much followed the Lighthouse Guide, which provides the CDC recommendations for physical distancing. And so we are actually on pause with our behind-the-wheel driving. I have Dr. Amanda Allen, because if there are any granular questions, she could answer them for you, but that is pretty much the status of our behind-the-wheel driver's ed at this point. I believe that we shared with you last month that we are going to be piloting an online curriculum at Clayton High School, and we are preparing Canvas courses with our teachers, our driver's ed teachers as well. So that is our status. Do you have any questions?
Do you know how other LEAs are handling this?
Yes, for the most part, Ms. Sessoms, they're on pause as well. And also what's happening is that these districts are using private, they're actually contracting out. So parents are actually paying for the behind-the-wheel services or instruction for their students.
Any other questions? I'll be glad when we can get back to driver's ed. I've heard from some parents that have had to pay for this service, and it's put them in a little bit of a financial bind. But so we hope very soon that we can accommodate that again.
And we are working towards that, and of course, the safety is the main issue.
So there's no LEAs that are driving at all that might be adjoining us?
They are.
We didn't say that. We've got a whole state of LEAs, and some are just business as usual, like Wake County Public Schools, they haven't had a hitch because it's contract services.
Right.
But what I'm saying is, if you ask DPI, where our percentages is across the state, our percentages are pro-driving because our percentages have already been contracted out. They're very, in the grand scheme of things, there are less districts that are still running their own driver's education program than doing contract services instead. So there are some driving. I couldn't tell you because I'm keeping in close contact with our close neighbors. So we're just trying to stay abreast of what's happening around us in these closer areas. But Durham Public Schools, I saw recently that they have ceased their behind the wheel, and I don't know if there is a story behind that, but I know Harnett is currently still on pause. And Orange, somebody from Orange called me recently as well, and they're still on pause.
Dr. Bracy, what are the feelings of you and Mr. Britt about having contracted services for Johnston County driver's education?
Had that conversation. We've had that conversation, Dr. Smith, and we can present, if Mr. Wooten will have us, to the Finance Committee, the fiscal advantages and disadvantages of having it in-house and also contracting it. We've done it both ways, so we can absolutely present those findings to the board at any time.
So,
And it's, I believe, I feel safe in saying it's more expensive to do it the in-house way because you have certified staff who are paid at certain certified rates versus contracting it out to an outside vendor.
What is the short-term fix for those students who just turned 15 who are saying, I want to drive and I can't?
The short-term fix is to look at options where we can safely socially distance in a car, doing behind-the-wheel training. I'm not sure how we do that unless someone suggested a divider in the middle of the car. And if you have that, like Mr. Wood said, I remember when I was taking driver's ed, he had to reach over there and grab that steering wheel. I think he had a brake over there under him as well. So, but that's where we are with that. But we will absolutely present those findings to the board. Advantages, disadvantages, having it in-house like I believe we do here, and also contracting it like several districts do across the state.
So those districts who do contracted services, we charge our students $65 unless they're on free reduced lunch, and then they are at no charge
Well,
or
they're at
reduced.
$37.50.
Yes,
They're at half rate.
yes. So do they still pay that and we pay the difference, or how does that work in other districts?
I don't know how you do it here, but in Sampson County, we charged everybody $65. Regardless of lunch status, we charge $65 for that. And in Sampson County, we bank that money to do things such as buy cars. So y'all do the same thing here?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And that doesn't cover the full cost of offering the course. That just covers the portion. That's the highest amount that you can charge in the state of North Carolina for driver education.
And remember they froze that money a few years ago?
They did.
We had banked so much money, we were able to continue with our driver's ed because we had banked so much money and we bought a couple of cars as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, but we,
That the highest charge you can charge with a contracted service too. That's the cap.
That's the highest amount you can charge.
In-house,
for-
right?
Yeah.
In-house.
Yes.
So
yes.
I'm not sure about that. But I do want to advocate for, we have an extremely strong service that we offer here, and we have 34 very dedicated educators. And they're, instead of being paid as an hourly rate for their certified employment, they're only paid set hourly amounts, to where I'm not sure how much of an influx. I just don't want that, like this, us saying no because of physical distancing, be the reason that we are revisiting that. If you want to revisit that for finance reasons, absolutely. But we're not moving forward because we're an LEA, and that's, well, I'm not going to tell you what to do. But I just don't want you to push to somebody else when I've got 34 people who have been ready to move on since March. So I felt the need to speak for them because I don't want to portray that they're not ready.
Any other questions about driver's ed? Just before, thank y'all. Just before we finish, I just want to make a statement that I wasn't, I appreciate every principal out there, the hard work they're doing. They have a very difficult task among them, and I think we're all passionate about making sure our students and our staffs are assisted in any way possible. And I just want to make sure they're getting the support from the central. So I just want to make sure that, I think we'd all agree, we're supportive of every principal in our district.
Absolutely.
And when I say rise to the top, the ones that are really, they're going to get it. They're going to move. There's going to be people moving. But I support every principal in this district and have and always will. It's just I want to make sure they're getting the support they need at this time, because this is the most difficult time. As Dr. Pearson said, this is a novel and it continues to change every day. So I just want to make sure that statement was clear, that it's not that have any information about any principal not doing what they're supposed to be doing. It's just that I'm passionate just like they are, and I appreciate what they do on a daily basis.
I agree, and I mean, they didn't dream these schedules up out of the air. I realize that. They were given some guidance. They followed that, came up with plans. I just think it's lacking. Before we leave, Dr. Bracy, when we had our last meeting, we talked about we were going to give transportation 6.5 weeks to come up with a plan to put the students, K-5 into the classroom, but we asked that simultaneously they be looking at how do we start moving towards middle school, or is that in the works at the same time, such that maybe we can hear a plan next time about middle school?
We can definitely hear a plan next time.
Okay, thank you. And when we talked about pre-K, we were probably into about 6 hours of our meeting, and probably some people dropped off by then. So can we make sure that a Connect Ed goes out announcing that pre-K will start with K-5?
We could definitely do that.
Thank you.
Can I just make a statement, Ms. Chair? Yes, sir. I haven't met every principal in the district. Of course, I've met with the entire executive leadership team and spent numerous hours, late hours, day and night with them. But I'll say this about the principals that I have had conversations with formally and informally. They seem excited about the district's focus on student achievement, and they stand ready to give all they got and be leaders and innovators to move us forward. We all know where we are academically, and I've been very impressed with our principals, and we're all up for the challenge, and we all have high expectations, and we know these are unprecedented times, and we have some hills to climb. But I believe in this group of principals. I believe the board believes in this group of principals, and I'm encouraged by the leaders that I've met and sat knee to knee with and talked about what it's going to look like and what our future is and what my expectations are for this school year. Quite frankly, they're happy with the district's focus on student achievement, and they are very excited and looking forward to meeting all the goals that we're going to set together as a district. And I would also say to parents, if you have any questions or concerns about schedules, academic programs, hours, it's fine to have a conversation with the board member that you know, but also please give those principals in that school the courtesy of a phone call to express your concerns, and in turn, have conversation with the specific teachers of your child or children. So these are difficult times that we're facing, but I believe in this group of principals that we're going to have a phenomenal year this year, and we're going to work like we've never worked before, because we've never been through this before. Nobody has. And all the challenges that I've heard said around this table tonight, here's what I can assure you. Every district in this state is going through the same things. All of us are in here together, in this together. And all districts have a plan. There is no perfect plan, but all of us are committed to do whatever it takes to have our students reach all the lofty goals that we set for them. And we want our families to know that we believe in them and we need them more than we've ever needed them before as partners in this journey. Okay, student achievement is our focus. I've said that to our principals. I say that to every parent that I meet. So I just want everybody to know that we stand together as an administrative team, and the administrative team starts with me, trickles down to the executive team and the school administrative staff. And of course, the only reason we all exist, including all 7 members of the Board of Education, is to offer awesome support and governance in the Board of Education's case to the teachers that are in the building, and the teachers in turn offer all of that and then some to the students and the families that they serve each day. So we're all in this together, and we're going to work hard and get through this year. We're going to start in September 8th when our K-5 or pre-K-5, Ms. Grant, students return to the building. Will there be challenges? Yes. Are we up for those challenges? From the people that I've had conversations with, the executive team and the principals, we're up for those challenges, and we're going to give it all that we have each day. I just want to assure everybody watching this on YouTube and everybody sitting around this table that we are working hard each day. And some of us are arriving here when it's dark and leaving here when it's dark as well. So we're putting in the effort, I assure you. But I just want to reiterate that communication piece, because we talk about communication a lot. I encourage parents, please talk to your principal at the school if you have questions. Nothing wrong with expressing concerns to a board member, but after you do that, in turn, give the principal and your child's or your children's teacher the courtesy and the opportunity to answer those questions and concerns that you may have.
Yep. Dr. Bracy, I just want to clarify one thing.
Yes, ma'am.
I said we have C, D, and F schools with 100% in-person learning.
Yes.
In no way do I mean that is the fault of our teachers or our administrators. There are many factors that go into why that happens.
Oh, I didn't.
No, it's not that. I'm just saying it can be things at home. It can be somebody's having to work. I know there are so many things that go into it. So let's say it is as good as it gets when they are 100% person to person, and they are still C, D, or F. When we remove something that we are in control of, because there's so many things we're not in control of, but we are in control of how much teaching occurs for a student. And that's the part I don't want to see suffer, because that is the only thing we can control in that student's life, is how much teaching they get. I just wanted to clarify.
I agree with you, Ms. Grant, and by no means did I say that as a response to what you said.
No, I didn't want anybody,
Okay.
I didn't
Okay.
want a teacher or a principal to think that that's what I meant. So I wanted to clarify that I appreciate all that they do, and we just can't reduce the part we have control over, because there's too much we don't have control over.
And I want to loop back to what Dr. Coates said a few minutes ago. What's so special and amazing about principals, and especially teachers, they have this awesome innate ability to adjust. If something is not perfect or something is not working at the level that they or we want it to work at, they will make adjustments to make sure our students get what they need. Those are my expectations, and they have been up for my expectations thus far. So,
Well, and I would
Thank you.
just like to say, as a former educator, I've sat on both sides of this space here. And while I am not discouraging anyone to reach out to me as a board member at any time, I can tell you that I don't have the power to fix those problems as a board member. But if parents and teachers and staff will reach out to their administration, whether it be their principal or their supervisor or their superintendent. That's where the problems get fixed. And so I think there's a misconception out there that board members have a magic wand, and we're reached out to on numerous things. And as I said, I'm not discouraging anyone to not continue to reach out, but the real power to fix those is with your administration.
We all get phone calls. You all get more calls than me. But I always encourage board members, wherever I am, whatever district I'm serving, please refer those calls back to the schools.
I expected that. I wanted to know what's going on in that community.
But when parents bring, a lot of them call it grievance, then I do ask response, and I talked with Dr. Coates, I talked to you. I'm not going to call a principal and say, what are you thinking? That's not my job. It is my job to bring those concerns. And I think we've all done that, and it's in your hands, and I trust you 100%. You're in the right seat, and I just trust that. I still don't trust the schedule, but I've said my piece, and I'm going home.
And for that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion by Mr. Wooten, second by Ms. Sessoms. Roll call, starting with Ms. Sessoms.
Yes.
Ms. Zukowski,
Yes, please.
Dr. Smith, Ms. Grant, Mr. Wooten. I'm a yes. Motion carries 6-0.